35 years of blood, sweat, and tears had led to an ending that felt remarkably underwhelming. Painless hypodermic needles, gears that ran through grains of rice, and components 1/30th the thickness of a 1,000 yen note were all magical products created through world-class Japanese manufacturing technique. These represented the so-called skill of the humble craftsperson, and those who upheld such skills were known as artisans. At Fujimura Manufacturing, a formally dressed representative approached the 70-year-old craftsman, Chief Takuma Fujimura. Fujimura refused the proposal, unwilling to accept the offered amount of money or the impossible deadline. The representative remained unconcerned, believing there were plenty of alternatives to choose from. From the beginning, the representative had considered Fujimura difficult to work with and unnecessarily stubborn. As Fujimura silently watched, the representative asserted that, in the current era, skill alone was no longer enough. Artisans like him, who lacked business sense, should stay quiet and be useful to major companies instead, and he ought to be grateful to receive any work at all. Unable to tolerate the insults, Fujimura grabbed the representative by the collar. He insisted that he poured his pride into everything he made and refused to further cheapen inferior products by creating something he could not be satisfied with. He ordered the representative out of his sight before his temper got the better of him. Although the representative nearly continued criticizing artisans, he instead claimed to understand before warning that Fujimura would not escape the incident unscathed. Since the industry was small, the representative intended to ensure the violent confrontation was reported to his superiors. Fujimura realized that any remaining chance of financing had effectively disappeared. Even so, what was done was done. Looking at the clock, he wondered what he would do next and whether any place would even hire an old man like him. Holding out his hands, he slowly shook them. Up until then, manufacturing had been the only world he had ever known, and he had no idea what else he could possibly do. With no wife, parents, or children, he figured he would somehow manage. After dropping his cigarette into the tray, Fujimura stood before the Fujimura Manufacturing Building and looked at its front. Memories of the past resurfaced. Countless bitter and joyful experiences had unfolded there, and he had learned everything through them. Independence had eventually followed, and before he realized it, he had already reached the age of 70. Perhaps his life truly had been a job well done. Even so, one regret remained. He had always wanted the chance to challenge the world with his own technique. As he reached up to remove the wooden signboard, his body suddenly gave out. Fujimura collapsed onto the ground as a sharp pain spread through his chest. Only then did he realize that he had neglected his own health while devoting himself entirely to work. Struggling to catch his breath, he felt his eyes slowly closing. His final thought was a simple wish that he had only been given a little more time. The next moment, he found himself lying face down on the ground in a place he had never seen before. The terrain was completely different, filled with trees and grass, and everything around him was unfamiliar. Lifting his head, Fujimura sat upright. Without realizing it, he had become much younger. He looked toward a castle and observed it in silence. A screen suddenly appeared before him displaying the words, "My Kugen, Eye of the Master Craftsman." Turning around, he saw his workshop standing behind him. Looking down at his arms, he noticed that the sleeves of his oversized jacket hung loosely from his body. Confused, he struggled to understand what was happening. He was certain he had collapsed in the lot, yet now he was wearing enormous clothes. He rolled up his sleeves to his elbows. The sound of metal rang through the air, drawing Fujimura's attention to a woman striking a log with a sword. Her name was Frau von Freya, a healer. She panted heavily as she charged at the log once more, but her prosthetic arm suddenly detached and fell to the ground. Gritting her teeth, she bent down to retrieve it. Seeing the artificial limb, Fujimura realized it was a prosthetic hand. He called out to her and asked where they were, explaining that an old man like him had somehow gotten lost and hoped she would hear him out. Startled, Freya questioned his remark about being an old man, leaving Fujimura confused. Later, they entered his workshop. Fujimura remarked that he was fortunate to have a pre-made prosthetic hand available. Noting that Freya was much smaller than he was, he first tried it on himself and even adjusted his tie with it. The familiar motion put him at ease. Even then, he still believed he was dreaming. Becoming a young boy and somehow ending up on what he assumed was a trip to Europe because of the castle before him was an unbelievable dream, especially since he had never once set foot outside his own country. Freya noticed that he seemed somewhat depressed and checked on him, but Fujimura brushed it aside as nothing serious. As he worked, he secured another screw before handing the prosthetic arm to her, explaining that he had merely made a few adjustments. The moment Freya fitted it onto her arm, the mechanism clicked into place. Her eyes widened in amazement as she felt the remarkable sense of unity, its lightness, and its range of motion. She could hardly believe such work had been completed in so little time and likened Fujimura to the legendary Dwarf. Curious, Fujimura prompted her to explain. Freya described the dwarves as a fabled race renowned for their exceptional smithing, said to be apostles of the gods who had bestowed legendary weapons upon great heroes. She spoke with admiration about the magical arms that had sealed away the Demon King, a magic sword capable of unleashing devastating lightning, a divine staff that could revive the dead, and a shield that could avert disaster. As Fujimura listened, his mind became overwhelmed by the unfamiliar concept. Freya went on to explain that the Demon King's army had recently revived and become active once more, rendering even the mightiest weapons insufficient to stop them. Her dream was to become a splendid hero wielding those legendary arms. The reality, however, was that she was only a powerless healer. Having recently been dismissed from her adventuring party, she had become a solo adventurer and had started practicing with a sword whenever she could, despite how difficult it was to manage with only one arm. She laughed softly at her own situation. Fujimura could barely make sense of anything she had been saying. Convinced he had somehow wandered into the ridiculous dream of some fool, he recalled that television stories usually ended when something happened to wake the dreamer. At that very moment, a tremendous impact struck him across the face. The blow was powerful enough to bruise his cheek and make his nose bleed. Clutching the injury, he winced at the pain. Freya hurried over and used healing light magic on him. A glow enveloped the bruise, and the injury quickly disappeared. Relieved that he was fully healed, she admitted that healing was the one thing she had confidence in, though she owed much of that ability to the staff passed down through her family. It was a treasured heirloom containing a rare B-class magic stone known as a lantern crystal, a rarity even within the country. As Fujimura turned away, Freya called after him. His eyes widened. He took out a cigarette, lit it, and immediately broke into a coughing fit. His eyes widened once again as a vague suspicion became certainty. While Freya repeatedly called to him as he staggered forward, wondering where he was going, Fujimura looked up and finally realized that he had truly arrived in another world. Demons, heroes, and magical items were all real. He found it absurd that a man in his 70s would be handed the opportunity for a genuine grand adventure. Then another thought struck him. If he had become young again, he still needed a way to earn a living. The answer came to him immediately. If powerful weapons were what this world needed, then he would simply make his own. Fujimura called out to Freya and extended his hand, asking to borrow her staff. She was visibly shocked. He assured her that he only needed it for 2 or 3 months. Freya apologetically refused, explaining that the staff was her family's treasured heirloom. Fujimura was left speechless. Seeing that he looked close to tears, Freya quickly tried to explain herself and found herself almost moved by the expression on his face. Later, Fujimura expressed his appreciation, acknowledging that he had expected nothing less from a young woman aspiring to become a hero. He resolved that this old man would take proper care of the staff. Freya reminded Fujimura that she was only lending him the staff and asked whether there was anything else he needed. Fujimura agreed that she had a point and suggested returning to the workshop for a meal. He also asked whether she could bring him a book about this world. Freya agreed. As she prepared to leave, Fujimura realized that although he had somehow ended up in this strange place, he could both understand the language and likely read its writing as well. Freya informed him that she would return to town for the time being. Fujimura acknowledged her and remarked that it was nice to meet the young woman. She corrected him by introducing herself as Frau. Before leaving, she warned him never to approach the northern mountains, especially at night. According to recent reports, creatures known as eyeless had begun appearing there. When Fujimura asked about them, Freya explained that the eyeless were bat-like demons of the night responsible for destroying countless villages long ago. They possessed a subjugation rank of BBB, and were believed to have been exterminated several years earlier by the kingdom's knights. However, eyewitness reports of their return had recently become disturbingly frequent. Fujimura casually acknowledged the explanation, prompting an irritated Freya to ask whether he had been listening at all, as they were discussing a BBB monster. Already overwhelmed with everything else on his mind, Fujimura brusquely dismissed the matter. Freya immediately apologized. This world was known as Elvana. Among its defining features were the unique minerals found throughout the land. Magic stones existed in countless forms, producing electricity, heat, light, and numerous other effects simply by channeling a small amount of mana into them. In a sense, they functioned like natural batteries. They served as the foundation of every form of magic, supporting everything from daily life to combat. Fujimura decided to spend the time experimenting with the minerals. Holding one in his hand, he found that neither its hardness nor its physical properties made any sense to him. Even so, a mineral was still a mineral, and he was confident he would eventually understand it. In his hand rested Kaisekigen, the eye of analysis. As it began to shimmer, he watched in curiosity. The stone illuminated every nearby magic stone before suddenly bursting into flame. Unable to make sense of it, he wondered what kind of object it was. It was clearly on an entirely different level from the others, perhaps some form of luminescent stone. He brought a saw to it, and as tiny particles fell onto the worktable, crackles of lightning erupted from the shavings. The particles floated into the air before a brilliant flash of light revealed the existence of a high-purity crystal core hidden within the stone. The core occupied only 20% of the stone's total internal volume. The remaining 80% functioned entirely as limiters, suppressing its true power. In other words, the magic used throughout this world was merely leaked energy, reduced to 1/10 of its original potential. Fujimura found the discovery almost amusing. Even a tiny shaving exploded when exposed to the slightest trace of magic. The material itself was remarkably unusual, possessing an extremely gummy nature that made it exceptionally difficult to process. Like titanium or inconel, whose high hardness and poor thermal conductivity made them notoriously challenging to machine, this material demanded extraordinary precision. It had been a long time since Fujimura had encountered a challenge of this caliber. As Fujimura reflected on the work ahead, he mentally divided metalworking into 4 fundamental stages: preparing the materials and tools, cutting the material, producing the desired shape, and finally drilling and thread cutting. Throughout the manufacturing process, the choice of tools, the proper amount of force, and every estimation depended entirely on the craftsperson's technical intuition. To be considered truly exceptional, a craftsperson had to remain acutely aware of even the slightest changes. Metal warping, deformation, and strain during processing, along with subtle shifts in temperature felt through the skin, all had to be recognized instantly and corrected without hesitation. As a result, the quality and precision of their work could greatly surpass even that of machines. Fujimura slowly exhaled as he worked. An explosion suddenly erupted from the workbench, but he simply resumed his task as though nothing had happened. Cigarette after cigarette disappeared as the hours passed. By the following morning, the work was finally complete. 3 full days had gone by, and it had been a long time since he had pushed his body to such an extreme. Looking at his hand, he realized that this body was not the one he remembered. Surprisingly, he did not feel physically tired at all. Instead, the exhaustion seemed confined entirely to his mind. As he stared ahead, numerous messages appeared before his eyes, making him think he was imagining things. Rankingen, Eye of the Alchemist, Super Recovery, Super Focus, Shintai Kyuka, Body Hardening, Heat Resistance, Godlike Reflexes, Eye of Prediction, Skill Addition, Mana Regulation, and Poison Resistance. Deciding he needed some fresh air, he stepped outside and stretched. While standing outside, Fujimura reflected on Freya's situation. She had described herself as a powerless healer who had been dismissed from her party and was now forced to survive as a solo adventurer. More importantly, even with a prosthetic arm, training would always be difficult for her. Having begun as a non-combatant only made matters worse. Since he was also on his own now, he decided he should not be too hard on her. It simply meant he needed to continue crafting. A faintly glimmering stone nearby caught his attention. From that point onward, the discovery, extraction, and processing of those crystal cores became the world's first true craft. Later that day, Freya arrived at the workshop and greeted him with a good morning. Since the agreed deadline had arrived, she came to retrieve her staff. Receiving no answer, she assumed he had gone out, only to find him asleep on the floor, snoring. Startled, she called out to him. Fujimura awoke and remarked that she had arrived before asking her to wait a moment while he prepared some coffee. He thanked her again, explaining that the staff had been extremely useful. Freya was left puzzled by the unfamiliar word coffee. As Fujimura sat down on the couch, a revolver rested on the table before him. Freya stared at the suspicious-looking cylindrical object and asked what it was. Laughing, Fujimura explained that it was called a gun. He admitted that he had always wanted to build one ever since he was a child, regardless of what the law might have said. Freya quickly redirected the conversation, asking where her staff was. Fujimura pointed toward it and asked what she thought of its new appearance, remarking that it looked much more stylish now. The completed form had been achieved by eliminating every unnecessary element while maximizing offensive capability. It had become the world's first magic gun, its barrel and ammunition crafted from Fujimura's own patented core metal. Looking upon his work, he could not help but think that he was still an exceptional genius. The transformed weapon now possessed a gun barrel. Horrified, Freya demanded to know what he had done and pleaded with him to restore it to its original form immediately. Fujimura calmly explained that it was impossible because the components had already fused together. He then removed the outer covering and showed her the magic stones inside. Pointing them out, he remarked that the surrounding area was remarkable, as it allowed him to harvest as many magic stones as he wanted. Freya fell silent in astonishment. Every one of them was genuine, leaving her wondering how he had managed to find them. Fujimura explained that he had simply examined the rocks carefully and noticed something shining inside them. Beyond that, he could instantly perceive everything about them at a glance, including their components, strength, thermal conductivity, properties, attributes, names, grades, the precise location of their cores, and even the proper points for processing. Although it felt almost like cheating, He assumed that people in this world must possess remarkably useful eyes. He concluded that it was probably an effect of having arrived in this world. As the realization settled in, his eyes widened. Confused, Freya asked what he was talking about. Fujimura looked back blankly, but Freya, visibly shaken, insisted that no one possessed godlike eyes capable of such things. Coupled with his extraordinary crafting techniques, she questioned who he truly was. Later, while they were in the workshop, the ground suddenly trembled, followed by a loud explosion. Fujimura stepped outside, wondering whether a missile had struck. Freya told him to wait while she investigated, unsure of what had happened. Looking upward, she spotted a monster perched on top of the workshop. It grinned down at her. Recognizing it immediately, she realized it was an eyeless. It made no sense for it to appear in broad daylight. Her thoughts immediately turned to the magic stones, and she concluded that the creature must have been drawn by the aura they emitted. The eyeless released a deafening cry. Freya urged Fujimura to run, warning that the creature was far too dangerous. Fujimura instead remarked that if they did not deal with the foolish beast, it would tear a hole through the workshop roof. Freya retorted that the eyeless would tear through him long before that. Reminding him of her earlier warning, she explained that it was the very demon of the night responsible for devastating the entire region. Worse still, this specimen was a colossal queen-class monster, leaving them with no chance of victory. Ignoring her alarm, Fujimura calmly loaded his gun and casually acknowledged her explanation. Freya insisted once again that they had to flee, but Fujimura continued loading the weapon. If the monster was truly that dangerous, then they simply needed to eliminate it immediately. Freya was stunned by the suggestion. The eyeless spread its wings, flew toward them, and landed directly in front of the pair. As Freya stared into its gaping maw, Fujimura handed her the gun and demonstrated how to hold it. He explained that it was easy to use. All she had to do was point the muzzle at her target, channel a small amount of mana into it, and pull the trigger with her index finger. Trembling, Freya admitted that she could not do it. She was only a healer, a backline support with no combat ability. Standing there alone before the monster filled her with fear. Fujimura assured her there was nothing to worry about before calmly stepping in front of her. Both Freya and the eyeless were taken aback by his actions. Unable to understand why he would approach the monster so closely, Freya watched as Fujimura grinned and placed his trust in the craft he had devoted 54 years of his life to. The eyeless suddenly leaped into the air before charging directly at them. Fujimura instructed Freya to brace herself. Though she flinched, she managed to raise the gun and aim it at the approaching demon. As the eyeless roared and rapidly closed the distance, Freya could not believe that such a tiny cylindrical weapon could possibly stop it. The monster roared once more as it bore down upon them. Fujimura ordered her to fire. Shaking with fear, Freya pulled the trigger. The bullet shot straight toward the eyeless before detonating in a tremendous explosion. Stunned, she watched as the terrifying monster crashed lifelessly to the ground. Unable to believe what she had witnessed, she stared in disbelief. Satisfied with the result, Fujimura concluded that the output stability test had been successful. The weapon had been created through his own patented magic stone manufacturing process. It functioned by concentrating the wasted magical energy of Freya's staff into a single point through the combined use of a core bullet, a core barrel that increased rotational speed and range, and a magic stone casing that provided suppression. He named the completed weapon the Bakuan Fujimura, with the patent still pending. Freya found the weapon far too intimidating. Fujimura admitted that creating it had given him plenty of trouble. For quite some time, the output had been unstable, and he had lost count of how many times the prototypes had nearly killed him. Even so, he explained that as long as it was unloaded, it could still be used for healing just as before. He encouraged Freya to test it for herself. Before she could respond, Freya tried to stop him. To her astonishment, however, Fujimura casually walked toward an area littered with the corpses of countless eyeless. Looking over the scene, he remarked that the prototypes had really piled up during the past 3 months. Built to be both safe and practical, they could be used by anyone, from children to the elderly. In his eyes, he had finally created the ideal tool. He urged Freya to be excited because he intended to make her the world's strongest hero. Freya struggled to process everything she was hearing. Fujimura continued, declaring that he would prove his craftsmanship to the world, while the Demon King would become their ultimate prize. The plan was simple. Freya would become the hero she had always dreamed of being, and he would be recognized as the world's greatest craftsman. To him, it was the perfect arrangement. He laughed confidently. Freya could only wonder what he was talking about. Everything sounded so unrealistic that her mind could scarcely keep up. Fujimura extended his hand and invited her to give it a try. Deep down, Freya believed there was no way someone like her could ever accomplish something so extraordinary. Fujimura urged her on, insisting that all that remained was for her to prepare to become a hero. At that moment, everything changed. Freya stood frozen. Although Fujimura spoke as though the Demon King were nothing more than prey, she found herself believing that, with a miracle craftsman like him, something truly incredible might happen. Hearing the sound of her own heartbeat, she reached out and clasped his hand. She resolved that if he could truly make that dream a reality, she would follow him to the very end. Fujimura accepted her resolve without hesitation and declared that it was time for them to set out and give the world one tremendous shock. A monster attacked as an adventuring party pursued it, determined not to let it escape. Defeating the creature would allow Day 2 to advance to an A-class party. Amid the battle, Freya carried an injured child and desperately tried to heal the wounds. One of her companions berated her for wasting her magic on an ordinary villager instead of supporting the party. Even so, Freya remained focused on saving the child, believing that without immediate treatment the child would die. Her companion glared at her as the monster closed in. Freya looked up just in time to see the creature's attack rushing toward them. After the ensuing chaos, Freya awoke with a bandage wrapped around her head. The same man informed her that she was finally awake but declared that she was no longer of any use to the party. He blamed her for interfering where she did not belong, insisting that their prey had escaped because of her. As compensation, he had taken all of her savings and had also arranged for her personal rank to be erased, reducing her to the lowest rank once again. Having dismissed her from the party, he left her to fend for herself. Freya suddenly awoke from the memory with tears in her eyes. Rising from her bed, her thoughts turned to her mother, hoping she was doing well. She resolved to continue giving her best each day, full of energy and still striving to become the hero she had always dreamed of being alongside the miracle craftsman who claimed to have come from another world. Meanwhile, Fujimura completed another invention. This time, it was a drill and a megaphone. As Freya examined the unfamiliar object, Fujimura explained that it was called a megaphone, a device designed to amplify a person's voice. He described it as a machine that converted electrical signals into physical vibrations to produce sound, proudly naming it the Fujimura speaker. Looking more closely, Freya could see that he had used a crystal core for both the top plate and the main coil magnet. Having mastered everything from machining to plastic processing, Fujimura declared that there was no longer a core he could not shape, making him feel as though he had returned to his prime. Machining involved processing materials through methods such as cutting and grinding, while plastic processing shaped materials by bending or stretching them through heat or pressure. Fujimura encouraged Freya to test the megaphone by channeling a small amount of mana into it, pulling the trigger, and speaking into it. Freya did as instructed. The instant she used it, an overwhelming blast of sound erupted from the device. Startled, she cried out, covered her ears, and felt as though lightning had struck beside her. Satisfied with the result, Fujimura concluded that the output adjustment had been successful. Once again, he marveled at the incredible versatility of magic stones. Used properly, they seemed capable of almost limitless applications. His next goal was to see whether they could be used to build an engine. Freya quietly questioned why she had to be the one to defeat the Demon King. She believed Fujimura could accomplish that goal far more quickly on his own than with someone like her and thought he should become the hero instead. Fujimura had no interest in such a role. To him, heroes were little different from entertainers and came with far too much trouble. Besides, he believed it would be far more interesting for Freya to become the hero. A one-handed female healer rising to become the world's hero had undeniable appeal. A craftsperson, however, belonged behind the scenes. In the end, what mattered most to him was that people used what he created and were happy with the result. With that settled, Fujimura decided it was time for them to leave. He suggested that they begin by heading into town. Freya was surprised that he wanted to go there as well. After a brief silence, she accepted the idea, and the two prepared to depart together. Upon arriving, Freya introduced Fujimura to the royal capital of Viraso Cadornia. The city was bustling with activity. Buildings lined the streets, traders conducted business, animals moved among the crowds, people celebrated, and guards patrolled throughout the capital. Taking in the lively scene, Fujimura remarked to himself that this was truly the kind of other world he had imagined. Everywhere he looked, he found things he had never seen before. At one point, he even extended his hand toward a passing stranger as though expecting a handshake from a familiar animal. Freya reminded him to avoid attracting unnecessary attention, noting that his unusual appearance already made him stand out. Fujimura instead observed that she was the one who looked strange, wondering why she remained so heavily covered despite the sunny weather and assuming she must be unbearably hot. Awkwardly, Freya explained that the coverings concealed her face. Fujimura then remembered the burn scars that had caught his attention when they first met. Freya quietly acknowledged his observation, reflecting that he certainly had no trouble speaking his mind. Not far behind them, an argument between two adventurers escalated into a fight. One challenged the other over his guild affiliation, while the other mocked his low D-rank. Nearby onlookers excitedly commented that a duel was about to begin between a D-rank swordsman and a C-rank spearman. Amused, Fujimura jokingly imagined wagering 5,000 endo on the spearman and wondered whether the city was always as lively as a festival. Freya explained that Riraso was normally only a small countryside kingdom. Although it was called a royal capital, Cadornia was usually a peaceful provincial city. The recent excitement, however, stemmed from the appearance of a second newly discovered dungeon. Curious, Fujimura listened as Freya explained that the ancient labyrinth known as Cavern Pass, Embo, had existed for 100 years. Dungeons were underground domains said to have existed since the creation of the world. Each differed in terrain, nature, and difficulty depending on the country, with some descending as far as 600 floors. Despite their differences, they all shared the same balance of danger and reward, housing both fearsome monsters and priceless treasures. The promise of adventure continuously drew heroes to them, and over time, dungeons became the foundation of trade, logistics, and culture, giving rise to towns and cities around them. Freya further explained that the following day a selection tournament known as Feist would be held to determine the first 2 challengers permitted to enter the newly discovered dungeon. Any treasure found inside belonged to whoever discovered it first. The name Feist referred to being the very first to encounter the unknown. Rumors even claimed that enough wealth lay hidden within to seize control of the entire country, making it the stuff of heroic legends. After hearing the explanation, Fujimura immediately decided that they would claim the dungeon's treasures themselves. He also hoped they might uncover more unusual crystal cores. Freya quickly pointed out how unrealistic that was. Adventurers from across the country, and even neighboring nations according to rumor, were expected to participate. Moreover, the selection tournament permitted parties of up to 5 members. They only had 2 people, and many of their opponents would be powerful A-class parties. Fujimura remained unconcerned. As far as he was concerned, Freya already possessed the weapon of absolute destruction, the Bakufuji. Freya immediately imagined the consequences of using such a weapon in a crowded tournament, realizing it would likely result in countless casualties and brand her a criminal before the gathered heroes. Only afterward did she realize she had voiced those thoughts aloud. At that moment, several people nearby recognized her. Fujimura quietly observed as they identified her as the former member of Shurden, recognizing her by the unmistakable burn scars on her face. Rumors spread through the crowd that she had betrayed her comrades and abandoned them in the middle of battle. Others whispered that she had once been a B-rank adventurer but had fallen all the way to becoming an F-rank solo adventurer. Some remarked that no one in their right mind would ever trust a traitor. Others added that after fleeing, she had been pursued by a monster and escaped with only one arm, concluding that her fate was well-deserved and that she had become a disgrace to the name of adventurer. Fujimura remarked that they certainly seemed to hate Freya. Laughing, he patted her on the back and decided that they should handle the situation like adults by paying the insults no attention, just as he always did. The surrounding crowd continued whispering. Some noticed the outspoken boy accompanying Freya and wondered whether he was her new party member. Others dismissed the idea, assuming he was merely a lost child who looked rather foolish. Another commented on his unusually sharp eyes, while someone else joked that he resembled a new subspecies of goblin because of his size. The mention of goblins caught Fujimura's attention. After recalling what they supposedly looked like, he called to Freya and asked for the gun. Feeling an urge to test its rapid-fire capability, he prepared himself, but Freya quickly stopped him, insisting that he absolutely could not use it, especially in his current situation. At that moment, a group of adventurers approached. Their leader recognized Freya immediately and mockingly remarked on encountering such a familiar face. He expressed amusement that she still appeared as useless as ever. Freya froze as she recognized them. They were her former companions from the A-class party Shurden, led by the dual swordsman Vok Donner. The surrounding spectators reacted with excitement at the arrival of the renowned party. They praised Swordflash Shurden as the pride of Varaso, noting that rumors predicted they would soon achieve S-class status, and that they were the overwhelming favorites to win the Feist selection tournament. Freya lowered her gaze as Vok greeted her with feigned nostalgia before pretending to be surprised that she had already formed another party. He ridiculed the fact that the only companion she had managed to find was a child before quietly remarking that, regardless, she would never again be able to gather a respectable party. The title of Freya the Betrayer had spread entirely because of the rumors he himself had circulated. The memory resurfaced in Freya's mind. Vok reflected that although she had been worthless, she had still been a reasonably capable healer, and allowing someone with those abilities to join another party would have been inconvenient. Without waiting for a response, he took his leave and mockingly wished her success in pursuing her dream of becoming a hero, adding that her beloved mother was surely watching from heaven before laughing as he walked away. Fujimura found it unbelievable that Freya had never mentioned such an unpleasant brat as Vok. The crowd immediately reacted to the insult, and Vok turned his attention toward him. Fujimura made it clear that he did not care in the slightest about distinctions such as A rank or B rank and warned everyone not to judge others solely by appearances. He dismissed Vok as nothing more than a child. Both Freya and the surrounding spectators were stunned. The crowd denounced Fujimura's rudeness, insisting that he was the only child present. They demanded that the goblin-like boy apologize to Vok and wondered what kind of education he had received. Many encouraged Vok to put him in his place. Vok concluded that Fujimura's behavior was exactly what he expected from the companion of a traitor, remarking that the boy lacked the maturity necessary to speak properly to adults. He then observed that their presence likely meant they intended to participate in the Feist selection tournament as well. Fujimura readily acknowledged that both he and the young woman would be entering. Vok responded that he looked forward to it and advised them to beware of any unforeseen accidents. Fujimura answered in kind. Freya's shocked voice echoed after him. Later, the selection arena buzzed with excitement. Spectators filled the venue, cheering loudly as the participants assembled in the center. Guards and knights stood watch throughout the grounds. Members of the audience soon recognized Fujimura and Freya as the pair who had challenged Swordflash Shurden earlier. They identified Freya as the F-rank healer and mocked the strange-looking boy accompanying her, wondering where he had come from because of his unusual clothing. Others even questioned the smoke drifting from his mouth. Watching from a distance, Fox smiled quietly. At the front of the arena, a knight stepped forward with a scroll in hand. As ceremonial drums echoed throughout the venue, the knight formally declared the commencement of the Feist selection tournament. Fujimura asked Freya what the quickest way to defeat the Demon King was. Startled by his emphasis on speed, Freya explained that he would first have to become an SS-rank adventurer before he could enter the Demon King's realm. Fujimura questioned the rank, prompting Freya to explain that the hope of humanity rested upon only 7 individuals in the world, known as the Suin. They alone were granted unrestricted access to Adzuma, the demonic front line, and were the adventurers closest to earning the title of hero. Meanwhile, at the center of the arena, the knight announced the beginning of the Feist selection tourney and instructed all participants to step forward into the arena. As Freya entered, the presence of the gathered adventurers overwhelmed her. Fear crept into her mind as she questioned what someone like her was even doing in such a place. The surrounding spectators quickly recognized the pair. They whispered that these were the same fools who had challenged Shurden, doubting that an F-rank healer and a mere child could truly be adventurers. Many believed they were insulting the significance of Feist simply by participating. Freya silently agreed with their assessment, believing that someone like her had no place there. Distracted by her thoughts, Freya accidentally bumped into a towering man clad in heavy armor. The man paused, surprised that something had struck him. Another adventurer immediately drew his sword and demanded to know who had shown such disrespect. Terrified, Freya hurried behind Fujimura, repeatedly apologizing. Upon noticing Fujimura, the giant briefly fell silent before wondering what children were doing in a place like this. He questioned whether they had become separated from their parents and even wondered why the knights had done nothing to help them, pitying the frightened pair. In reality, it was Fujimura who trembled with anger. Covering Freya's mouth to stop her apologies, he addressed the enormous man directly. Introducing both himself and Freya, he declared that they were the names of the sacred individuals who would soon defeat the Demon King. The surrounding adventurers burst into laughter, amused by the way he referred to the giant as an old man and by his bold declaration. They dismissed his words as the ravings of a madman and considered them exactly what they would expect from the companion of a so-called traitor. The enormous man merely smiled, finding it refreshing that children still possessed such grand dreams. Around them, others continued mocking the pair and questioning what they could possibly accomplish. Fujimura met the giant's gaze without flinching. The enormous man then exhaled deeply, causing nearby adventurers to complain about the smell. Fujimura irritably wondered what the old man was trying to accomplish. To everyone's surprise, the giant calmly observed that Fujimura possessed exceptionally sharp eyes, making it obvious that he was no ordinary person. Fujimura was caught off guard by the remark. Without warning, the enormous man apologized for having mistaken Fujimura for a child. Introducing himself as Gandalf, the leader of the B-class party gardener, he also introduced the 2 companions standing behind him, the swordsmen Jin and Kin. Gandalf respectfully greeted Fujimura before expressing his hope that, should they meet during the selection tournament, they would be able to compete against one another in an honorable battle as equals. The spectators enthusiastically echoed his words with laughter and cheers. Watching the exchange, Freya quietly concluded that Gandalf seemed to be a genuinely kind person. Fujimura, however, remained silent. High above the arena, a knight observed the proceedings and idly reflected that the selection tournament had finally begun. He regretted not placing a wager beforehand, knowing that in Cadornia the overwhelming favorite was Shurden. He briefly considered slipping away from his post long enough to place a bet but abandoned the idea, unwilling to let his captain catch him neglecting his duties again. As his gaze shifted toward the forest beyond the fortress, something immediately caught his attention. 3 monsters emerged from the trees, followed by many more. Within moments, he realized that an entire swarm was advancing toward the city. His eyes widened in alarm. He immediately rang the alarm bell and announced that a swarm of monsters had appeared. Fujimura wondered what all the commotion was about. Freya explained that it was likely a mast. When he questioned the term, she explained that, for reasons still not fully understood, the formation of a new dungeon stimulated nearby monsters. On rare occasions, they would gather into a massive swarm and stampede toward the newly formed dungeon. Fujimura regarded the situation as an unfortunate turn of events. Freya, however, remained optimistic. Although they were in the frontier lands, this was still the royal capital. The royal knights were stationed there, and numerous adventurers had gathered for the selection tournament. She believed the monsters would soon come to their senses and retreat. Elsewhere, an out-of-breath knight hurried in with an urgent report. His fellow knights initially dismissed the alarm, believing it was only a mast that would soon end. The messenger, however, insisted that something was wrong. From his observations alone, he estimated that the swarm exceeded 1,000 monsters. Although the majority were goblins, numerous ogres were mixed among them, and the horde would reach the capital within 30 minutes. The announcement shocked everyone who heard it. A force of 1,000 monsters rivaled the threat posed by one of the 5 great dungeons. Amid the growing tension, Vok smiled. Seeing an opportunity, Vok proposed that whoever claimed the greatest number of monster kills should be declared the winner of the feast. Since dungeons belonged to adventurers in the first place, he argued that allowing some flexibility with the tournament rules was only fair. He dismissed the enemy as nothing more than sluggish goblins and ogres, claiming that anyone who distinguished themselves in battle would earn the reputation of a hero who had saved the country. The surrounding adventurers quickly agreed with the proposal. Many believed Vok's reasoning made sense, and with Shurden fighting alongside them, their confidence grew. They resolved to leave the decision to the king, declaring that if the knights objected, they simply would not fight. After a brief pause, the knights accepted the proposal. Permission was obtained from the king, and the selection tournament was immediately converted into a new A-rank mission, the massed repulsion battle. Acting under the formal request of the Kingdom of Virasso, the knights ordered the adventurers to defend the capital and demonstrate the full extent of their abilities. Freya struggled to keep up as the situation changed with overwhelming speed. Before long, the monsters came into view. The order to open the gates echoed across the battlefield, and with no further delay, the massed repulsion battle officially began. The adventurers charged toward the approaching horde and immediately engaged the goblins. The members of Shurden led the assault. Vok enhanced himself with a series of buffs, including physical strengthening, improved reactions, magic resistance, and increased speed. Even the goblins seemed momentarily taken aback before Vok ordered his party to overwhelm them. He cut through the monsters with his swords while the rest of Shurden fought alongside him. Blades flashed across the battlefield as monsters fell one after another. Elsewhere, a female adventurer cut down large numbers of enemies, while archers joined the battle from a distance. As the fighting intensified, Freya remained frozen in fear. Fujimura grabbed her and demanded to know what was holding her back, urging her to get into the battle. Unable to move, Freya believed she had never been suited for the selection tournament in the first place. At that moment, she noticed an unconscious adventurer nearby, covered in blood. Instinctively, she rushed to his side and cradled him as Fujimura drew his gun and turned it on the surrounding monsters. The wounded adventurer coughed up blood, but in the very next instant, his injuries completely disappeared under Freya's healing. Relieved, she was thankful that she had reached him in time. The recovered adventurer stared at his healed body in disbelief. Before Freya realized it, a goblin had slipped behind her and was preparing to attack. Fujimura immediately shouted a warning for her to watch behind herself. As she turned around, she discovered that the goblin had already been cut down by Gandalf. Signaling to Jin and Kin, Gandalf led the pair forward as they swiftly cut through the surrounding goblins. Gandalf confirmed that Freya was unharmed. Grateful for his concern, Freya thanked him. Gandalf then questioned whether she was truly satisfied with what she was doing, warning that if she continued prioritizing healing over fighting, she would lose her chance to compete in the feast. After a brief pause, Freya smiled. She accepted that she was a healer, and whenever someone collapsed before her, she simply could not abandon them regardless of who they were. She believed that if her late mother had been present, she would have acted in exactly the same way. Curious, Gandalf asked about her mother. Freya explained that her mother had been a strong and kind woman who always fought for the sake of others before herself. She deeply respected Maris von Freya and believed that if her mother were still alive, she would have made the same choice. Freya's dream of becoming a hero existed so that one day she could surpass her mother's name. To her, a hero was not merely someone who defeated the Demon King, but someone who became the very embodiment of hope for the weak. Recognizing the name, Gandalf recalled hearing many stories about Maris von Freya. She had been the head of the prestigious von Freya family, originally from the northern country, and the first female Suan. Known as the Flame Princess Maris, she had been both a healer and the creator of the fulminating flame. According to legend, she had perished 15 years earlier during the Great War at the hands of the demon tribe. Gandalf had never imagined that a surviving member of her family would be living in a place like this. Scratching his helmet, Gandalf assured Freya that she no longer needed to concern herself with her own safety and should continue focusing entirely on healing. Protecting her would be the responsibility of his party. Freya was visibly surprised. Gandalf considered it the duty of veteran soldiers to protect the ideals of the younger generation. Watching the exchange, Fujimura laughed and lightly tapped Gandalf's armor with his wrench. Pleased with Gandalf's outlook, he suggested sharing a drink once the battle was over, convinced that enjoying alcohol together would make for a pleasant time. Gandalf paused before bursting into laughter, amused that Fujimura was already talking about celebrations in the middle of a battle. He accepted the idea, resolving that they should both survive the ordeal first. Nearby, Kin reminded Fujimura to address Gandalf properly rather than using an overly familiar nickname. Fujimura casually responded by referring to Kin with another nickname, leaving Kin bewildered. At that moment, another group approached. Vok arrived before them and mockingly observed that Freya still refused to give up. He acknowledged that her healing abilities had grown considerably since they had last met. Despite spreading rumors that branded her a traitor and driving her out of the party, she still showed no sign of abandoning her path, making all of his efforts seem wasted. Gandalf immediately became interested in the mention of those rumors and wished to hear the full story. Vok dismissed the request. In the next instant, he vanished from sight and reappeared directly in front of Gandalf. Before anyone could react, Vok drove his sword into Gandalf's body. To Freya's horror, he twisted the blade deeper, causing Gandalf to cough up blood. Vok coldly reflected that ordinary people always believed whatever stories were told by the strong. No one would ever pay attention to the account of a pitiful party consisting of an F-rank healer and an insolent child. Enraged, Kin and Jin immediately launched an attack, but both were suddenly struck by lightning and thrown to the ground. One of Vok's companions casually remarked that accidents like that happened in the heat of battle. Another member of Shurden laughed, adding that friendly fire could sometimes be unavoidable. Freya stood frozen in shock. Vok regarded weakness itself as a sin. In his view, the weak should remain silent, obey the strong, and accept their place without complaint. He then turned his attention to Fujimura, expecting the boy to have finally learned how society truly functioned. Instead, Fujimura calmly remarked that perhaps Vok would come back a little smarter in his next life. At the same moment, he casually intercepted Vok's incoming strike. His wrench caught Vok's sword with ease. Although Vok had not anticipated the exchange unfolding that way, Fujimura remained unfazed. Reflecting that no matter where he went, he always ended up encountering worthless people, he admitted that for once he was glad to be in another world. Back in his previous world, everyone constantly complained about power harassment and moral harassment. Here, however, things would be handled the old-fashioned show way. To Fujimura, that simply meant that punks deserved to have the living daylights beaten out of them. Chapter 4 began with Vok questioning the situation before pausing as he realized something. Fujimura had blocked his attack earlier. Vok wondered whether it had been a fluke, but quickly rejected the idea. There was no way a brat like him could have seen through his A-class slash attack, least of all with only one hand. Freya had witnessed it as well. Fujimura urged Vok to show what he had. Before traveling to the royal capital, Fujimura had tested the wrench against a giant mantis. When Freya asked what he was doing, he explained that he was experimenting. The mantis attacked him, and to her surprise, he struck and evaded its attacks using only the wrench. Afterward, he realized that it was an exceptionally fine piece of equipment. The mantis charged at him once more, but Fujimura sent it flying with a powerful strike. Freya's eyes widened as the mantis twitched before collapsing defeated on the ground. Fujimura declared that it was finished and decided to name the wrench Kongaparan. When Freya asked about the name, Fujimura explained that Pyron's formal name was pipe wrench. Its original purpose was to grip circular pipes between its upper and lower jaws so they could be rotated. He remarked that its shape was also perfectly suited for delivering heavy blows and admitted he had been eager to give the mantis a solid whack. Freya found it remarkable that Fujimura had managed to deliver such a fast strike with only one hand. Fujimura explained that the wrench combined material strengthening and physical enhancement, making it the world's first double-core product. It compensated for the hardened material by boosting physical strength. Together with his eye, he believed all the bases were covered. When Freya asked about his eye, Fujimura explained that constantly staring at stones had somehow sharpened his vision even further. Whenever he focused intensely, time itself appeared to slow down. He referred to this ability as Shinsakugen, the Godspeed Eye, and believed that one day the entire world might appear to stop moving. Freya's eyes widened. Fujimura then brought Freya's attention back to the present. He reminded her that if she did not act quickly, the old men would be in serious trouble. He believed that Freya, above everyone else, could still save them. Freya immediately rushed over. Meanwhile, Vok stared at Fujimura, who was casually smoking. Vok grinned, while Fujimura regarded him as a creepy bastard. It appeared that Fujimura had ended up facing a 4-on-1 showdown. He glanced at Vok. Vok declared that it would be the boy's end and intended to make Fujimura regret underestimating adults. He intended for them to slaughter him. Suddenly, someone came flying down from above toward them. One of Vok's men caught the incoming person's head and laughed at the filthy piece of trash that had flown toward him out of nowhere. The others became alarmed as people ran past them. The man fell to the ground before Vok, who grabbed him by the head. Vok remarked on the man's obvious haste and questioned the reason for it. The man nervously reported that it had arrived. When Vok sought clarification, the man wondered how such a thing could happen and questioned why that monster had appeared in a place so far away. As if in response, a massive footstep echoed through the area. A huge shadow loomed over them. It was a monster with an estimated subjugation rank of Special A, the Lord of the Black Forest and ruler of the Goblins, the Goblin Lord. The adventurers repeatedly unleashed volleys of fire at the Goblin Lord. They hurled their attacks, but the monster simply raised its weapon, filling them with terror. It brought the weapon crashing down upon the people, killing them. Another of Vok's men asked what they should do, recognizing that the creature was extremely dangerous. Vok stated that their intention had always been to aim for S rank. They would kill it. If they cut that thing into pieces, succeeding at Feist would come naturally. He considered the timing convenient and glanced at the knights running toward them, expecting Shurden to help. Vok regarded them as having plenty of meat shields. Vok and his party grew excited and burst into laughter. Vok remarked that Fujimura was fortunate. He intended to deal with Fujimura after they had defeated the Goblin Lord and suggested that Fujimura take the opportunity to flee as far as he wished. Even so, Vok believed that no matter how far Fujimura ran, it would make no difference. Vok then heard the sound of gunfire. It came from Freya, who fired at the injured to heal them. As the Goblin Lord continued drawing closer, she kept shooting the wounded, restoring their injuries. The others gradually recovered while sweat formed across Freya's face. Fujimura checked whether she was still holding up. He knew there was a limit to how much mana she could expend and warned that if she continued firing everywhere like that, she would not be able to last much longer. Although breathing heavily, Freya remained determined to continue healing the wounded. Fujimura resolved to give everything he had and protect her, even if she was the only one he could protect. Watching them, Vok reacted with mocking laughter. He considered them hopeless fools and questioned how long they intended to keep helping others. To him, no matter what they did, trash would always remain trash. He dismissed their actions and encouraged them to keep creating more meat shields for him. Vok then called to the members of Shurden. He urged them to take everything there was to claim and destroy everything else. That day, everyone fought against the monsters until the extermination was finally completed. The adventurers celebrated their victory. Vok stepped onto the defeated monster's body and declared that they had actually managed to bring the behemoth down. As expected of Shurden, he believed that Feist was now all but guaranteed. Meanwhile, Fujimura checked on Freya. She nodded in response, though her body trembled from exhaustion. Seeing her condition, Fujimura lamented that she needed to learn when to stop pushing herself. Vok approached them and remarked that they had certainly been helpful during the battle. With Freya healing the wounded whenever she had the chance, the fight had become little more than a walk in the park. Even so, sacrifices had still been necessary among their own rank. Vok glanced at his fallen comrade on the ground. Eltico, he thought, had turned out to be a complete waste, and it was over for him. He began speaking about how the foolish elf was no longer with them, but before he could finish, Freya raised her healing gun and aimed it at Eltico. Fujimura was caught by surprise. Before Vok could react, a booming shot echoed through the area. Eltico's eyes opened. Vok paused before walking away in disgust, while the surrounding adventurers watched the scene unfold. Freya, breathing heavily, collapsed face-first onto the ground. Fujimura frantically rushed to her. Later, the town celebrated the victory. As Vok and the members of Shurden walked through the streets, the people hailed them as the saviors of Varaso returning in triumph. Girls called out to Vok, while people murmured among themselves that Shurden had even defeated a goblin lord. Others reacted in disbelief at the mention of the legendary monster, while another claimed to have heard that Vok's Shurden had delivered the finishing blow. The crowd admired them as being on an entirely different level. After everyone had gathered, the knights announced that the right of Feist would be granted to those who had distinguished themselves during the repulsion battle. Although the king made the decision based on recommendations from the participating adventurers, it was widely believed that Shurden had already secured the honor. Without further delay, the knight announced the individual who had earned the right to challenge the new dungeon, Embo. As he waited for the announcement, Vok anticipated the reward. To him, Feist represented faith and recognition. Using it as a stepping stone, he believed that reaching S-Class, and even Salyuan, would soon be within his grasp. He expected everyone to witness the birth of a true hero. The knight paused before calling for Frau von Freya to step forward. Both Vok and Freya were stunned. Vok struggled to understand why Freya, whom he regarded as a traitor, had been chosen. Grinding his teeth, he believed he was being mocked. In his mind, someone as worthless as her, who could not even fight, had no right to become Feist. Since the selection was based on recommendations, He wondered which fool had betrayed him after everything he had done, including defeating the behemoth. One of Vok's comrades urged him to calm down. Meanwhile, another adventurer questioned what Vok was talking about and remarked that he seemed to believe he had defeated the monster by himself. The adventurer considered Vok to be letting his status as an A-class adventurer go to his head. Infuriated, Vok inwardly raged at the disrespect shown by those he considered insignificant. Another person then stated that, although it was unfortunate for Vok, everyone owed Freya for saving them, and they had therefore decided to stand by her. Vok could only respond in disbelief. In his mind, it had to be some kind of joke. He could not understand when so many people had come to support Freya. Fujimura laughed as he patted Freya on the back, acknowledging what she had accomplished and regarding her as Miss Feist. Freya struggled to believe what she had just heard. She had been chosen as the Feist. Vok immediately rejected the decision. He demanded to see the king, insisting that he would accept the announcement only if it came directly from the greatest man in the country. From behind him, Gandalf told Vok to give it up because the decision had already been made. Vok dismissed him, declaring that he had no interest in listening to a senile old man and insisting that Gandalf had no authority in the matter. At that moment, the knights leveled their spears at Vok. Confused, Vok questioned what the knights thought they were doing. Gandalf chuckled at the remark about being senile and observed that Vok's eyes were clearly not as perceptive as they should have been. He then removed his helmet. Qin and Jin immediately knelt before him, leaving Vok bewildered. Qin instructed Vok to mind his manners and revealed that the man standing before him was the 17th king of Rarasso, His Majesty Lord Gandalf de Rarasso. Both Fujimura and Freya were stunned. Gandalf then turned to Fujimura and reminded him of the promise they had made. He stated that he was ready for Fujimura's banquet and wondered whether Fujimura would be joining him that evening. Freya's surprise deepened. Laughing heartily, Gandalf revealed that adventuring was merely a hobby for him, as the front lines had become far too quiet. Fujimura remarked that Gonchan had completely caught him off guard. Qin immediately rebuked Fujimura, ordering him to stop referring to their lord in such a familiar manner. At that moment, Vok remembered stabbing Gandalf. His eyes widened in shock. Standing behind him, Gandalf remarked that it was unfortunate for young Vok. He stated that news of Vok's misdeeds would soon spread throughout the land. While he acknowledged Vok's strength, he explained that strength alone was not enough. Without heart, he believed the world would be a hollow place. Gandalf then turned toward Freya. He declared that, from the Feist of this country, indeed, from a true hero, he expected only one thing. Gandalf and the people behind him knelt before Freya. He continued by praising the spirit of those who grew stronger for the sake of others rather than themselves. He spoke of a righteous heart that remained unbroken, unwavering, and persistent, a soul that carried noble conviction. Freya stood speechless, her hand resting at her side. She remembered how she had always wondered whether someone like her could ever become a hero. Lowering her head, she recalled the words others had spoken to her in the past. Fujimura gently rested an arm on her and reflected that they had ultimately chosen her because she had never attacked anyone. Despite being a one-handed F-rank adventurer, bearing severe burns, living as a lifelong loner, and being hated throughout the country, he believed she had endured countless hardships and now had much to be proud of. Freya clenched her teeth. Gandalf smiled. Unable to hold back her emotions any longer, Freya burst into tears. Gandalf encouraged her to continue walking the path she had chosen and assured her that she had been on the right path all along. Chapter 6 began with Vok's downfall that same night. Meanwhile, Gandalf, Fujimura, and the others enjoyed a feast together. In his drunken state, Gandalf called for everyone to celebrate without restraint. Since the drinks had been provided at the expense of the royal family's treasury, he encouraged everyone to drink as much as they wished. Fujimura joked that it was one incredible tax rebate and laughed as he casually smacked Gandalf on the head. Qin immediately protested Fujimura's disrespect toward his liege. Just then, Qin noticed a bug and let out a shriek. He questioned why the king was holding the banquet in a place like this. An adventurer offered Qin a drink, but Qin insisted that such an event would be far more dignified if it were held in the castle. Gandalf replied that the castle was far too stiff for his liking and that he hated staying there. Pleased by the response, Fujimura remarked that Gonchan was finally getting it and handed Gandalf another drink. Qin once again reacted to Fujimura's casual form of address. Turning to someone beside him, Qin reminded the other Imperial Guard that something had to be done. However, the guard was already drinking with Jin while another adventurer marveled at how much she could drink, comparing her to a beast. Fujimura then called Kintaro over to join the drinking. Qin immediately ordered him to keep his hands off. Watching the exchange, Freya quietly chuckled. Several adventurers approached Freya and praised the healing she had performed during the battle, describing it as extraordinary. They expressed their gratitude, acknowledging that the fact they were able to enjoy the banquet at all was because of her. They also informed her that, through the king's influence, she had regained her B rank. They admitted they had made fools of themselves by believing the absurd rumors about her and accepted that the fault lay with them. Freya modestly brushed it off and blushed. Another adventurer clenched his fist, declaring that the next time he encountered Vok, he would beat him with his fist of justice. Someone else dismissed the idea, believing he was not suited for it. Another adventurer commented that with a healer as capable as Freya, even if they became overwhelmed on the front lines, they would quickly recover. Freya's thoughts drifted to the front lines, the territorial boundary between humanity and the demons known as Adzuma. Someone reflected on Adzuma before dismissing it as nothing more than a pipe dream. The demons were described as abnormally powerful, possessing bodies that regenerated and were as hard as steel, along with inexhaustible mana. Their forces were said to consist of 6 generals commanding 18 divisions beneath the Demon King. Worse still, they possessed the intelligence to understand human language and could even fly. It was said that even a single division commander posed enough of a challenge to require 5 S-rank adventurers, and most people would not survive even 5 minutes against them. Fujimura asked what everyone was talking about. Freya turned toward him, but before she could respond, Fujimura suddenly cried. He expressed that he had always believed she would accomplish it and praised her determination, saying that she made him proud. Freya looked at him in surprise. Another adventurer remarked that Fujimura could certainly hold his liquor. At that moment, a large man grabbed Freya by the head. He questioned whether she truly deserved to be called Feist and declared that he could not accept it so easily. In his view, a healer who could not defeat even a single enemy had no right to the title. He dismissed her as nothing more than a helpless woman and suggested that the honor had gone to her head. Believing himself more deserving, he proposed taking her place. Fujimura clenched his teeth. Before the situation could escalate, a hand seized the large man's arm. He froze in surprise and immediately shrank back. A woman stood before them. Her face seemed to glow. The surrounding adventurers were captivated, wondering who the breathtakingly beautiful woman was and questioning whether someone like her had been present the entire time. Even Freya found herself thinking that the woman was incredibly beautiful. The large man questioned what the little elf woman wanted. She silently stared back at him. When he asked whether she had a problem and suggested taking her to his room to settle it there, the elf woman leaned her head back and drove it forcefully into his forehead. The large man collapsed. Freya watched in shock while Fujimura looked on with amusement. The elf woman declared that she would not forgive anyone who insulted Frau. Hearing this, Freya wondered how the elf woman knew her name and questioned whether they had met somewhere before. She asked the woman who she was. The elf woman pulled down her mask. The moment Freya recognized her, she was even more shocked. It was Eltiko. Eltiko announced that, beginning that day, she would accompany both Freya and Fujimura. Freya turned to Fujimura in surprise at the announcement. Fujimura replied that he had no complaints and admitted that Eltiko had won him over with the headbutt. Reaching into his bag, Fujimura remarked that there were more important matters to attend to. He pulled out another bottle and suggested opening it. When Freya asked what it was, he explained that it was genuine Japanese sake, the only bottle he had brought from his homeland. He described it as a first-rate item with nearly perfect chamfering. Chamfering, he explained, was a metalworking process used to remove sharp corners, providing benefits such as improved grip, better appearance, injury prevention, and easier assembly. Freya then realized why Fujimura had postponed their meeting earlier and hurried home. She recalled how he had asked her to postpone the banquet for a while because he needed to return home briefly, insisting that there were some things a man simply had to do. She realized that it had all been for the sake. Holding up the bottle, Fujimura laughed happily. Freya reflected that ever since meeting Fujimura, her fate had begun to change. Feeling that she owed him at least a little gratitude, she decided she could allow herself a drink. Just then, a woman leaned against Fujimura, her chest pressing into him as she remarked on how delicious the alcohol was. Fujimura agreed, calling it his father's own taste of heaven. Another woman asked his age, and Fujimura answered that he was 70. She reacted in disbelief. Freya quietly sulked. She then grabbed the bottle and drank straight from it. Declaring that she would drink as well, she was met with cheers from those around her. Fujimura warned her not to overdo it. Before long, Freya slumped onto the couch. Fujimura commented that she was a lightweight. Freya fell asleep. Seeing her sleeping there, Fujimura remarked that nothing good would come from it and worried that she would catch a cold. Hearing the mention of a cold, Eltiko immediately declared that she would warm Freya. She gently placed a blanket over the sleeping girl. Fujimura praised the gesture. Eltiko quietly watched Freya sleeping peacefully before suddenly beginning to remove her clothes. Fujimura immediately stopped her, insisting that she had already done enough and that Freya would be perfectly fine. Internally, he wondered whether Eltiko was simply a natural-born airhead. Someone questioned Fujimura, calling him a stupid brat and asking why he had stopped Eltiko. Fujimura bluntly told them to be quiet. The following day, the knights stood assembled as Gandalf escorted Fujimura and Freya to the gates. Gandalf bid them farewell and urged them to proceed with caution, assuring them that everyone would be praying for their safe journey. Fujimura cheerfully acknowledged the farewell, calling Gandalf by his familiar nickname once again. He promised to return with an incredible story and told Gandalf to look forward to hearing it. As they prepared to depart, Freya thought about the new dungeon, Embo, a place filled with unknown layers and unknown mysteries. Her thoughts shifted to the abnormal manner in which the mast had been summoned. She also wondered about the labyrinth itself, questioning whether its appearance had been mere coincidence or somehow connected to Fujimura's reincarnation. Whatever the truth, she resolved to give it everything she had. Fujimura then called to Freya and Eltico, urging them to get moving. It was time to go treasure hunting. A sorrowful fate defined Eltico's life. Despite being an elf, she possessed only negligible mana. Born with the cursed omen of black hair, she was branded the clan's heretic. Eltico stood silently as another elf kicked her, sending her to the ground while the others laughed. An orphan with no knowledge of her birthplace, she spent her childhood believing she had no place where she belonged. Her thoughts returned to the day of the tourney. Lying on the ground, she heard Vok dismiss her as a complete waste of space and declare that it was over for her. At the time, her eyes had remained only slightly open. Throughout those days, she had lived with resignation and an overwhelming sense of inferiority. Even as her life faded away, she had accepted that this was simply how things were. Then a gunshot rang out. Eltico's eyes widened. On that day, for the first time in her life, someone had shown her genuine devotion. That single act convinced her that Freya was someone worth protecting. Back at the dungeon gate, a knight yawned as he reflected that 3 days had already passed. He wondered just how far down the dungeon the Feist party intended to go. If he remembered correctly, the Feist priority period lasted 5 days, after which every other adventurer would be free to explore the dungeon. He briefly considered abandoning his life as a knight to pursue riches before reminding himself that he still had house payments to worry about. Suddenly, an explosion echoed from the dungeon. The knight turned toward the source of the blast as smoke continued to billow outward. A figure stepped through it, remarking on how much the fresh air had been missed. The knight's eyes widened. It was the Feist and her party. Freya questioned what was supposed to be fresh about the air before coughing. Fujimura casually admitted that he had simply always wanted to use that line and told her not to overthink it. Noticing the soot on Freya's face, Eltico handed her a cloth and suggested she use it, especially around her nose. Fujimura commented that the crab on the lowest floor had been one incredibly persistent opponent. Freya confirmed that the crab had been the dungeon master, while Eltico remarked that it had also been delicious. Still in shock, the knight hurried to report to the king that the Feist and her party had returned and had apparently traversed the dungeon. The king soon arrived. Freya presented a document containing everything they had learned about the dungeon, including its layers, monsters, magic stones, and other findings. The king and those accompanying him were left speechless. Fujimura remarked that Freya could say that again, adding that he had acquired plenty of useful new magic stones. Freya realized that the king's astonishment stemmed from how quickly they had returned. The king cautiously asked whether the magic stone before him was the mythical SS-grade transition crystal. Fujimura displayed the ring set with the stone and confirmed that it was. He explained that it only allowed him to travel to places he had already visited before remarking that nothing compared to soaking in a hot bath after a long day in the dungeon. A portal-like magic circle appeared beside Fujimura, and he retrieved a bag from within it. Recognizing it immediately, the king identified it as another mythical-grade magic stone, the spatial storehouse. Fujimura revealed that he had also discovered many other interesting magic stones and admitted that he was eager to bring them all back to his workshop. Magic stones were classified into 6 grades. SS-grade mythical, S-grade legendary, A-grade jewel, B-grade gold, C-grade silver, and D-grade bronze. The king muttered in disbelief. 2 mythical-grade stones had been discovered within his own kingdom, and one of them was the great hero's transition crystal. He realized that if the other nations were to learn of this, the consequences would be unimaginable. The shock overwhelmed him, and he collapsed unconscious. Qin immediately rushed to the king's side. One of the king's companions remarked that it was an incredible accomplishment, while another commented on how extraordinary it was to obtain 2 SS-grade magic stones at once. The two exchanged knowing smirks, sensing an opportunity. They approached Fujimura and asked whether he could take them along as well. Suddenly, something fell from the sky. The object descended directly toward the 2 men. Fujimura instinctively flinched and immediately shouted for them to get away from where they were standing. The object crashed down onto the braided-haired man with tremendous force. The impact sent dust billowing into the air, causing Fujimura to cough. As the dust settled, the mysterious object rose to an imposing height. Fujimura stared at it in bewilderment, wondering what in the world it was. The surviving man rushed to the braided-haired man's severed upper body before running to Frau and desperately begging her to save his companion. The top half of the man's body had been completely lost. Freya clenched her teeth. She knew that, with her current abilities alone, there was nothing she could do once someone had already died. The man cried out in horror. Freya also broke into tears. The mysterious object cracked open. A hissing sound echoed from within. Eltico shuddered. Bony skeletal hands emerged through the cracks, revealing the creature to be a supernatural being. The being turned its gaze toward Freya, who stood there breathing nervously. It let out another hiss before demanding to know what kind of magic stones they had found. The soldiers were stunned that it could speak. The king recognized it as a variant capable of understanding human language and identified it as a fiend of the demon clan. The being explained that the demon lord had informed it of suspicious activity surrounding the cave. Its numerous skeletal hands cracked as it moved. It casually declared that it would begin by crushing the ants before it and introduced itself as Death Bludgeon Matora, vice commander of the 6th Division. The knights swallowed nervously. They realized they were facing a ranked demon. Fujimura remarked that events had progressed a little faster than he had expected. The demon's attention shifted toward him. Feeling a surge of excitement, Fujimura admitted that he was already getting goosebumps. He could hardly wait to discover just how strong the demons truly were. Chapter 8 began as the supernatural being raised its hand and spoke about humanity. Fujimura cursed under his breath. The being continued, describing humans as prideful little creatures before slamming its fist into the ground. A grin spread across its face as it declared the attack complete. The technique was Matsui, demonic iron mallet. The knights stared at the shattered ground in terror. Fujimura remarked that it had been a close call and was relieved that he had brought the transition crystal with him. The being repeated the word transition and realized that Fujimura possessed one of those stones. The demon immediately moved. The king ordered the magic core to prepare a second volley and instructed the knights to support Freya's party. Their attack struck the demon, but it remained completely unharmed. The king was astonished. The demon explained that such feeble attacks could never affect a member of the demon clan. One of the knights glared at the demon and gritted his teeth before the knights hastily retreated. The demon extended a hand, forming a swirling black sphere. The technique was Koketsu, blackened blood. It launched the attack toward the retreating knights. The attack struck them, sending blood spraying through the air. The demon remarked that it had missed the freedom of solo missions. It warned them that escaping now was impossible. Watching the scene, Freya realized they stood no chance against a monster like that and desperately wondered what they could possibly do. Suddenly, Fujimura appeared behind the demon and struck it with his wrench. The demon was caught by surprise. Fujimura mocked the demon for looking in the wrong direction, reminding it that its opponent was standing right behind it. The sound of bullets being loaded into a gun echoed nearby. Fujimura remarked that this battle was on an entirely different level from the shooting practice Freya was accustomed to. He asked whether she thought she could handle it, adding that he had complete confidence in her. Freya raised her gun and aimed directly at the demon. An adventurer with animal ears questioned what they were trying to accomplish. He believed there was no possibility of defeating a demon with their firepower. Since Freya's weapon had been designed for healing, he argued that it would be useless once everyone was dead. In his opinion, they should be thinking about escaping instead. Fujimura lit a cigar and curtly told the animal-eared adventurer to keep quiet, sit back, and watch history being made. He declared that the girl before them would become the first female hero in history, the one-armed hero, Freya. Eltico immediately stepped in front of Freya, declaring that she would protect her. Fujimura pointed out that Eltico was blocking the shot. The animal-eared adventurer silently questioned the idea of the one-armed hero. The demon repeated the word hero in disbelief. It found it amusing that the person destined to defeat the Demon King, humanity's hope, was merely a young girl. Laughing, it declared that if she lost, it would destroy their country as punishment. The king firmly rejected that outcome. The animal-eared adventurer trembled, convinced that the country was doomed. Fujimura instructed Freya to press the button beneath the hammer at the back of her weapon. She did so, and the gun emitted a click. Fujimura explained that, based on her previous shot, he had gained a solid understanding of the weapon's capabilities. All she needed to do now was move within range and blast the enormous demon away. Freya suddenly understood. Fujimura revealed that the weapon was the wide-radius, short-range specification, Fujimura 10, also known as Heaven. He explained that he had borrowed design concepts from the megaphone he had created earlier. Unlike a weapon that concentrated its power on a single point, this one specialized in attacking across a broad surface. He asked whether she liked the design. Freya happily accepted it. Trusting anything Fujimura created, she believed it would work in her favor. Fujimura was slightly surprised. He found it hard to believe that this was the same girl who had once questioned how someone like her could ever become a hero. Yet she always overlooked the most important part. She had chosen to place her trust in him, someone she had barely known, and had stood her ground against that monster. To Fujimura, that unwavering resolve was exactly what made a true hero, and he was completely certain of it. The demon declared that the festivities should begin. Raising its fist, it commanded them to cower in despair as it launched its attack. Fujimura declared that it was time to put everything to the test against a demon. Freya began her chant, invoking dreams, hope, faith, the power of a core, and the merits of manufacturing. She fired her weapon. A tremendous explosion erupted. Everyone watched in shock, waiting to see the outcome. When the smoke cleared, half of the demon's body had been erased. It attempted to regenerate, but the regeneration failed, and the demon vanished completely. Fujimura remarked that, just as he had told her, the demon had been nothing to worry about. Eltiko clapped her hands in approval. Freya looked at her in surprise before thanking her. Fujimura commented that Naginiji had become quite attached to Freya. The animal-eared adventurer silently reflected on the title of the one-armed hero, Frau. On that day, for the first time in human history, a ranked demon was defeated in single combat by a B-rank adventurer. In Chapter 9, a command resounded for the Empirizer Imperial Heavy Unicorn Knights to take the central position. The fire magic squad of the magic nation of Sophia was ordered to take the rear position and provide magical support. The Elven Knight Order of the Realm of White Winds, Etelnia, was instructed to lead the charge on the left flank, while the Great Fanged platoon of the Beastman Kingdom of Fanga led the charge on the right flank. Status, honor, heritage, glory, and even their future all came down to this battle. Victory was there for the taking. The battle unfolded at the demonic front line of Adzuma, where numerous spider-like monsters stood at the front before charging toward the allied forces. To the commander's shock, the monsters were already being struck by something before reaching the lines. As they drew closer, the spider monsters stabbed their targets with their antennae, which extended into long whips used to fling others away. The battle continued fiercely. A soldier wondered whether there was still no word from the Salyuan or the Order generals. The commander believed they should arrive at any moment but insisted that retreat was absolutely impossible. Something sparkled across the sky before a loud roar echoed over the battlefield. The soldiers anticipated the arrival of whoever had appeared. One person remarked that everyone had been kept waiting. As the surrounding battle raged on, two figures stood above the battlefield. One observed that he was impressed and that the first strike had landed successfully. The other noted that the attack had wiped out a large number of enemies. Salyuan Feverlash Heathland questioned the remark after observing that the other attack had also eliminated a large number. The other figure removed a helmet and pointed out that the attack had destroyed twice as many, indicating the massive pile of defeated monsters. The figure was revealed to be Imperial Order General Leviathan Aklina, who wondered whether there were any complaints about that. Feverlash merely pouted without offering any real objection. The SS-class adventurer Heathland had fallen head over heels for her. The soldiers celebrated upon recognizing that one of the Salyuan had arrived, followed by the Order as well. Another soldier recognized the Salyuan who was always clinging to Lady Aklina's side. Above the battlefield, Aklina asked Heathland whether he had heard the rumors circulating lately. Heathland showed curiosity, prompting Aklina to explain that the rumors came from a small country far to the east known as the Red Lands of Verasso, where an unusual incident had supposedly occurred. Elsewhere, a demon bug reported to the high-ranking demon, Demon General Lord Telzero, one of the 6 great demon generals, that Vice Division Commander Matora, who had been sent on a scouting mission, had been eliminated. Telzero reacted with surprise and questioned whether Matora had fallen to a member of the Salyuan or the Order. In another location, someone questioned the so-called human realm before laughing at the story, believing that someone had to be pulling a prank because there was no way a B-class could accomplish such a feat. The same person then suggested going to meet them in person. The monster accompanying the individual admitted that the idea was too frightening. Sitting atop the monster, the person mentioned another rumor claiming that humans swallowed the demons they defeated whole in only 2 seconds. The S-rank adventurer Beastman Prince Eilenes reflected that he did not get along with other people who made a business out of eating because that was supposed to be his specialty, though he remained unconcerned and smiled. As the monster continued moving, the youngest Salyuan, the prodigy Enosis, assured everyone that Eilenes would have Enosis accompanying him, and that Enosis would personally ensure Eilenes' safety, leaving nothing to worry about. Enosis was a prodigy. Eilenes then recalled another rumor that had been spreading, one concerning a weapon capable of killing a demon in a single blow. Of all the rumors, that was unquestionably the one that concerned him the most. Meanwhile, Fujimura was preparing something. The king asked what he intended to do next. Fujimura explained that the next objective was reaching the hero goal, which meant heading directly to the Demon King's doorstep at Adzuma. Freya reacted with surprise upon realizing they intended to travel to the front lines already. The king acknowledged the plan and explained that the journey would be extremely arduous. Even with the finest horse and carriage, the trip would require at least 6 months. Once the horse's stamina, weather conditions, magic beasts, and rough roads were considered, the actual travel time could easily double. Fujimura asked whether a horse could travel around 50 kilometers a day before dismissing any concern. He then pulled back a covering and revealed his car. Fujimura explained that he had a friend capable of making the trip in only 2 weeks, calling it the K-Truck. The king could hardly believe such a journey could be completed in only 2 weeks. Fujimura explained that it was a type of vehicle known as an automobile and that magic stones worked remarkably well as a substitute for fuel, making it extremely convenient. The king remarked that the two of them never failed to surprise him and assured them that the support of Raraso would always remain behind them whenever it was needed. The truck was displayed, leaving everyone in awe. Fujimura then called for El Tico and Freya. A disc was inserted, and, with preparations complete, Fujimura set out toward the top of the food chain, urging everyone to get moving. In Chapter 10, Fujimura held a prosthetic hand and had Freya try it on for size. Freya fitted it onto her arm and moved her fingers. Her eyes widened as she experienced an incredible sense of unity. The movement was as smooth as the finest quality silk, making it feel almost identical to a real hand. Fujimura explained that the prosthetic was a new and improved model powered by another Embo magic stone, similar to the Meridian stone. It greatly enhanced her neurotransmission rate, allowing it to move effortlessly. With the electricity issue now resolved, it should operate perfectly. Fujimura remarked that the place was remarkably convenient, as a little elbow grease allowed him to create substitutes for almost everything. He then reached for his cigar box, only to realize there were no cigarettes left inside. Concern spread across his face as he searched frantically across the table, hoping to find one. Eventually, he lowered his head in defeat after accepting that he could not create a substitute for cigars. Staggering slightly, he wondered whether the day had finally come for him to quit smoking. Later, El Tico sat in the back of the K-truck as they traveled. Freya gazed outside in amazement after realizing they had already covered an incredible distance in such a short time. She admired the capabilities of Fujimura's K-truck. Fujimura, however, remained gloomy while chewing on a piece of leather. Freya wondered what he was doing. Fujimura complained about the condition of the national highway, questioning whether it had been paved blindfolded because they would never make it anywhere in one piece at that rate. He also observed that they were consuming their supply of petroleum stone fuel much faster than expected, meaning they would need to stop somewhere to replenish it. Holding a map, Freya found a suitable destination. She suggested stopping at Bonus, the second largest city in Goldoro. It was the world's greatest city of commerce and was said to possess magic stones gathered from across the entire continent. She also explained that Bonus' current Minister of Justice was the former great sage of the Salyuan, one of the wisest people in the world, who had even experienced the last great holy war firsthand. Back in the K-truck, Freya added that if they managed to meet the current minister, he might provide assistance for their journey, including information about the Demon King. Fujimura liked the idea of meeting such a world-class scholar and suggested paying him a visit. He also hoped the current prime minister might be kind enough to make him some new cigarettes. Freya questioned what had happened to his earlier determination to quit smoking. Fujimura immediately regained his enthusiasm, declaring that he could feel his motivation returning. He beamed brightly, while Freya reflected that his earlier resolve never to inhale that poison again had not lasted long. Suddenly, Fujimura noticed someone lying in the distance. A bruised and unconscious half-woman, half-beast was lying there in chains. He drove the truck closer before getting out. Freya asked what was wrong as Fujimura approached the girl. She was only half-conscious. Fujimura wondered what she was doing in a place like that. Her eyes widened and she repeatedly apologized. Her stomach rumbled. Fujimura opened his spatial storage and offered her some bread, believing it would be best for her to fill her stomach and calm down first. Fujimura handed the girl a piece of bread. She salivated at the sight of it before quickly eating it. Fujimura told Freya to cast a healing spell, and Freya immediately complied. She healed the girl, leaving her in shock. Fujimura then decided to have the chains removed, using an angle grinder, a tool for polishing, grinding, and cutting objects with a high-speed rotating grindstone attachment. The chains snapped apart. Observing how desperately she was eating, Fujimura remarked that she had clearly been starving and assured her that no one was going to take the bread away from her, so she could take her time and eat slowly. The girl looked at Fujimura as he smiled at her kindly. Tears welled up in her eyes before she broke down crying, streams of tears running down her face. Freya explained that the child belonged to the Beastman race and must have fled a great distance to reach that place. She pointed to the mark on the girl's shoulder, identifying it as the mark of a slave. Fujimura asked about it, prompting Freya to explain that, in the darker parts of society, children became slaves through many circumstances, including becoming orphaned, being kidnapped, forced marriages, and various other reasons. They were bought and sold, forced into every kind of hard labor, and treated as nothing more than objects. She added that beastmen were said to suffer some of the worst treatment of all. At that moment, 3 men riding horses arrived. One spotted the girl and complained that she had run all the way out there, making herself a nuisance. Fujimura turned toward the speaker. Another rider remarked that she should have known disappearing on her own was unacceptable and questioned whether she was beginning to test their ability to control her. He added that, as long as they possessed the stone, she could never escape. The stone and the chains were connected, allowing them to send a signal and track her location. The girl trembled in terror. The man pursuing her declared that it was time for her punishment. Because she was a rare white wolf, she would be used for experiments, organ harvesting, kept as a pet, and forced into sexual slavery. He further declared that she would bear many children for them and reminded her that resisting was impossible because her beast transformation ability had already been sealed. The man laughed. Fujimura gently patted the girl's head, assuring her that she had nothing to worry about. She looked up at him as he acknowledged that she had endured everything alone remarkably well and told her to leave the rest to him. The girl stopped crying. Freya smiled as she watched the exchange. Suddenly, El Tico stepped forward and fixed the three men with a furious glare. Fujimura wondered what El Tico was doing and worried that she was about to get him killed twice over. One of the men questioned what the group thought they were trying to do. Another shifted his attention to El Tico, remarking that the elf was exceptionally attractive and suggesting that no one would blame them for taking her for themselves. He proposed having a taste first, and the three men burst into laughter. El Tico stomped her foot, and in the blink of an eye she appeared directly in front of one of the men before delivering a swift kick. The first man was struck in the face and crashed to the ground. The remaining two stared in surprise. Freya was shocked by how incredibly fast El Tico had moved. One of the men demanded to know who she was and how she had crossed the distance so quickly. The other charged at El Tico in anger, attacking with his sword after declaring that he had had enough of the troublesome elf. El Tico calmly blocked the blade with her armored arm, causing the sword to scrape harmlessly across the armor. The man was stunned by its hardness. El Tico immediately punched him, sending him flying away. Watching the fight, Fujimura asked El Tico how she liked her new equipment, referring to her as Naginiji. El Tico showed that she was indeed pleased with it. In Chapter 11, Freya asked Fujimura about El Tico's equipment. Fujimura explained that they might eventually have to deal with humans and would want to capture them alive. While Freya's weapon possessed tremendous destructive power, this equipment was better suited for that purpose. He added that, for some reason, Naginiji possessed very little mana. However, the equipment could accumulate and focus those faint mana signals, temporarily boosting her physical strength. Freya considered the concept of mana accumulation. Fujimura continued by remarking that, even without the equipment, El Tico was already unbelievably strong, having become the A-rank gorilla she was. Because her mana output was so small, the equipment's effect would not last long. Even so, if she used it effectively, he believed she would come extremely close to reaching S-rank. Freya froze at the mention of S-rank. Fujimura went on to explain that the output could also be adjusted easily through El Tico's own strength, making it ideal for dealing with fragile human opponents. He revealed that the equipment was called Shippu. The last uninjured man hurried away from El Tico but suddenly stumbled after colliding with someone. He angrily told the person to get out of his way, only to discover in shock that it was Mr. Vito Rai. Vito remarked that the fight looked like it was going to be a pain, but figured he had to earn his keep somehow. The fallen man laughed and declared that it was over for Fujimura and his group. He identified Vito as a former Holy Imperial Knight of Empirizer, once renowned as the strongest in the world. After returning to the front lines, Vito had even become a vice-captain and held a high-ranking position within the organization. Before he could continue, Vito knocked the man on the head and told him to be quiet. As far as Vito was concerned, he was nothing more than a fugitive with an entire country pursuing him, leaving society's underbelly as the only place left for him. Freya was surprised to learn that he had once been a holy knight. Fujimura asked whether Vito was truly that strong. Freya explained that knights were elite warriors belonging to their respective nations, trained in advanced combat techniques from a young age under harsh discipline. Even the weakest among them possessed power equal to at least a B-rank adventurer, and their tactical expertise was indispensable in humanity's struggle against the demon race. As an Imperial Holy Knight and former vice-captain, Vito's true strength was impossible for her to predict. Vito stretched his arm and remarked that it had been a long time, deciding that the encounter could serve as exercise. He reflected that, no matter where he ended up, life had long since lost its excitement. Deciding where to begin, he chose to target the troublesome healer first and dashed straight toward Freya. Before he could reach her, however, El Tico's leg swung out and struck him, sending him crashing to the ground. El Tico stared down at him while Vito remarked that it had been uncomfortably close. Fujimura watched in amazement. Former Holy Knight Vito Rai possessed an exceptional instinct for weighing risk against reward. His greatest talent was knowing when to flee without hesitation whenever he found himself at a disadvantage. Self-preservation was his highest priority. Scratching his head, he considered escaping immediately. At that moment, however, the balance between advantage and disadvantage remained uncertain. Deciding there was no other option, Vito resolved to first gauge the group's combat ability. He reluctantly produced a precious magic stone, thinking that he disliked using something so valuable but recognizing that he still intended to survive and return alive. Vito produced an analysis stone, an A-class magic stone capable of rendering a target's strength as a vision. It could also determine the extent of latent power and the class of cursed seals. He decided to use it on Eltico first. The analysis stone took effect. In the vision, a blade was pointed directly at him, followed by countless more. Vito observed that this was the strength of a top A rank and concluded that Eltico already had 1 foot in S-class. Moreover, she still possessed an immense amount of room to grow. He thought that he had better receive an extraordinary bonus for dealing with such a troublesome situation. Vito then shifted his attention to Freya. She flinched as he prepared to analyze her next. His vision suddenly turned completely dark. A light appeared in the distance, drawing his gaze upward. There, he saw a ring of light with something sinister lurking behind her. His eyes widened in shock as he sensed an overwhelming and violent presence, as though he were standing before an entire army. He had believed the elf to be the strongest among them, but the vision suggested otherwise. After witnessing the vision, Fujimura noticed Vito's reaction and wondered whether he had lost his appetite. Vito turned toward Fujimura and considered the possibility that the young man might also possess tremendous power. Dismissing the thought for a moment, he questioned what someone so inexperienced could possibly do before activating the analysis stone on Fujimura. Immediately, another vision appeared. Countless chains wrapped around Vito's body, binding him from every direction. He was stunned as the ground beneath his feet transformed into water and dragged him into the depths. Unable to breathe, he desperately struggled toward the surface, realizing that he would drown if he remained below. His eyes widened once more as he saw a monstrous being controlling the chains. The creature opened its enormous mouth, filling Vito with terror. Fortunately, the analysis stone reached its limit, shattered, and abruptly ended the vision. Vito clutched his head as he trembled. Fujimura watched him curiously as Vito panted heavily, visibly terrified. Fujimura wondered whether Vito was all right and questioned whether something had leaked out. Gritting his teeth, Vito realized that the vision had forced him to relive memories he desperately wanted to forget. The reason he had fled the front lines was because he had once analyzed that demon up close and witnessed its true form. Exhausted, he questioned why this random young man gave him the same overwhelming sensation. Fujimura then offered Vito some tissue paper. Fujimura waited for Vito's response. Vito let out a sigh and admitted that he gave up, knowing when to throw in the towel. Smiling, he thought there was no way even that elf girl alone would have been enough to wear him down, and with those 2 freaks of nature added to the mix, he was completely out of options. Fujimura declared that there would be no mercy. Vito was confused. Fujimura made it clear that he had no intention of turning the other cheek after Vito had tried to kill someone, referring to his attack on Freya. Freya regarded the matter as water under the bridge. Vito urged Fujimura to cool his heels, pointing out that the lady was unharmed and that a 3-on-1 fight had never been in his favor to begin with. Furious, Fujimura told Vito to stop talking and keep his head still as he slapped the wrench in his hand. Vito asked for a moment to explain himself. Inwardly, he wondered what Fujimura's deal was, as nothing he said seemed to get through to him. Gritting his teeth nervously, Vito announced that if Fujimura spared him, he would provide some information free of charge, adding that it concerned Fujimura's little friend as well. Fujimura's attention shifted to the wolf girl, who looked back at him innocently. He regarded her as a cute little pet dog and thought she was quite the adorable little pipsqueak. Fujimura then remarked that if Vito wanted them to spare him, he should try asking the pipsqueak instead. Vito inwardly cursed, wondering why he had to stoop to pleading with a slave. Even so, he apologized and promised to stop being such a bad guy, hoping she would forgive him. Fujimura's answer was a death penalty. Shocked, Vito begged for his life, insisting there were plenty of ways he could be useful to them. Freya suggested that they should at least hear what Vito had to say, as she was curious about the information he claimed was relevant to her. Fujimura conceded that there was no way around it and agreed to hear Vito out. Satisfied, Vito considered the negotiation complete. Vito pointed at Eltico and revealed that the elf was cursed. Freya was taken aback. Vito questioned whether they had found it strange that, despite elves being naturally proficient with magic, he could barely sense any mana from Eltico. He explained that the cause was a magu, a mana eater. It was an ancient advanced control magic that used a curse to consume any mana generated by its source, a forbidden curse on an entirely different level from the one affecting the Beastman. Vito admitted that he had no idea how it had been accomplished, but stated that the very fact Eltico could use mana even for a moment was a miracle in itself. Alarmed, Freya wondered what they should do about it. Vito explained that control magic of this kind was normally released only through the death of the caster or by a release spell of equal level. However, what made a magu especially dangerous was that it could only be removed if the vessel it was cursing was destroyed. Otherwise, it would remain even after the caster had died. Freya tried to make sense of the explanation. Meanwhile, Vito privately thought that the one who had managed to place a magu on the elf must have been a monster in her own right. Vito continued by revealing that the owner of the cursed vessel was most likely one of Zophat's top executives, the ultimate bringer of ill fate, the dark magician Maldik. Freya recognized Zophat as a massive slave-trading crime syndicate said to have tens of thousands of members. If she recalled correctly, its base was located in Bonus. Vito confirmed that she was correct. Fujimura questioned whether Vito's organization would really not mind him revealing all of this information. Vito replied that it was no big deal to him, as he had never been emotionally attached to the organization in the first place. His own safety always came first. Declaring that his work there was done, he decided to head back and casually mentioned that the executives would have to come up with some excuse upon his return. As Vito mounted his horse, Fujimura stopped him with the wrench. He told Vito to take them along since they also had business in Bonus. Fujimura further requested that, while Vito was at it, he escort them straight to the center of the organization's hideout. Vito reminded Fujimura of everything he had just explained and personally advised against it, warning that the place was crawling with scoundrels. Inwardly, he wondered whether Fujimura was mocking him. If the organization discovered he had betrayed them, there would be a heavy price to pay. Fujimura turned toward El Tico and the wolf girl, assuring them through his actions that they only needed to wait, as he would break the troublesome curse before long. Both El Tico and the wolf girl were deeply moved. The wolf girl hugged him while affectionately calling him Fuji. Laughing, Fujimura thought of her as a cheerful little pipsqueak. She happily repeated his name. Fujimura then declared that nothing could compare to the suffering they had endured, and that they would go after those responsible and tear them apart piece by piece. Vito hastily tried to calm him down, but Fujimura remained furious, refusing to forgive anyone involved in child abduction. Later, the K-truck was started. Fujimura ordered Vito to get inside. Vito was bewildered, unable to understand what Fujimura was talking about. No matter how strong the three of them were, he believed there was no way they could force him to ride with them. Fujimura firmly repeated the order. Before long, everyone was inside the truck. Vito remarked that he felt as though he was the one being abducted. Fujimura regarded criminals as having no luxury of choice. Later, they arrived at Bonus, the second great city of Goldoro. The bustling city was crowded with people, and displays of various stones lined the street. Freya was filled with awe. A busy beer house stood nearby among the lively crowds. After stopping at a certain location, Fujimura confirmed that their check-in was complete. He reflected that Ganchan truly was an impressive person. Even a king of a small country was still a king, and Ganchan had lent them a respectable amount of money, allowing them to live comfortably for at least a while. Their arrival soon attracted attention as a group of men noticed what they believed to be easy target. They observed that Fujimura was openly carrying a large amount of gold and regarded it as a foolish mistake, deciding to take it as payment for such carelessness. Vito inwardly groaned, irritated that they were drawing attention despite his efforts to avoid standing out. The men approached Vito and recognized him. After greeting him, they questioned why he was out there. One of them playfully slapped Fujimura, assuming that Fujimura and the others were Vito's slaves. He mocked Fujimura's appearance, wondering whether Vito intended to sell such a tacky-looking brat to some unfortunate buyer. Convinced that Fujimura was merely a foolish noble child from some insignificant kingdom, he asked how much Vito planned to sell him for. Another man shifted the conversation to Vito's progress in joining the organization, expressing excitement about it. Before the conversation could continue, Fujimura struck one of the men on the head with the wrench, sending him to the ground. Fujimura declared that if they were looking for work, they should search elsewhere, because that organization would soon be nothing more than a pile of rubble. It had been 50 years since the old woman's daughter had suddenly been abducted. As of late, her husband's health had begun to deteriorate, leaving him with difficulty walking. Their daughter had been a kind and caring child who helped around the house and looked after the other children. She had been their little ray of sunshine, their pride and joy. Even after 50 years, the old woman still remembered her voice and smile as though it had happened yesterday. If her daughter were still alive, she would have been 56 years old. The old woman had kept all of her clothes, unable to throw them away. She still regretted not having stayed closer to her on that day. Remembering the old woman's story, Fujimura thought that it had been weighing on his mind since that morning. He could not help wanting to punch the people responsible for such acts square in the face. The old woman had said there was at least one thing she had to do while she was still alive to see her daughter again. Fujimura had thought of himself as nothing more than a humble craftsman, believing an old geezer like him would be of no help at all. He also remembered the old woman saying that she was already 80 years old. Through tears, she had said that if she could have just one chance to tell her daughter she was sorry for not being able to protect her, she would. Fujimura tightened his grip on what he was holding and wondered whether things might have been different if only he had possessed the power to help. Later that night in Bonus, the plates were empty as Freya and Vito watched Fujimura, who was in an unusually festive mood. Fujimura admired the town, thinking it was one incredible place, overflowing with high-quality food and alcohol exactly to his liking. He announced that he would get serious and shop for some new equipment, adding that if the others wanted to sightsee, he might also pay a visit to the great sage. Vito immediately realized that the great sage was the head of the judiciary and, in his mind, considered him practically their natural enemy. Fujimura then decided they should call it a night since they had an early start the next day. Vito privately resolved to get out before the situation became troublesome. Fujimura slapped him on the shoulder and insisted that Vito accompany him to another bar because the night was still young and it was the perfect time for adults to enjoy themselves. Vito tried to excuse himself, claiming he needed a full 12 hours of sleep or he became irritable. Fujimura held on to him even more firmly, telling him to relax and assuring him that it was his treat. Left with no choice, Vito reluctantly agreed. As they headed for the door, Fujimura assured the others that they would see them later and that they would try not to get too drunk. Freya held the wolf girl, who had begun crying while calling out for Fuji. As Freya watched them leave, she saw Fujimura smiling brightly. Later, Vito asked Fujimura where he wanted to go and suggested visiting the place where his sister worked. Fujimura instead proposed going to Vito's hideout. Vito was stunned, realizing Fujimura had not been joking, and was even planning to go there alone. Fujimura explained that the plan came entirely from his own selfish desire, as he did not want the others getting hurt over something like this. Vito inwardly thought that if he stayed around this idiot any longer, it would not matter how many lives he had left because he would eventually lose them all. As he looked at Fujimura's back, Vito suddenly came up with an idea. He dashed away while telling Fujimura to go off and die on his own time. Fujimura activated his ring, and in an instant appeared directly in front of Vito. Vito was left in shock. Fujimura raised his wrench and slammed it into the ground, shattering the spot where it landed. The earth rumbled, making Vito visibly nervous. Realizing his own approach had been inappropriate, Fujimura reflected that he should have remembered he was the one asking Vito for a favor, expecting Vito to lend him a hand now. Vito's thoughts raced as he tried to comprehend what had just happened. He recognized it as transition, a phenomenon he had believed existed only in fairy tales. Combined with Fujimura's overwhelming physical enhancement, Vito could only wonder who in the seven hells this brat really was. Vito paused. Fujimura considered whether it would be better to split Vito's head open like a melon as atonement for all his past sins. Faced with that, Vito gave up. Later, Vito announced that they had finally arrived. Before them stretched a body of water where a gigantic fish-like monster swam. Fujimura was amazed by the sight. Vito explained that the true reason the massive crime syndicate Zafat had remained undiscovered for so long was the Dungeon of Bonus, the Waterfall Labyrinth Aquarium. Their hideout was located directly at its center, with the headquarters situated on the 15th floor, a location that also made it convenient for preventing slaves from escaping. Vito pressed a stone, causing a hidden passage to open. He explained that it was a direct access route reserved exclusively for executives, himself included. Fujimura questioned whether Vito had experienced a sudden change of heart. Vito claimed that he simply could not completely abandon his old knightly spirit. In reality, he thought that if he made good use of Fujimura, he might even defeat some powerful monsters himself. If that happened, everyone would have no choice but to acknowledge him as the organization's new head. Smirking to himself, Vito led the way down the stairs. He also thought that if that plan failed, he could always flee to another criminal underworld. The two eventually stopped before a massive metal door. Vito explained that it was the final gate leading to the deepest part of the hideout. Placing his hand inside the circular mechanism at its center, he explained that the gate was constructed from steel as thick as a muscular warrior's arm and reinforced with a magic stone that repelled all forms of magic. The only way to open it was by applying the correct mana signature. Vito suddenly fell silent. Fujimura asked what was wrong and urged him to open the gate. Cursing under his breath, Vito slammed his fist against the door. He realized that his mana signature had been deleted, meaning the organization had discovered his betrayal much sooner than expected. Sliding down the wall until he was seated on the floor, Vito admitted that they had reached a dead end. Without a magic key, no one could open the gate. He urged Fujimura to leave immediately, convinced that someone was already on their way after his failed attempt. Fujimura placed a hand against the gate and estimated its thickness at roughly 1,000 millimeters. He then retrieved several items from his spatial storage and instructed Vito to move aside. Vito watched in confusion as Fujimura assembled the equipment and announced that he would open the gate himself. Vito laughed, believing Fujimura had ignored everything he had just explained. Without the proper mana, there was no possibility of getting through such absurdly thick steel. Fujimura put on a pair of gloves, remarking that steel itself was not a problem. He then prepared to demonstrate something he referred to as modern magic. As Vito questioned what that meant, Fujimura ignited a torch and adjusted the intensity of its flame. He explained that the device was a cutting torch equipped with a regulator, a gas fuel valve, an oxygen valve, an acetylene supply, a preheating oxygen valve, the torch itself, and a cutting oxygen valve. Using a combination of oxygen and acetylene, the tool was specifically designed for cutting thick steel. The first step was to heat the target area until it reached approximately 800 to 900 degrees, ensuring the center glowed a proper shade of orange. Once that was achieved, the cutting oxygen valve was opened. As Vito watched in stunned silence, Fujimura steadily guided the torch wherever he intended to cut. He maintained that the important part was keeping a constant height and speed while moving in a straight line and watching for changes in the steel. Before long, a rectangular section of the gate dropped heavily onto the floor. Fujimura switched off the torch. Vito stared in disbelief. The supposedly impenetrable door had truly been opened. Fujimura judged the result to be satisfactory, noting that while the tool struggled against metals such as aluminum and stainless steel, it required no electricity, was inexpensive to use, and remained an old-fashioned, dependable piece of equipment. He also reflected that if they encountered something even tougher, they could always use plasma instead. Vito's jaw hung open. He could not comprehend what Fujimura really was. Fujimura wielded strange technology without using any magic and spoke of concepts Vito had never even heard of. Unable to contain his curiosity, Vito pressed Fujimura for an explanation. Fujimura dismissed the question, insisting that he was nothing more than a simple craftsman. In the middle of the night, Freya woke up and realized that Fujimura had still not returned. She wondered what he could possibly be doing at such a late hour. Remembering that he had described the night as prime time for adults to enjoy themselves, she concluded that he was still out drinking. Her attention was suddenly drawn to the window, where she spotted the wolf girl trotting about. Recognizing Pip, Freya wondered what she was doing out so late. Pip happily revealed through her actions that she was going to look for Fujimura. Freya realized that finding him in such a large city would not be easy. Pip remained confident, relying on her keen sense of smell. Freya then remembered that beastmen possessed a sense of smell hundreds of times stronger than that of humans. Even so, recalling that Fujimura had intended to spend the night enjoying himself, she decided to accompany Pip, believing it would be too dangerous for the child to go alone. Eltico then joined them, reminding them not to leave her behind. Freya was surprised to find that Eltico had been there as well. Meanwhile, inside the hideout, Fujimura looked down at a large gathering of people celebrating with food and drink. Vito explained that it was the organization's gathering place, where members waited for orders. Around 100 men remained on standby there at all times to protect the hideout. Deciding it would be best to avoid being noticed, Fujimura intended to slip away before anyone spotted them, noting that the hidden route was certainly convenient. Vito agreed with a smirk, but warned that they first needed to deal with another problem. A seal-like monster suddenly appeared before them. Vito identified it as Hamishil, a creature responsible for watching the back passages. Weighing over a ton, it was one of the few monsters within aquarium that Fujimura should truly be wary of. Before Vito could finish his explanation, however, Fujimura struck Hamishil with his wrench, knocking it unconscious in a single blow. Leaving the monster where it fell, Fujimura urged them onward. Vito remarked to himself that it was exactly what he had expected from Fujimura, who always finished the job quickly. He then informed Fujimura that the slave quarters were just ahead. Fujimura's attention immediately focused on the mention of slave. Vito explained that the area served primarily as a detention camp for women and children. Upon reaching the room, Fujimura saw the miserable-looking captives confined inside. His eyes widened as he noticed the slave mark branded onto one of the girl's shoulders. Covering his nose, Vito complained about the foul smell, remarking that the captives apparently knew nothing about personal hygiene before dismissing it as inevitable since they were going to be sold anyway. Standing before the cell, Fujimura resolved to break in and free every last captive. He took out a reciprocating saw, also known as a saber saw, an electric tool that cut material by rapidly moving a blade back and forth. It could be used for a wide range of applications and accepted replacement blades that produced no sparks. Fujimura handed Vito a hacksaw, a hand saw mainly used for cutting metal that was especially useful in narrow spaces, and expected him to help. Vito inwardly thought that Fujimura had to be kidding. At the same time, Freya, Pip, and Eltico arrived at the entrance to the hideout. Freya asked Pip whether she had smelled something coming from within the rocks. She began to suspect that the formation concealed some kind of entrance mechanism. Before they could investigate further, a man approached from behind and became suspicious of the two young women wandering around at such an ungodly hour. Freya awkwardly tried to explain that they were merely searching for someone. Hearing this, the man leaped down to where they stood and quickly reached his own conclusion. Placing a hand on one of the stones, he activated a hidden mechanism, and a clicking sound echoed through the area. Believing they had accidentally stumbled upon the hidden shop, he prepared to show them around, explaining that he worked there as a clerk. Watching the concealed entrance reveal itself, Freya realized that there truly had been an entrance hidden there all along. The man instructed Freya and the others to stay close so they would not get lost. He explained that while being hidden away had its advantages, it also resulted in some rather confusing pathways. Even so, he was certain they would have plenty of fun there. Meanwhile, inside the slave detention area, Fujimura successfully freed all of the captives. After confirming that he believed everyone had been released, the slave girls gathered to thank Vito, while one of them approached Fujimura to express her gratitude. Vito then explained that the real challenge lay ahead with the organization's leader, Maledic. Pointing down the corridor, he directed Fujimura to follow the path all the way to the right, assuring him it would lead straight to Maledic. Fujimura acknowledged the directions before handing Vito a bag of coins. Surprised, Vito questioned why Fujimura was giving him so much gold. Realizing the pouch contained a considerable fortune, he stared at it in disbelief. Fujimura regarded it as a token of appreciation for everything Vito had done to help him so far and told him to leave the rest to him. He intended the money to be a parting gift. Although it was not much by his standards, he believed it would be enough for Vito to start over somewhere else. Fujimura urged him to take the people with him and leave the area, adding that it was time for Vito to stop living as a criminal. Waving as he departed, Fujimura walked away. Vito was left speechless before asking himself whether Fujimura truly intended to face everything alone. He wondered if Fujimura had ever considered the possibility that he might lose. Fujimura admitted that he very well might. Even so, he believed that the regret of turning his back and running away would hurt far more than defeat ever could. Vito's eyes widened and he fell silent. After a moment, he decided to offer Fujimura one final piece of advice. Besides Maledic, there was one more person Fujimura needed to be wary of, a man every bit as insane. If Fujimura ended up confronting both of them at once, he should flee immediately. Meanwhile, the man leading Freya, Pip, and Eltico reminded them to watch their step because the ground was slippery. Back with Fujimura, Vito revealed that the other dangerous individual was a beastman named Bestia. He had single-handedly annihilated the Night Squadron sent to capture him and was an S-rank combatant in every sense of the word. As Fujimura and Vito spoke, someone watched them from afar. Seated upon a large chair, the observer eagerly awaited Fujimura's arrival and grinned broadly. Meanwhile, Vito and the freed slaves had emerged from the hideout. Vito placed a gold coin into each slave's palm before telling them that they were now free. Whatever they chose to do or wherever they decided to go from that point onward was entirely up to them. One of the slaves wondered where Vito intended to go. Vito revealed that he was heading straight back into the hideout because he still had his sights set on becoming the head of the organization and needed to learn the outcome of what was happening inside as soon as possible. Privately, however, Vito questioned his own decision. Returning to become the organization's leader no longer seemed realistic. Now that his betrayal had been exposed, any hope of achieving such an ambition had vanished. Remembering Fujimura, Vito reflected that the reckless fool believed anything was better than facing everything alone and losing. If that was truly Fujimura's way of doing things, Vito decided he would see just how far that naive idealism would take him. Meanwhile, Fujimura arrived before an enormous door adorned with a skull. He reflected that his own way of doing things had never failed him before. Concluding that this was the door leading to Maledic, he noted its immense size and assumed it was yet another gate that required mana to open. Before he could act, however, the massive door slowly creaked open. Standing his ground, Fujimura realized that the one seated inside had been waiting for him all along. Behind the throne, a skeleton emitted a faint sound. Upon seeing Fujimura, Maledic introduced himself and welcomed him to the pinnacle of everything Zafvat had to offer. Fujimura immediately recognized him as the one running the entire operation and decided there was no need for further conversation before defeating him. Maledic burst into laughter, amused that a lone brat believed he could challenge him. Rather than dismissing Fujimura outright, however, he admitted that he had become deeply interested in learning who Fujimura really was. Maledic pointed out that Fujimura had used transition and had even cut through the supposedly impenetrable gate using extraordinary technical skill. Fujimura questioned how Maledic knew so much about him. Maledic revealed that magic stones had been scattered throughout both the city and the dungeon, allowing him to observe everything. According to him, every one of Fujimura's actions had been completely abnormal. Maledic then activated his magical eye, which displayed Freya, Pip, and Eltico following Bestia. He explained that he had originally intended to monitor the former knight Vitorai after his betrayal but had stumbled upon something far more interesting instead. Seeing the image, Fujimura angrily wondered why the three of them were there. Maledic remarked that, despite escaping, one of them had conveniently returned to him of her own accord. Chuckling, he focused the magical eye on Eltico's face before revealing that she was a Magu elf born there. He remarked that Fujimura must have been curious about his little guinea pig slave. The term caught Fujimura's attention. Maledic then explained that Eltico was a miraculous success story who had come into existence entirely by chance. Meanwhile, Bestia led Freya, Pip, and Eltico to a door and opened it. The three entered the room. Bestia brought them into what he referred to as the legendary diner. Freya immediately noticed how dark the room was. Suddenly, a skull clattered across the floor and rolled to a stop, startling her. A mechanism activated and the lights came on. Before them stood what appeared to be a table surrounded by skulls. Nearby were a chair covered in spikes, a thorn necklace alongside various pieces of equipment, and countless more skulls scattered throughout the room. The door behind Freya, Pip, and Eltico slammed shut. Freya turned toward Bestia. He welcomed them to what he proudly called his torture room, referring to it as the diner. Freya could hardly believe what she was hearing. Bestia remarked that they had placed far too much faith in other people before turning his attention to the little beastman, noting that she had finally made her way back. Holding up a skeleton, Bestia wondered whether the friends who had gone to such lengths to help Pip escape would be upset. He dismissed the thought, explaining that it no longer mattered because he had already picked their bones clean. He added that one of them had tasted particularly awful. Pip remembered the beastman who had told her he had a child around her age and had promised to rescue her. Tears welled up in her eyes. Bestia responded with manic laughter. Without warning, Eltico's leg struck Bestia squarely in the face. She glared at him sternly. Cursing in pain, Bestia retaliated with a punch while insulting her as nothing more than a slave. Eltico was sent crashing into the wall. Freya stared in shock as blood trickled down Eltico's forehead. Every moment of the confrontation was displayed before Fujimura through the magical screen. Meldick remarked that Fujimura's companions appeared to be in serious trouble. In his view, there was no possible way an A-rank fighter could defeat an S-rank opponent. Fujimura responded by asking one question. He wanted to know whether Eltico had originally been far stronger before Meldick placed the Magu upon her. After a brief pause, Meldick admitted that Fujimura was correct. Their objective had been to create the strongest possible soldier by exploiting the elf's innate power. Eltico had already been frighteningly powerful before she had even left her mother's womb. Believing she would eventually become a threat, Meldick had decided it was best to curse her immediately after her birth. Fujimura thanked him for confirming it, leaving Meldick puzzled. Fujimura concluded that if the Magu's vessel was destroyed as soon as possible, Eltico would regain her original strength. Meldick observed that Fujimura already knew the method for removing the Magu but questioned whether he was actually capable of doing it. Before Fujimura could destroy the cursed vessel, he would first have to overcome another obstacle. Meldick presented a steel box and explained that no one in history had ever managed to destroy it. It was the unbreakable magic stone. The sight of the box stirred Fujimura's memory. Staring at it intently, he recalled someone from his previous world introducing a so-called magical metal produced by Yamada Saisakusho. The man had pointed out that lettering was gradually emerging on its surface. Both the engraved characters and the pedestal measured an astonishing 3/1000ths of a millimeter in thickness, roughly 1/30th the thickness of a sheet of paper. The surface was nothing short of a perfectly flat plane. Achieving that level of precision could not be accomplished through machinery alone and ultimately required the skill of a human craftsman. Fujimura became certain that manufacturing of that quality was impossible in this world. It could only have been the work of craftsmen from his own world. Even so, he could not comprehend how something like that had ended up there. Fujimura demanded to know where Meldick had obtained such an object. Meldick explained that it was an heirloom passed down from his predecessor. As far as he knew, it had been refined in Adzuma, and rumors claimed it even dated back to ancient times. The eye of the skull monster crackled before it suddenly launched an attack at Fujimura. Fujimura merely watched it. Meldick added that the magic box also amplified mana. In the next instant, however, Fujimura shattered the skull monster with a single blow. The creature was destroyed before it could react. Meldick was delighted, marveling that Fujimura had slain the beast so effortlessly and admiring the display. Fujimura dismissed the encounter, deciding he had no time to waste and intended to finish everything quickly. Meldick noted Fujimura's speed, but a protective barrier surrounded him. Fujimura was momentarily surprised. Meldick explained that the shield blocked all physical attack. Fujimura retreated back to his previous position, remarking to himself that this world possessed such troublesome abilities as well and continued to surprise him. Meldick revealed that his profession was that of a dark mage. To a magic user, preparing defenses against physical attacks was only natural. Judging from what he had observed, Fujimura's physical enhancement was roughly equivalent to 6th grade reinforcement. Since Fujimura could activate power on that level, Meldick estimated him to be at least a B-rank warrior. In other words, Fujimura was a physical combat specialist who was completely out of his depth. Even so, Meldick acknowledged that Fujimura's transition ability would remain an irritating obstacle no matter what countermeasures he employed. Without warning, something swarmed above Fujimura. Sharp objects burst through the surrounding walls, revealing themselves to be fish-like creatures with pointed mouths. Fujimura calmly looked up at them. Meldick wondered whether Fujimura could possibly escape such overwhelming numbers all at once. Fujimura's eyes glowed as he relied solely on his extraordinary reflexes. The monsters rained down upon him, yet he evaded every single attack without using transition. Maledic stared in disbelief. Once the assault ended, every fish-like monster had been impaled upon the ground while Fujimura remained completely unharmed. Fujimura remarked that he had no intention of wasting transition on opponents of that level. Maledic was left speechless as the monsters crumbled apart. Hidden near the entrance, Vito secretly observed the battle through a crack in the door. He was astonished that Fujimura had successfully dodged such a massive attack. For the first time, he began to believe that Fujimura might actually stand a chance against Maledic. Maledic praised Fujimura's flawless performance, marveling that someone so young could possess such perfection. He wondered where Fujimura had been raised and what kind of bloodline he possessed. As a seeker of knowledge, he found himself consumed by the desire to dissect and analyze Fujimura. He admitted that he had not been this fascinated since the elf he had used as a guinea pig. The mention of a guinea pig prompted Fujimura to ask what Eltico truly was. After a brief pause, Maledic revealed that she was an elf-demon hybrid, a forbidden monster. Vito's eyes widened upon hearing the revelation. Fujimura silently stared at Maledic. The magical screen displayed Eltico being supported by Pip and Freya. Blood continued to run down Eltico's face. Maledic described her existence as a discordant combination born from the greatest sin. At that moment, Freya fired her gun at Eltico. The shot healed her wounds instantly. Eltico immediately assumed a fighting stance while Freya let out a breath. She realized she could not risk using the weapon offensively in such a confined space. All she could do was continue healing Eltico no matter what happened. Bestia clicked his tongue, irritated by Freya's healing ability. He admitted that the elf was far tougher than she appeared, and that the constant healing would keep him occupied regardless of how he approached the fight. He had originally wanted to toy with Eltico as well. Maledic laughed through his connection with Bestia, mocking him for struggling against a handful of insignificant slaves. Bestia angrily insisted that he had everything under control before urging Eltico to hurry up and use the power she possessed, convinced that doing so would be worth it. Bestia decided that the first thing he would do was get rid of the troublesome tube-like weapon, referring to Freya's gun. Picking it up, he examined it closely. Freya and Eltico froze. Bestia leaned toward Freya, licked her, and revealed his particular attraction to human women. He intended to save her for last as a final indulgence after everything else. Eltico immediately moved to attack him, but Bestia struck first with a kick. She slammed into the wall behind her and coughed up blood. Standing before the two of them, Bestia grimaced. Freya hurried to Eltico's side as the elf struggled through a violent coughing fit. Bestia mockingly asked the former slave elf what life had been like after escaping from the hideout. Eltico could only spit out more blood. Grinning, Bestia remarked that black hair and the loss of mana represented the greatest possible heresy among elves. He assumed that, because of that, her life had been every bit as miserable as if she had never escaped at all. Realizing she had become a slave afterward, he concluded that the anger she had shown him before had stemmed from the same reason. Watching through the magical screen, Vito wondered what the two of them were thinking. To him, it was obvious they stood no chance against Bestia, and should have escaped while they still could. Eltico struggled to stand once more, only for Bestia to kick her down again. He questioned who had given her permission to move. Freya looked on in alarm. Bestia reminded Eltico that slaves had no human right. No matter how far she fled, she would always remain nothing more than a tool to them. Freya clenched her teeth. Bestia continued by recalling that Eltico's mother, a former researcher, had once managed to escape from them. Even so, he insisted that Eltico should not expect to be as fortunate. He vowed that this time he would grind her bones to dust. As Eltico endured his words, distant fragments of forgotten memories surfaced in her mind. She heard the soft, gentle voice of a young woman apologizing that this was all she could give her daughter, Lafrel. The memory showed the woman speaking to her infant child while placing a stone into the baby's hands. She explained that she had been storing mana within the stone while waiting for a day like this. It was a single-use transition stone capable of transporting only one person. If Lafrel used it, she would be sent directly to the elven village, a place where those terrible people would never be able to reach her. The baby laughed softly as the woman held out a finger, which the child tightly grasped before calling her mother. The woman embraced her daughter as tears streamed down her face. She pleaded with Lafrel to live on for both of their sakes, believing that as long as Lafrel survived, the day would eventually come when she could smile again. Before long, the men pursuing the woman caught up, announcing that they had found them. The woman threw her child towards safety and accepted that the curse would make the road ahead unbearably difficult. She knew countless hardships awaited Lafrel. Even so, she wanted her daughter to remember one thing above all else. Somewhere in the future there would be people who would truly care for her. She urged Lafrel to keep living and believed with all her heart that one day her daughter would smile and laugh from the bottom of her heart. The memories faded as Eltico rose to her feet once more and stepped in front of Freya, shielding her. She had spent her life being shunned, despised, exploited, and denied even a single stroke of good fortune. Yet none of that mattered to her anymore. Freya broke into tears, desperately wishing for Eltico to stop. Eltico remained resolute, declaring through her actions that her purpose in life was to protect Freya and that she would never retreat. Watching the scene unfold, Vito's eyes widened. Meanwhile, Maledic sat upon his throne in disgust. He found such passionate ideals unbearable, believing that all of that hot-blooded talk only ruined the mood. Activating his magic, he summoned a small magical sphere and used it to call out to his subordinates, ordering the idle members to gather at the diner because an exceptionally appealing meal awaited them. The gathered men laughed excitedly, realizing that Maledic was finally allowing them to deal with the intruders he had mentioned. Learning that there were 3 women among them, they eagerly anticipated easy prey and began thinking that it would be first come, first served. Bestia protested, insisting that Maledic wait because he could handle everything himself. He even pointed out that he had already transformed for the fight. Ignoring the objection, Maledic declared that those who stubbornly refused to give in deserved to witness true despair. In his view, reality was nothing more than overwhelming and unavoidable defeat, and any refusal to surrender was meaningless in the face of that truth. Listening from afar, Vito clenched his teeth. Deep down, he believed Maledic was correct. To him, those who refused to acknowledge reality were nothing but fools. A moment later, Vito suddenly sprinted through the tunnel toward the chamber where the organization's members had gathered. As he arrived, several men questioned why so much commotion had been raised over only 4 opponents, while others simply looked forward to making the most of the situation and enjoying themselves. Vito stepped directly in front of them. The men recognized him immediately and questioned whether it was truly wise for him to show himself after everything that had happened. They briefly wondered if he had actually come to stop them, only to burst into laughter at the thought. They dismissed the idea outright, mocking Vito as nothing more than a cowardly former knight who had once run from his enemies. The others reacted with disbelief at the revelation. Vito admitted that even he was surprised by what he was about to do. Thinking of Eltico and Fujimura, he resolved that even a pathetic former knight like himself would stand against them and put an end to the bastards before him. This was Kolo, a small country to the east. Vito had been born there as the eldest son of a nobleman. One day, the people gathered as an important figure arrived in a carriage. They admired the enormous beast accompanying him and remarked that they expected nothing less from the commander of the Steel Knights, the guardian of Kolo. The women cheered excitedly at his arrival. 10-year-old Vito watched from a window before sliding down a rope to greet him. The man lifted Vito onto his shoulders. Vito's father was delighted, while the young Vito felt embarrassed. His father teased him, remarking that such concerns could wait until he was older, drawing laughter from the attendants. At the time, Vito did not understand the joke. His father was the strongest knight and the pride of the people throughout their fiefdom. He was the man Vito admired most and the person he dreamed of becoming. Back then, that single goal was all that drove him. He silently vowed that one day he would become a man worthy of his father's pride. Not long afterward, Vito overheard men discussing a mission to the northern forest, where demons had appeared. Then came the day everything changed. Vito's father stood victorious atop a defeated demon, but the battle had come at a terrible cost. Crying uncontrollably, Vito apologized over and over, blaming himself for everything. He had broken his promise by entering the forbidden forest, and because of that, his father had been gravely wounded and had lost a limb. Vito believed it was entirely his fault that the greatest knight in the land had ended up in such a state. Through tears, he could not understand why his father had not abandoned him and escaped instead. Compared to his younger brothers, he considered himself nothing more than a weak runt. His father encouraged him to hold his head high instead of crying. He told Vito that he was his greatest treasure and that protecting him, even at the cost of half his own body, was something to be proud of. He warned that if Vito chose to run away from what truly mattered, he would carry that regret for the rest of his life. Someday, Vito would understand what it meant for something to matter more than his own life. Those became his father's final words. The memory faded as Vito stood silently before the gathered members of Zafat. They mocked him, questioning whether he truly intended to stop them. They laughed at the idea that someone like Vito believed he could stand against 100 men. Recalling Maledic's warning, they declared that former knights could never be trusted and made it clear that they would not allow Vito to rely on running away this time. Vito remembered the vision of himself bound in chains. To him, that had always been the reality of his life. Although he had once fled to preserve his own life, the days that followed had been no better than death itself. Inwardly apologizing to his father, he admitted that he had taken a long and painful detour. He knew it was far too late to change the past. Then he remembered his father's smile. For the first time in years, Vito felt the spirit he had possessed in his youth return to him. Along with it came the pride he had once carried as a knight. He resolved that his days of running away would end there. Vito acknowledged that he had committed many despicable acts alongside the members of the organization and accepted that he would not be living comfortably for a very long time because of them. The men looked at him in confusion. Even so, Vito resolved to fight with everything he had, prepared to meet his end like the villain he believed himself to be. One of the men burst into laughter, admitting that there had always been something about Vito that had rubbed him the wrong way. He recalled how Vito had shown even the slightest pity toward the slaves and questioned whether Vito truly believed anyone would show him the same mercy. To him, Vito had only earned himself a massacre for betraying the organization. He also remarked that he was already familiar with Vito's swordsmanship and almost pitied such a worthless former knight. Vito raised a hand as lightning crackled from his fingertip. In response to the remark about his sword skills, he unleashed a bolt of lightning that struck the man directly. The impact hurled him away, leaving his body scorched. The surrounding men stared in astonishment at the lightning attack. A large man named Groton could hardly believe that someone like Vito possessed magic. Vito admitted that he had always been a coward by nature. Rather than serving primarily as a swordsman, his true role in the past had been that of a mage knight who specialized in magic. Groton dismissed the revelation. In his view, once a mage exhausted their mana, they became nothing more than helpless trash. The others rallied behind Groton as he declared that he looked forward to seeing how long Vito could survive against all of them. Meanwhile, Maledic observed the battle through the magical screen and was taken aback that the former knight was genuinely fighting back. Watching as events unfolded, Fujimura recognized that Vito was completely serious. That realization only strengthened his resolve to finish his own battle as quickly as possible. Confused by Fujimura's determination, Maledic turned his attention back to him. Fujimura decided there was something Maledic needed to know. He declared that he was about to fight at full capacity before activating body hardening, second gate. Smoke rose from Fujimura's body as the technique took effect. Maledic was puzzled by the mention of the second gate. Fujimura regarded the state as his core operating at maximum output, likening it to moving like a bat out of hell. While Maledic questioned what Fujimura meant by a core, Fujimura simply concluded that, since he was working against the clock, it was time to go all out. Maledic grinned as he realized they were finally getting serious. Fujimura's eyes gleamed. As expected, Maledic thought that out of the three little groups, Fujimura's gaze irritated him the most. Numerous thorns burst through the ground, followed by countless hands and bodies. Maledic intended to make Fujimura understand that there was no limit to despair. These creatures were his failed guinea pigs, but despite that, they possessed enough power between them to slaughter a B-class in seconds. There were a total of 66 of them. Before he could finish, however, the creatures were already flying through the air after being struck away by Fujimura. Maledic was caught by surprise. Fujimura regarded them as nothing more than baldalocks and considered pitting him against such a flimsy wall an insult. He intended to finish the job in no time. Maledic found the development exciting. The box vessel emitted a sound and granted the monsters pain reduction, forced agitation, and increased physical resistance. Fujimura turned his attention toward it. Maledic declared it checkmate for the losers. On the screen, Bestia held El Tico by the head. He considered the battle over from the moment they had made his organization their enemy. Barely conscious, El Tico hung limply as Bestia wondered why the others were taking so long, believing that if they did not hurry, he would finish them off himself. Freya cried out at the sight of El Tico. In response, El Tico smirked. Irritated, Bestia twitched and slammed her down, unable to understand why she was smiling. El Tico coughed up more blood as Bestia let her fall to the ground. He remarked on how persistent she was and dismissed her smile as pointless, believing she should simply give up. Freya continued to cry as she watched El Tico, who once again answered Bestia with the same smirk. That expression finally pushed Bestia over the edge. No longer caring about Maledic's order to keep her alive, he resolved to kill her by smashing her face so badly that she would never be able to wear that smirk again. El Tico struggled to breathe while Freya watched weakly. As Bestia swung his punch, El Tico remembered Freya's smile and silently apologized to both her and her mother. Pip watched as someone suddenly rushed between them. Freya threw herself in front of El Tico, shielding her with her own body. El Tico was stunned. Freya collapsed onto the floor, and Bestia was left in shock as her prosthetic arm fell apart. Annoyed that she kept getting in the way, Bestia wished she would wait for her turn because he still had his long-awaited dessert to deal with. El Tico called out to Freya, but there was no response beyond a faint twitch of her hand. Freya apologized for making El Tico suffer so much for someone like her. She reflected that El Tico must have experienced countless happy moments, painful moments, and many things she herself had never known. El Tico's eyes widened as memories of her experiences resurfaced. Freya wished for her to finally rest easy because, from that moment onward, she would be the one protecting her. At that moment, El Tico heard her mother's voice echo in her mind, reminding her that by living in Lafrel, one day there would be people who would care deeply for her. Bestia cursed and stomped on Freya's body, enraged that her absurdly tough arms still had not given out and unable to understand why she was still alive. El Tico froze. Meanwhile, the vessel in Maledic's hands suddenly heated up. Grimacing from the sudden burn, he wondered where the heat was coming from. Pip shouted for Bestia to take his leg off Freya. Another voice immediately followed, demanding that he remove his leg from her at once. It was Eltico. Bestia questioned who Eltico thought she was to order him to move his leg. Eltico repeated the demand for him to get his leg off Freya. At that moment, a brilliant light burst from Eltico. Bestia clenched his jaw and immediately leaped backward. The killing intent she had just released was overwhelming, making him wonder if the seal had been broken. Meanwhile, Maledic exclaimed that the box vessel had become far too hot to hold. Shuddering, he managed to restore the seal. Eltico looked stunned. Pip called out to Negi, and Eltico immediately collapsed face-first onto the ground. Panting, Maledic was astonished that Eltico had come so close to breaking the seal. He concluded that she was far too dangerous and resolved to kill her before anything else could happen. To his surprise, however, Fujimura was the only one still standing. Fujimura declared that Maledic was next. Maledic could hardly believe it. Fujimura had gotten back on his feet in only a few seconds. Without hesitation, Fujimura swung his pipe wrench at him. Maledic wondered if he had used transition, but Fujimura dismissed the idea, attributing it instead to having legs like a horse. Maledic insisted that no matter what Fujimura attempted, it would amount to nothing. Unlike the mindless monsters, his barrier was vastly superior. Before the thought could finish, the barrier shattered into countless pieces. Maledic's eyes widened in disbelief. Fujimura regarded it as nothing special. In the next instant, Maledic activated flight magic. Fujimura rummaged through his pocket and hurled several screws toward him. Maledic wondered why Fujimura was throwing such tiny objects and questioned whether they were nails, unable to understand why they had been scattered like that. The screws pierced his body. His jaw dropped as an overwhelming weight suddenly bore down on him, dragging him back to the ground. Fujimura explained that they were useful for swatting flying targets, as they became super-heavy hardened projectiles when launched with a body-strengthening enhanced swing. They worked especially well together with a pipe wrench. Although any projectile would suffice, the screws fit perfectly in his palm, making them accurate and the ideal size. Upon hearing that, Maledic tightly clutched the box vessel and summoned Moray. Fujimura watched as the ground crumbled. Water suddenly burst upward before violently exploding across the area. Fujimura leaped onto a nearby wall and drove his wrench into it to anchor himself, avoiding the surging water below. He realized how close the attack had been and knew that without body hardening, he would have been killed. A gigantic fish-like monster emerged, swimming through the flooded ground. Fujimura's eyes widened as Maledic declared that the dungeon was his territory. Everything within it belonged to him, including the dungeon master, which served as his slave. Looking at the creature, Fujimura thought it resembled a zombie-like eel. With bones protruding from every direction, it was an exceptionally ugly brute. Maledic boasted that with its enormous body and rock-hard bones, Fujimura was as good as dead. Fujimura drew a gad, deciding that it was as good a time as any to give the tool a try. A gad was a tool used for chipping concrete, blocks, and metal, similar to a chisel. Maledic grinned, unable to understand what Fujimura intended to accomplish with such a small tool. The monster lunged toward Fujimura, ready to strike, but in the blink of an eye Fujimura leaped onto its back. Positioning the gad against the monster's back, he swung his wrench and drove the tool deep into it. The technique, Great Chisel Impact, shattered the monster apart. Maledic stared in utter disbelief as the dungeon boss he had summoned exploded into countless pieces. Fujimura remarked that he and his tools had spent decades working against metal foes, and compared to them, bones and flesh were no tougher than paper. Maledic could not comprehend what Fujimura truly was. Fujimura stood before him, then pulled out a megaphone and asked whether his comrades could hear him. Freya, now nearly lifeless on the floor, twitched and managed to respond. The battered Vito panted as he weakly mumbled the word, "boss." Eltico gave no response, but Pip cried out to Fujimura. Fujimura urged them to endure and hold on just a little longer because he would finish everything right there and then. Maledic flinched. The 100 men who heard Fujimura's declaration burst into laughter, mocking the idea that a mere child could finish them. Fujimura then leaped down toward Maledic. Meanwhile, Bestia declared that the ones who were truly finished were them. Roaring in fury, he charged toward Eltico. Pip spread her arms in front of Eltico, determined to fight as well. Bestia laughed, mocking what someone with such a tiny body could possibly accomplish and ridiculing her attempt to become their shield. Freya weakly mumbled Pip's name. Maledic reflected that he had always eliminated everyone who opposed him, and this time would be no different. He summoned Magu, which immediately charged at Fujimura. Confidently, Maledic intended to drain every last bit of Fujimura's mana. Fujimura leaped toward Maledic. Surprised, Maledic realized Fujimura had used transition. Fujimura declared that Maledic should remember everything he had done by following his wicked path, the youth he had selfishly stolen away, the grief of mourning families, the time that had been lost, and all the suffering and pain he had caused. It was time for his punishment. Fujimura drove his chisel into the box vessel. Divine Chisel of Punishment erupted with a deafening explosion. Maledik was defeated. Fujimura quietly apologized for the wait, addressing Nagajiji. Cracks slowly spread across the sealed box before widening further. Fujimura grinned as Eltiko was finally freed. The box shattered completely, and Maledik collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, Eltiko remained with her head lowered. Pip continued shielding her as Bestia lunged forward, intent on reducing them to minced meat. He slashed forward with his claws, only to discover that no one remained on the ground. Eltiko now stood before him, having rescued Pip. Pip looked up with eyes and mouth wide open in astonishment. Eltiko's hair flowed freely, the wounds on her arms had vanished, and her clothing had changed. Fujimura watched with a smirk. Freya weakly opened her eyes as Eltiko lifted Pip into her arms. Confused, Bestia wondered who she was. Eltiko identified herself as Lafrel. One man sighed as he reflected on still struggling to find work and considered trying Bonus next. The other man asked if he meant Bonus before laughing and warning him to stay far away from the city. Although it was the financial capital of the continent and a premier destination for thrill-seekers, it was a place only the richest could truly enjoy. Everyone else was said to end up dead, enslaved, or addicted to drugs. He reminded the man that the infamous criminal organization Zafvat had its headquarters there. With its thugs roaming the streets in broad daylight, Bonus had one of the highest crime rates on the continent. The first man wondered whether the powerful figures had not promised to put a stop to it. The other replied that rumors claimed the ministers and aristocrats were already in Zafat's pocket. Since the city's economy now revolved around the organization and its activities funneled financial support to the front lines, nobody turned a blind eye. Slave traders openly trafficked the unfortunate, the wealthy squandered their fortunes, and the city had long since fallen under Zafat's control. There were even rumors that the great sage had once been a Saluan. The first man found that difficult to believe, but the other insisted he had heard stories of children being kidnapped and forced to dig tunnels within Zafat's hideout. People with nothing left to call their own were exploited without mercy. In the end, he concluded that ordinary people could do nothing about it. However vile it was, that was simply the reality of Bonus. He laughed as he drank his liquor, and the first man reluctantly admitted that he was probably right. Meanwhile, Eltiko resolved to deliver the punishment they deserve. Bestia scoffed. Having heard that Eltiko was known as the strongest weapon, he had expected her to transform into some terrifying monster. Instead, she still looked like the same frail woman as before, with only a slight change in the color of her hair. Eltiko quietly moved Pip behind her. She recalled Fujimura explaining that the equipment on her limbs could also gather mana. Her eyes fluttered. Bestia insisted that true strength came from having a powerful physique, and mocked the idea that someone like her could even lay a hand on him. Lafrel calmly stepped toward him before casting a levitation spell and rising into the air. Bestia stared in shock at the levitation magic and the ominous black wind surrounding her. With a gesture of her hand, a circular barrier enclosed him. She cast Black Prison. A violent tornado erupted around Bestia. Stunned, he wondered what it was before swinging his fists in resistance, convinced that something like this could never hold him. Suddenly, sharp snapping and cracking sounds echoed through the storm. One by one, his fingers twisted, bent in unnatural directions, and tore apart. Mass-bearing gale crushed them mercilessly. Bestia let out a piercing scream. An explosion echoed through the air. Wondering what had happened, Bestia looked up and saw Eltiko floating above him. She stared down with unwavering eyes while he remained trapped below. Fujimura quietly encouraged Nagajiji to show everyone how wild her winds could become. A powerful gust swept through the battlefield as instant full armor, Isengusaku, formed around Eltiko. Bestia's eyes widened. Clenching her teeth as she remembered everything he had done to Freya, Eltiko was consumed with rage and regarded him as utterly unforgivable. She plunged into the tornado, her boots transforming into drill-like weapons. Bestia realized she was moving far too fast and tried to flee, but the attack reached him first. Her boots drove into his chest, shattering his ribs and pinning him to the ground. Blood burst from his face before his body exploded into pieces. Eltiko stood motionless, completely unfazed. Fujimura grinned and raised the megaphone. He announced to every worthless Zafat lackey that their leader and strongest guard dog had just been permanently put out of action. The surrounding men were left in shock. Vito, Freya, and Pip, despite their injuries, felt a wave of relief. Fujimura concluded by declaring that all that remained were nothing but sore losers and a bunch of stupid bastards. The men murmured in disbelief, unable to believe Fujimura's claim. Others questioned how he was still alive and defeating them. Another quickly realized that if the two of them had defeated their leaders, they had to be far more dangerous than expected. Vito agreed, remarking that they had figured it out and betting the pair would soon be on their way there as well. Alarmed, the men scattered in every direction. Vito let out a long sigh, deciding that it seemed it still was not his time to die. Freya quietly remarked that Ms. Eltiko had truly done it. Before Eltiko could respond, however, she swayed and collapsed to the ground. A hissing sound came from her hair, causing Freya's eyes to widen. Nearby, Maldik coughed as he struggled to breathe. Wheezing, he concluded that the awakened power was more than Eltiko's body could handle. Combined with the injuries she had already sustained, it would be enough to finish her off. Even so, he considered it worthwhile to have witnessed her complete, true form. Fujimura frowned. There was no chance he would allow her to die. He slapped the ground and focused. Applying second-tier hardening to the power he possessed now, he believed that within a dungeon of this caliber, he could locate what he was searching for. He set his sights on the cores, intending to narrow down their location through the same process used to sense magic stones. He remembered Freya saying that nobody possessed godlike eyes like his. If his eyes truly were one of a kind, then he wanted them to reveal everything they were capable of. His eyes began to glow. He pushed them to see farther, deeper, and more clearly until he finally found the gun. Tuashigan, Eye of Clairvoyance. Using the coordinates he had identified, he activated transition and instantly moved there. Eltiko remained unconscious while Freya could do nothing but watch her. Remembering Eltiko's face, she desperately wished for her to get up before finally crying out for her to rise. At that moment, a gunshot rang through the area. Freya's eyes widened as Eltiko's eyes slowly opened. Smoke drifted from the gun. Fujimura grinned, satisfied that they had put on one hell of a show and that they could finally relax. Pip's eyes filled with tears. Eltiko gave a thumbs up while Freya rushed over and embraced Fujimura, crying openly. Fujimura smiled with relief. Meanwhile, Maldik remained alive on the ground. Unable to believe what he had witnessed, he realized that the healing spell Fujimura had just used was genuine. A warrior capable of such advanced body-strengthening techniques should not have been able to use healing magic of that level. Fujimura was both a warrior and a magic user. That went far beyond being a mere multi-attribute magic user. He was a multi-expert, something Maldik had never even heard of before. In his eyes, Fujimura was a truly magnificent monster. Fujimura then told the others that it was time to regroup with their old pal and free the rest of the slaves. Fujimura fired the gun at Vito. Looking over his restored body, Vito pointed toward a nearby location. The area was crowded with slaves digging. The man overseeing them was struck by Fujimura's pipe wrench before Fujimura kicked him from his chair and sent him crashing to the ground below. Raising his megaphone, Fujimura declared their freedom. The slaves erupted in joyous cheers as their chains were broken. They gratefully thanked Fujimura, overjoyed that they were finally free and no longer forced to dig endless holes. Amid the celebration, someone jokingly suggested that Freya should marry his son, leaving her completely dumbfounded. Pip sniffed the air before pointing Fujimura toward another path. The two entered a cave where they found another cell. Inside was an elderly man. Fujimura quietly remarked that they had even kidnapped an old man like him, calling the perpetrators the scum of the earth. He used a saw to break into the cell, lifted the old man onto his back, and took him along. They soon reunited with the others. Freya asked Fujimura where they had gone. Patting the old man's head, Fujimura explained that he had found the elderly man deeper inside and had nearly left him behind after mistaking him for a Jizo statue. He laughed, relieved that he had realized the mistake before leaving. The old man remained standing calmly. Freya's eyes widened in shock. Still chuckling, Fujimura asked the old man whether the master sensed any disturbance in the force before playfully rubbing his bald head like a child. Unable to believe what she was seeing, Freya revealed that the elderly gentleman was the great sage of Bonus. Fujimura asked if that meant he was the city's leader. The old man confirmed it, identifying himself as the great sage, a former Salyuan, the pinnacle of knowledge, and a great magician of light among his many titles. He then asked Fujimura how he could repay the kindness he had shown. Everyone present was left in astonishment. Gramps smiled at everyone. The former slaves expressed their relief that the great sage was safe and sound. With him alive, they believed they could finally drive out the hateful Zafat organization and restore Bonus to its former peace. Fujimura glanced toward a group standing nearby and wondered who the stuffy-looking people were. Freya explained that they were the nobles and ministers of Bonus who had been taken captive. Fujimura remarked that they certainly had a great deal of faith in the great sage. Freya replied that such trust was only natural for Philosoth, the former Salyuan and great sage. After a brief pause, Fujimura commented that getting captured in the first place had not been very smart. Philosoth twitched before explaining that he had been taken while asleep. Fujimura found that hard to believe. Philosoth clarified that it had been the work of the Magu and insisted that even those still serving on active duty would likely have been unable to resist. His expression then brightened as he reflected that, by virtue of simply being himself, he had at least survived the ordeal. In his mind, only someone like him could have managed such a feat. Fujimura dismissed the excuse, remarking that Philosoth was not old enough to sleep that deeply. Grimacing, Philosoth declared Fujimura the worst young man he had encountered in all 300 years of his life. Fujimura dryly concluded that it must have been a miserable 300 years. Freya repeatedly apologized to Philosophe. Smiling, Philosophe stated that after witnessing their actions, he could personally vouch for every one of them. He identified Fujimura as the one with the divine eyes, Eltiko as the demon elf, Freya as the cleric of Lantern Flame, Vito as the former knight of Empirizer, and Pip as a child of the White Wolf tribe. Whether by fate or by chance, he believed they had gathered an exceptionally intriguing group. Freya asked what he meant by Lantern Flame. Philosophe realized she was unaware of the rare talent she possessed. After Freya admitted she did not know and apologized, Philosophe explained that Lantern Flame was a dual-positive ability capable of producing explosive flames while simultaneously using their heat to heal wound. As far as he knew, the only current user of the technique was the Flame Princess Soluan, Maris von Freya. Freya was stunned. The name was identical to that of her supposedly deceased mother. She immediately asked Philosophe whether he knew her. Unable to believe what she was hearing, she listened as Philosophe questioned whether Maris was truly dead. Although she had been presumed to have died during Psalm 15 years earlier, there had also been reports placing her in the Beastman kingdom of Fanga. Freya struggled to process the revelation. Philosophe added that, although the rumors were several years old, they originated from a rural region of Fanga known as the White Wolf Village. Looking toward Pip, he quietly remarked that fate truly worked in mysterious ways. Grinning, Fujimura declared that the matter was settled and that their next destination would be the Beastman kingdom of Fanga. Freya questioned what would become of Adzuma. Fujimura reasoned that if there was even a chance Mares was still alive, they needed to move quickly. Nothing, in his view, was more valuable than the bond between a child and a parent. Freya's eyes filled with tears as she thanked him. Fujimura then turned to Vito and asked what he intended to do next. Smiling, Vito answered that he would return to Empirizer. If he was truly turning over a new leaf, he wanted to do it properly. Freya reminded him that the Empire's harshest punishment for desertion was death. Vito accepted that reality, reasoning that he was merely a criminal executive who had fled at the first sign of trouble, which seemed fitting enough. Regardless of how things ended, traveling with Fujimura and the others had never been dull, and he never imagined that someone like him would one day save people. Feeling genuinely grateful, he thanked everyone. Freya found it difficult to believe. At that moment, Philosophe unexpectedly invited Vito to work for him. Vito was caught completely off guard. Philosophe explained that Bonus would need many hands to rebuild, and if Vito truly wished to atone for his sins, then he should do so through honest work. Vito protested that Philosophe did not seem to be listening. As both a deserter and a former member of Zafat, he would constantly be hunted, and allowing him to stay would only bring trouble upon Philosophe. Philosophe replied that he did not care because they would simply hide Vito. Turning to the former slaves, he received their immediate agreement. He then asked Vito whether he had ever heard of a statewide cover-up. Philosophe insisted that he had seen what he had seen. If Vito was willing to risk his life for the chance to become a knight once more, then there was still hope. Vito's eyes widened. Philosophe added that even if things still failed after the rebuilding was complete, so be it. It was not yet too late for Vito to start over. Fujimura patted Vito on the back, remarking that it sounded like a pretty good deal. Laughing, he commented that failure was something young people should enjoy while they still could because they could fail as many times as necessary and always stand back up again. Hearing those words, Vito was reminded of his father. Fujimura's laughter sounded just like his. A tear rolled down Vito's cheek as he quietly thanked his boss. He accepted Philosophe's offer and entrusted himself to his care, promising that this time he would not run from the fight. With the matter settled, Fujimura suggested they get moving. Freya enthusiastically agreed. A voice suddenly echoed from above, declaring that it would not let them escape. Vito's eyes widened. Turning around, he recognized the hand and its tattoo. Terror overtook him as he realized it was Maldik. Maldik declared that with the organization already in ruins, Alyamumi would kill him regardless. If that was to be his fate, then he intended to drag every one of them down with him. Fujimura quietly repeated the name in curiosity. Philosophe explained that Alyamumi was the commander of the 6th Division of the Demon King's army and the one who had provided the Magu used to capture him. Even now, that devil was extending his influence across the entire continent, seeking to overthrow existing powers from within by any means necessary. It was an unprecedented strategy. Maldik confirmed that Philosophe was correct. His objective had been to conquer Bonus for its wealth, cutting off the financial support sent to the front lines. Those riches would then have been used to mass-produce a vanguard of demons and destroy the nation from within. That had been his plan all along. Freya could hardly believe that someone would do such a thing to fellow humans. Suddenly, Eltiko's power crackled violently. Her eyes turned red as cracks spread across them before she collapsed to the ground. Philosophe explained that it was useless. Although her physical strength had returned, her mana was completely exhausted. Long skeletal tentacles extended from Maeldik's body. Spreading his arms, he began walking upon them. Philosoth observed that someone driven into such a corner would likely resort to forbidden arts, a dreadful power that came at the cost of the user's own life. Freya was shocked that such magic still existed in the world. Maeldik summoned every skeleton slumbering within the arcane depths. Skeletons erupted from the ground and rushed toward him. As he chanted, he offered his own life as sustenance to bring everything to an end. One after another, the skeletons fused into his body. Fujimura condemned him as a complete madman. The fused skeletons transformed Maeldik into a colossal corpse pressure bomb. The former slaves watched in horror. Vito stared at the monstrous form, comparing it to a giant meteorite. Horrified, he realized that if such a thing fell upon them, the entire labyrinth would be destroyed. A heavy throbbing echoed through the labyrinth, followed by a deafening roar. Vito concluded that the entire labyrinth was about to collapse. Philosoth reflected that it had been a while since he had last attempted it before using the light wall battle formation. Freya was amazed that Philosoth was taking on that massive bundle all by himself. He remained determined not to let anything break his spirit. At that moment, his back cracked. Although he endured, he admitted that he could not hold out much longer because the spell consumed an enormous amount of mana. Fujimura frantically pointed out that Philosoth had thrown his back out. He pulled Freya along, deciding to take the chance, and positioned her so she could aim her gun. At that distance, she would be able to strike them with everything she had. Freya gasped as he guided her aim. Fujimura assured her that he would take the place of her right hand, and Freya expressed her gratitude. The surrounding men muttered in disbelief, unable to imagine what anyone could accomplish with such a tiny weapon. Fujimura instructed Philosoth to remove the wall. The other men were terrified. After a brief pause, Philosoth complied, noting that the wall would not have lasted much longer anyway and that risking everything on Fujimura's confidence might even prove amusing. The men watched as events unfolded. Fujimura decided to lend Freya some of his own power and urged her to demonstrate the power of the one-armed hero. Vito quietly repeated the word, hero. Fujimura felt confident about the attack and encouraged Freya to fire every shot she had. Freya accepted and pulled the trigger. At the same moment, Fujimura cast Voidal Sky sixfold. A tremendous explosion erupted. The men and Vito watched the aftermath unfold. When everything settled, only a giant hole remained overhead. Vito grinned, convinced there had never been any chance of defeating such power. Freya, Pip, and Eltico were left speechless. Fujimura laughed at how exhausted everyone looked, remarking to himself that it was not only the equipment that would need some rest and recovery once they returned. Philosoth observed that it was precisely because of Fujimura's intricate tools that they had all barely managed to survive. Freya blushed as thoughts of Fujimura crossed her mind. The men behind them approached and bowed, offering their heartfelt thanks. As representatives of Bonus, they pledged to support the group's journey with the means available to them. Fujimura expressed his appreciation and suggested sharing a meal together the next time they were in town. He then turned his attention to Vito and expressed that he had high expectations for him. Since Vito had possessed the courage to stand up against 100 men, Fujimura believed he possessed the courage to accomplish anything. Vito's eyes filled with tears as he remembered his father's encouragement to follow his heart. His father had always believed he could succeed because Vito was his greatest treasure. Overcome with emotion, Vito sobbed. Fujimura patted him on the back. Vito swore that he would never repeat the same mistakes and vowed that one day, after gaining enough strength, he would come to Fujimura's aid once again. Feeling hungry, Fujimura suggested that everyone head into town, but he suddenly remembered something and cried out. Freya anxiously wondered whether something was wrong. Fujimura immediately turned to Gramps, the great sage, and asked whether he knew what tobacco was. Instead of answering, Gramps merely spun around and acted as though he had no idea. Fujimura tried explaining that it was made from dried leaves that could be lit and smoked, yet Gramps continued pretending not to know. Frustrated, Fujimura urged him to think harder and mocked him, grumbling that becoming a sage apparently required nothing more than chronic back pain. Gramps remarked that even if he did know, Fujimura would be the last person he would ever tell, as he would rather tell anyone else. As Fujimura confronted Gramps face to face, Freya called out to him. Fujimura angrily denounced Gramps, declaring that the hope he had been clinging to was the only reason he had traveled all that way. Freya could hardly believe that such a matter was worth crying over, and his outburst began to frighten her. Gramps chuckled, commenting that youngsters who had not yet fully matured should watch what they said. Fujimura responded with a remark about Gramps' lack of hair, thinking that his bald head could be used as a mirror. Gramps reacted with outrage at Fujimura's remark, insisting that he still had a few strands of hair left. Fujimura dismissed the claim, questioning whether that was anything to be proud of. Freya asked Eltico to stop the two of them. Eltico simply smiled. Her thoughts drifted back to her mother's final wish for her to live on as Lafrel for both of their sakes. Her mother had believed with certainty that the day would come when Lafrel could smile from the bottom of her heart. Lafrel revealed a broad, toothy smile, leaving everyone staring at her in shock. In Eltiko's heart, she resolved to fulfill the wish her mother had entrusted to the name Lafrel, the smiling face. She then smiled gently at them. Fujimura was astonished that Nagajiji had actually smiled. On that day, the world's largest criminal organization, Zofvat, was eliminated by a single party of adventurers. Unbeknownst to them, someone had been watching from afar. The observer quietly concluded that the experiment had been a failure despite all the effort spent providing Maldik with his own magu, remarking that humans truly were a waste of life. A floating, brain-like demon beside him agreed with Alyamumi. Alyamumi then turned his attention to the weapon used at the end, finding it particularly intriguing. He asked the demon whether he had ever heard of the dwarves. According to the legends he recalled, they were an ancient race of blacksmiths whose craftsmanship had angered the gods themselves, resulting in their extinction. Every SS-class weapon that existed in the present age was believed to have descended from prototypes forged by the dwarven clans. There were even sacred weapons that surpassed SS-class, much like the magu. Such hidden treasures had been lost to time, yet they still existed somewhere in the world. Each was an entirely unique creation with construction so advanced that modern craftsmen could never reproduce them, making them true works of divine craftsmanship. The small demon pondered the notion of an ancient hidden treasure that surpassed even an SS-class weapon. Alyamumi further explained that the one said to have forged those treasures was the progenitor of the dwarves, the very first to strike hammer against an anvil and the king above all kings. According to the legend as he remembered it, that figure was known as the Grand Dwarf, or something to that effect. Human territory bordered demon territory, with the absolute front line, Adzuma, standing between them. A knight reported to General Ruel that the second defense gate had been breached a short while earlier. The imperial general, Ruel the Wily, recalled that the righteous general, ironclad Amista, was supposed to be stationed there. The knight explained that Amista had departed to reinforce the third gate, allowing the enemy to seize the opportunity. Ruel reflected that such a decision was typical of Lord Amista. A man seated above them let out a laugh, remarking that Adzuma had never changed and remained a land of great opportunity. He declared that if he recaptured the second gate by himself, he would earn at least half the available style point. The speaker was Soluan Flydom the Unsinkable. Ruel questioned whether Flydom understood what he was saying. To her, superiority and inferiority in battle were determined by sound strategy and numbers, requiring carefully devised plans to guarantee victory. Flydom dismissed her reasoning. As a Soluan, he was a freelancer who had come to Adzuma for the freedom it offered. Freelancers like him traveled even to the front lines because of the fame, wealth, and glory promised by its highest-ranked quest. They were nothing like knights. He also noted that even Heathland had appeared, though his objective was an entirely different kind of prize. Ruel acknowledged that Heathland had permanently stationed himself at the fourth gate under General Aklina's command. Flydom declared that he had expected as much before telling the assembled knights that Heathland was an idiot who had practically become a secret stalker. He was convinced that the moment Heathland learned about the second gate, he would rush there just to appear before the female general. Determined to beat him to it, Flydom decided to recapture the gate first as a favor to everyone. Ruel requested permission to accompany him, suspecting that a demon general had been involved. Although Flydom was a Soluan, going alone would be tantamount to suicide. Flydom cut her off, insisting that she did not understand. If he accomplished it alone, he would become a legend. The gathered knights stared in stunned silence. Ruel wondered what kind of legend he expected to become, questioning whether he believed himself to be a master of the battlefield. To her, he was less a legendary warrior than a legendary idiot. Even so, she secretly blushed, unable to deny that Flydom possessed an overwhelming sense of freedom that made him seem incredibly cool. Flydom triumphantly declared that the legend of Flydom had begun before leaping down and racing away. Ruel then pointed out one final detail: Flydom was heading in the wrong direction. Meanwhile, at the royal palace, the king was astonished upon hearing the report that Zofvat had been destroyed in a single day. The messenger confirmed the news, adding that rumors credited the feat to their lady who specialized in firearm skills. It had also been confirmed that a young man had been seen among the party members. The king immediately connected the firearms and the young man to Fujimura and Freya. Chuckling to himself, he reflected that they had certainly made a spectacular impression. He expected nothing less from those striving to become heroes. Resolving to wait however long it took for Fujimura to return, he looked forward to the day they could continue the feast they had left unfinished when they first met. At that very moment, Fujimura suddenly appeared, having returned. The king reflected that whenever he closed his eyes, it felt as though Fujimura were still standing before him. He then realized, to his astonishment, that Fujimura was actually there. Fujimura presented the king with the remains of a large skeleton as a gift. He explained that it was grilled ray and that it paired well with alcohol. After waving goodbye, He remarked that he had to hurry back. Surprised by how soon he was leaving, the king called out for him to wait, still having many things he wished to ask. However, Fujimura had already returned to his workshop. Various kinds of magic stones lay before him. With Bonus's support, he had managed to obtain magic stones that were unavailable in the area, proving why Bonus was known as the continent's greatest trading city. His gaze fell upon Freya's prosthetic arms as he considered the mountain of work ahead. The car still needed repairs, all of their new equipment required maintenance, and the newly acquired magic stones had to be broken open so he could experiment with their cores. Remembering the battered conditions of Freya and Eltico, he resolved to place greater emphasis on improving the defensive capabilities of their equipment. For the time being, he decided to continue tinkering and see where his experiments led. As he grew increasingly accustomed to his special eyes, he intended to make the fullest use of them. Core extraction was an ability that the world had bestowed upon Fujimura alone. As he continued his work, he gradually began to realize that there was far more to the cores than even he had first imagined. Determined to reveal the true extent of his craftsmanship, he devoted himself to forging without pause. That day, Eltico, Freya, and Pipsqueak each received a new set of boots, arm equipment, and bracelet. The king was amazed by the result. Pip happily embraced Fujimura. Fujimura asked how they liked the new equipment. Freya responded that she did and promised to take good care of it. As everyone boarded the car, the king asked whether Fujimura truly intended to leave so soon. Fujimura confirmed that they had far too much waiting for them. The king then asked where they were headed next. With a grin, Fujimura revealed that their destination was the country of Fanga, specifically White Wolf Village. After bidding everyone farewell, the car departed. The king repeated the name White Wolf in surprise. Kin explained that the White Wolf tribe possessed the greatest combat strength among all the Beastman tribes. Together with the Gold Hawk tribe and the Black Lion tribe, they formed the three great beast tribes. The village itself lay deep within a forest where countless people disappeared every year, a hellish land in which only the strongest survived. He added that the White Wolf tribe was infamous for its hatred of humans. The king fell silent for a moment before shouting Fujimura's name in disbelief. Meanwhile, Fujimura's vehicle arrived at the edge of the forest and came to a stop. Stepping out of the car, Fujimura concluded that they had made it as far as possible by vehicle and would have to continue on foot. Freya noted that they had finally reached Fanga territory and the Great Vern jungle. She explained that these vast green lands covered a third of all Fanga and remained an unexplored region bordering the demonic realm, with much of its true nature still unknown. Gazing into the immense forest ahead, she resolved that they would need to proceed carefully. A series of loud pants suddenly echoed through the forest, and Pip's keen ears immediately picked up the sound. A man burst into view, fleeing from a dinosaur-like beast. He desperately realized that he was in serious trouble, lamenting that his beast-warding stone had chosen that very day to break. As he sprinted past, Fujimura casually grabbed hold of him and asked whether he was familiar with the area. The man shouted for Fujimura to let go, bewildered by who he was and insisting that a beast was chasing him. He urged everyone to escape at once, warning that if the creature caught someone as small as Fujimura, nothing but bones would remain. The man screamed as the beast closed the distance, desperately begging Fujimura to release him. Instead, Fujimura effortlessly struck the dinosaur-like beast on the head with his wrench, killing it instantly. He then calmly told the fallen beast to keep quiet because he was in the middle of negotiating. Immediately after Fujimura defeated the beast, a horde of giant insects rushed toward them. The man recognized them as beast bugs. Eltico immediately sprang into action. Fujimura muttered in surprise as she unleashed Superstorm Kick. The beast bugs were crushed beneath her boot. Fujimura stared with widened eyes, wondering if she was being reckless. To him, using such an attack against enemies that small was like bringing a gun to a knife fight. There were simply too many of them for that approach. The surviving bugs crawled over Eltico. The man worried that the elf would be picked clean to the bone at this rate. Fujimura assured him there was nothing to worry about. Their clothing possessed magic, heat, and cold resistance, along with standard automatic healing, making attacks of that level no more troublesome than water off a duck's back. He referred to the equipment as Fujimura Kokoroimo. The man was left speechless, admitting that it was truly incredible. Fujimura laughed, explaining that clothing was his specialty, making the equipment a collaborative creation with the skilled craftsmen of Bonus. The man could hardly believe it, wondering whether Fujimura had really embedded such powerful magic stones into clothing. Fujimura explained that he had extracted the cores from the magic stones and machined them into plate mail. From magic stone to core extraction and finally machine processing, the entire process had been his own. The man was bewildered by the mention of cores, unable to understand what Fujimura meant. Even so, he recognized that the equipment was both lightweight and fully functional, making it worthy of being considered a national treasure. He could not even imagine the price such an item would command if it were ever sold. Observing that the beast bugs continued to pour in without end, Fujimura called for Freya. He instructed her to load a round into the barrel and fire. Freya immediately complied. Fujimura reasoned that they were only beasts, so displaying overwhelming strength in an obvious manner would cause them to flee. The attack cleared the sky. Fujimura turned to Freya, satisfied with the result, and she acknowledged him. The man watched the display with growing unease. Later, while traveling through the forest, the man examined a red crystal sphere covered in cracks. Fujimura remarked that the man had unintentionally helped him out of a difficult situation. It was unfortunate that his beast-warding magic stone had broken on that particular day, proving that cheap products could not always be trusted. The man introduced himself as Bridge, a blacksmith and peddler who traveled across the continent. Fujimura wondered what someone like Bridge was doing in such a dangerous forest. Bridge explained that networking was the most important asset for any capable salesman. Information, connections, products, and distribution all depended on traveling between regions to gather knowledge and earn people's trust. Among all the places he had visited, Fanga was especially appealing because it remained largely unexplored and was home to many underdeveloped cultures. For a traveling peddler, it was an invaluable opportunity, especially with so many undiscovered magic stones waiting to be found. Bridge admitted that Fujimura had truly saved him, particularly because that day was an important one. After spending 2 years exploring every corner of the forest, he had finally managed to map a route leading to White Wolf Village. Unfortunately, he had run out of protective charms and had been forced to return to town. There was no telling when he would have another chance to venture back into the forest. Calling Bridge a pretty boy, Fujimura remarked that it must be his lucky day because his own group was also headed for White Wolf Village. He seriously proposed that if they guaranteed Bridge's safety, Bridge could guide them there instead. Bridge's eyes widened. After considering the strength of Fujimura's party, he broke into a grin, and the two sealed the agreement with a handshake. Fujimura remarked that it seemed they had reached an agreement. Bridge declared that, true to his name, he would serve as their bridge to White Wolf Village. Bridge explained that the village lay deep within the furthest reaches of the vast Vern jungle. To travel through the forest, he relied on the teleport stones scattered throughout it. He had used them extensively to learn their locations and the order in which they connected, although doing so had cost him a tremendous amount of time and money. A single wrong turn could leave a traveler in grave danger. The White Wolves were also one of the 3 great beast tribes, making the journey even more perilous. Even so, the wealth of gold and silver for which Fanga was famous was too tempting to ignore. Hidden treasures remained undiscovered throughout the region, and if he could establish trade relations with the White Wolves, countless business opportunities would follow. Merchants like him simply could not allow such chances to slip away. After a long journey, the group finally arrived at their destination. Bridge immediately recognized it as White Wolf Village. He warned everyone to proceed carefully because the White Wolves were infamous for their hatred of humans and advised that they should approach them slowly. Before Bridge could finish speaking, Fujimura had already disappeared from the group, sliding down toward the village. Bridge called after him, urging him to come back, reminding him that he knew nothing about the White Wolves or their customs. Fujimura insisted that they had no time to waste. The very reason he had come there meant he could not afford to stand around any longer. Bridge was taken aback by Fujimura's boldness. He concluded that Fujimura must have some hidden plan capable of getting them out of any trouble. Smiling to himself, Bridge followed after him. Almost immediately, figures wearing beast masks emerged and surrounded the group. Bridge quietly asked Fujimura whether he actually had a plan. Fujimura remained unconcerned, reasoning that they would not harm a group consisting of children and women. Bridge immediately panicked, wondering what that meant for him. He cautioned everyone not to provoke the White Wolves. Internally, he could hardly believe they had come this far without any real plan despite being completely surrounded. Pip instinctively clung to the arm beside her. One of the White Wolves stepped forward and observed that, although he could not explain how it had happened, the group had brought back one of their long-lost White Wolf brethren. He then demanded to know why the children of man had entered their lands. As the others called for their elder, the elder stepped forward. Fujimura explained that he had a long list of matters to attend to, but his first priority was returning the child who had been kidnapped. As he spoke, he gently patted Pipsqueak on the head. The elder locked eyes with Fujimura before declaring that the child would be accepted back into their care. However, he refused to place any trust in the words of humans and ordered them to leave immediately. Bridge quickly attempted to stop the discussion, explaining that they had traveled a great distance and overcome countless dangers to reach the village. Before he could finish, spears were hurled toward him. The elder then questioned whether Bridge understood the significance of the place before them. He gestured toward the field below, which was filled with axes planted in the ground. Bridge realized it was a graveyard and was overwhelmed by the sheer number of graves spread across the field. The elder explained that, because of the strength of the gold and silver clans and their rarity, the White Wolves had lived under the constant threat of human clans since ancient times. However, the decisive blow had come during the Black Dragon incident several years earlier. Under the command of humans, a terrifying dragon had attacked their people, slaughtering women and children without discrimination and forcing the survivors to abandon their homeland. The elder instructed them to look toward the center of the graveyard. Fujimura's gaze fell upon a large battle axe. The elder explained that it was the battle axe of Lord Lupus, the legendary White Wolf warrior said to have once saved the world. It had become the symbol of pride for their village. Even that treasured relic had been ravaged by human hands. For a warrior clan like the White Wolves, a weapon was the owner's very soul. Such arms were passed down through generations, especially those that had once belonged to great veterans. Yet even that sacred symbol had been trampled and ruined through humanity's selfish conflict. Bridge quietly observed that it was beyond saving, broken past the point of repair. The elder asked whether they finally understood why the White Wolves could no longer place their trust in anyone from the human clans. Fujimura calmly proposed restoring their lost pride by repairing the weapon. The elder questioned what he had just said. With a grin, Fujimura reasoned that if they could not trust the humans who had broken it, then perhaps they could place their trust in the human who repaired it. The largest axe stood before them as a white wolf child gazed at it with eager excitement, his heart pounding. An adult white wolf had pointed it out to him, prompting him to come see it once more. The child spotted his father and excitedly called out to him. His father explained that the axe belonged to the legendary White Wolf who, alongside the party of heroes, had slain the Demon King, Lord Lupus Axe. It was the pride of the White Wolf village and their greatest treasure. According to legend, it could split the earth apart with a single swing. For generations, the White Wolves had admired and protected that axe. His father had devoted his entire life to honing himself into a warrior worthy of it, believing it to be the guiding symbol of the White Wolf tribe. The child grinned even more broadly, determined that one day he too would become a proper warrior worthy of wielding that axe. His father encouraged him to grow into a mighty warrior who would fall to neither man nor demon, addressing him as Fullman, his son. Back in the present, the elder asked Fujimura if he was truly claiming he could repair the axe and restore their pride. Fujimura confidently affirmed that he could. Bridge offered his professional opinion, insisting that Fujimura should give up because repairing such an item was impossible. Although the metal was thick, it had been completely destroyed and covered in rust. Even if Fujimura attempted to repair it, he would first have to melt the entire axe down and recast it from scratch, and Bridge doubted any mold for something so ancient still existed. Furthermore, the magic stone had been used beyond its limits and deteriorated to the point that its original nature could no longer be identified. Fujimura activated his eye of analysis, Kaisekigen. Through it, he could see the magic stones glowing and identify them. After examining the axe, he realized it contained an earth-type rock crusher stone with ground manipulation crystals. Continuing his inspection while holding the axe, he also discovered the presence of a floating stone. The White Wolf standing behind the elder growled in anger at Fujimura for touching the sacred axe, but the elder stopped him. The elder then asked how Fujimura had been able to determine the nature of the magic stone. Fujimura explained that his special eye allowed him to see it and assured the elder that, if given a single day, he would restore the axe to good as new. The others reacted in disbelief at the claim that such a feat could be accomplished in only one day, suspecting Fujimura was mocking them. The elder, however, remained silent as memories of his own childhood excitement resurfaced. He eventually agreed to Fujimura's proposal but warned that, since Fujimura had dared to touch the axe, he would pay dearly if he failed to repair it. The warrior behind the elder reacted to the decision, but Fujimura accepted the challenge without hesitation, declaring the matter settled. Fujimura then retrieved something from his spatial storage, astonishing Bridge. After putting on a pair of gloves, Fujimura prepared to begin arc welding. Arc welding used the heat generated by an electrical arc discharge between two metals, creating enough heat to melt them together so they would solidify into a single piece upon cooling. During the process, the electrical arc could reach temperatures of approximately 2,000 to 5,000 degrees Celsius. The first step was removing the rust from the sections to be welded. After that came groove machining. In welding, the surfaces were machined beforehand to create an appropriate joint shape, ensuring the strength and quality of the welded area by providing a proper location where the two materials could be joined. Bridge watched in amazement at Fujimura's remarkable dexterity. Fujimura instructed everyone to keep their distance because the tool he was holding would produce an extremely bright flame. For those who still wished to observe, he handed out face shields on a first-come, first-served basis, and 3 members of the White Wolf tribe quickly took them. Fujimura explained that the thickest part of the axe measured around 15 to 20 millimeters, so he would increase the current and complete 4 or 5 weld passes, each pass consisting of a single stroke of welding along the joint. With his preparations complete, Fujimura began the process and initiated the arc. The beastmen stared in astonishment, believing they had just witnessed a bolt of lightning. Fujimura explained that the first step was securing the base material to prevent it from shifting. The task required performing a full penetration weld without a backing plate, beginning with the first layer. The key was carefully adjusting the height, speed, and movement of the welding rod while constantly monitoring the weld pool. Afterward came slag removal. Slag was the waste material that separated from the metal during welding, and if left behind, it could contaminate the weld pool and create defects. The scattered residue was known as spatter. For the second layer, Fujimura increased the current and used a weaving motion with the rod. He continued repeating the process, constantly checking the weld pool and the weld beads while adding each layer and removing the slag after every pass. A weld bead was the semi-cylindrical deposit of metal left behind after the melted welding rod solidified following a weld pass. The sounds of metal striking and fusing echoed through the area as Bridge watched every movement with unwavering attention. Fujimura remarked that the work was proceeding smoothly. He then tack-welded the cylinder around its circumference before removing the remaining rust. After polishing the surface, removing the excess weld bead, treating the metal to prevent future rust, and performing a bit of decorative machining, he requested the damaged magic stone, explaining that it would need to be replenished with bonus full support. Meanwhile, Gramps' communicator lit up while he was taking a bath. A voice asked whether he was still alive, startling him. He realized the voice was coming from the earring Fujimura had given him. Fujimura explained that it was a transceiver and apologized for the sudden request before asking Gramps to prepare a list of magic stones as quickly as possible. Once the stones were ready, Fujimura intended to head over immediately. Gramps was shocked that Fujimura was asking for stones. Bridge turned to Freya and wondered who Fujimura was speaking to. Freya casually replied that it was probably Lord Philosoth, the great sage of Bonus. The significance of her words did not register immediately. Once Bridge realized what she meant, he was stunned that Fujimura was communicating with someone all the way in Bonus. He also questioned why a child was speaking so casually with such an influential figure and marveled at the existence of such an incredibly convenient communication device, wishing he had one himself. In response, the three women proudly displayed their own transceivers. Fujimura remarked that, with Gramps' influence and Bonus supporting them, they would obtain the required magic stones in no time. Until then, he intended to finish the remaining work. Later, Bridge eagerly awaited the result. Fujimura smiled and announced that the axe was complete. The elder's eyes widened as memories of his youth resurfaced. Before him stood the axe he had once admired, restored to a condition that looked as good as new. The beastmen murmured in amazement, having never seen it shine so brilliantly. They regarded it as a miracle, with one even believing it perfectly matched the heroic image remembered from youth, perhaps surpassing it. Fujimura asked the elder for his opinion, explaining that the gilding and the reinforced core were simply a small bonus he had added. Bridge stood in awe that Fujimura had truly restored the axe in only a single day, an accomplishment made even more astonishing by the extraordinary techniques he had demonstrated throughout the process. Overwhelmed, Bridge trembled before dropping to the ground and bowing to Fujimura, calling him master. He declared that Fujimura's skill, passion, and dedication to serving others had moved him beyond belief. To Bridge, Fujimura embodied everything he aspired to become, representing both his hopes and his dreams, and he earnestly begged to be accepted as Fujimura's disciple. Fujimura declined the request. Bridge protested and pleaded with Freya, addressing her as his dear sister and asking her to persuade Fujimura. Freya reacted with surprise at being called that. The elder then spoke, declaring that, along with the matter concerning the white wolf cub, he swore upon his pride that Fujimura would be granted free passage in and out of the White Wolf village. Fujimura's companions celebrated the announcement. The elder promised that the White Wolf tribe would never forget the favor Fujimura had shown them, for repaying such kindness was one of the tribe's laws. He admitted that the power possessed by humans could not be underestimated and wondered where Fujimura had encountered such remarkable magic. Fujimura corrected him, explaining that what the elder had witnessed was not magic at all, but crafting technique. The elder declared that the White Wolf tribe would never forget the favor Fujimura had shown them, as repaying such kindness was one of the White Wolf's codes. Fujimura's party welcomed the promise, but the elder paused before asking them to leave the village immediately, explaining that their arrival had come at a particularly unfortunate time. As Bridge prepared to object, Fujimura instead asked what the elder meant by the timing. The elder explained that the White Wolf village was currently divided into two factions. One group, the traditionalists, wished to preserve their existing way of life, while the other, the radicalists, sought to use the tribe's strength to dominate the world. The village was in the midst of a conflict between these opposing sides. Although the elder acknowledged the existence of the radicals, he declared that he would never forgive them. He also revealed that the parent of the White Wolf cub, Pipsqueak, belonged to the radicalist faction. At that moment, one of the warriors rushed over to report that warrior Cu had fallen into enemy hands and had been stabbed. The weapon left behind was unmistakably one of their tribe's axes, making it clear that the radicals had intentionally abandoned it behind. Pipsqueak was left in shock by the news. Fujimura remarked that Pipsqueak's parents seemed to be lacking common sense before asking the elder to lead them to the radicals, believing he should speak with them personally. The traditionalists reacted in disbelief at the suggestion, and the elder strongly advised against it, warning that such an attempt would only lead to Fujimura's death. The elder further explained that, beyond the village in the direction of their home, there was another settlement inhabited by a clan of dragon-slaying humans. Among them lived a Salyuan known as the Flame Princess. Freya's eyes widened at the title. The elder confirmed that she was the same hero who had once saved the White Wolf village from the Black Dragon. However, he claimed that she had since used her overwhelming strength to rally the younger warriors and establish herself as the leader of the radicalists. Looking back, he even questioned whether her rescue of the village had merely been part of a scheme to deceive them. Fujimura smiled upon hearing the title of Flame Princess, deciding that it gave them even more reason to go, as they also had business with this woman. The elder wondered whether Fujimura already knew her, but Fujimura admitted that he was not certain. They would have to confirm the truth themselves once they met her, and he had no intention of allowing the White Wolves to stop them. Accepting Fujimura's resolve, the elder assigned one of the village's warriors to accompany the group as their guide. The warrior was named Shaga and was acknowledged as the strongest fighter in the village. Shaga complained about having to escort humans, but the elder simply reminded him that it was the tribe's code, leaving Shaga with no choice but to obey. Bridge immediately declared that he would accompany his master as well. He believed his dream of becoming a great figure was within reach and sensed an enormous opportunity awaiting him alongside Fujimura's group. Freya quietly wondered what Bridge meant by becoming a big shot. Fujimura told Bridge to do as he pleased, remarking that death was the only cure for an idiot. Bridge reacted in disbelief at being called an idiot, while El Tico smirked and remarked that Bridge truly was one, warning him not to push his luck. Even so, Bridge could not contain his excitement, thinking that dragons and Salyuans meant the adventure was becoming far more interesting. Later, the group arrived near another village and concealed themselves among the trees. Shaga informed Fujimura that this was the radicalist village. He explained that he had masked their scent but cautioned everyone to remain vigilant. Fujimura then asked Freya how she was feeling and whether she was ready to meet her mother. Freya admitted that she was ready but confessed that she did not believe the person in the village was actually her mother. Her mother had hated conflict above all else, and Freya could not imagine her dividing an entire village. Instead, she believed someone was taking advantage of her mother's legend. Nevertheless, since that person called herself the Flame Princess, she was certain she knew something about her mother. Fujimura smiled, understanding Freya's reasoning. He decided they would uncover the truth by forcing the Flame Princess to reveal her true colors. Without warning, an axe flew toward the group. Fujimura immediately noticed it and caught the weapon with his wrench, remarking that it had been a close call. A figure emerged beside a tree as one of the radicalists discovered their presence. She growled at them, and Shaga recognized her as Jija. Jija lowered her stance before launching herself directly at the group. Fujimura intercepted her axe strike with his wrench, causing their weapons to clash violently. Tightening her grip, Jija leaped backward, seized another axe, and hurled it at them. The weapon narrowly missed Shaga. She charged again, but this time Shaga countered her attack, forcing her to retreat back into the tree. Jija let out a sigh as the confrontation briefly paused. Fujimura warned everyone to remain careful, acknowledging that their opponent was exceptionally strong. Freya noticed that even Fujimura was maintaining his guard. Soon afterward, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed through the forest, and it became clear that many more enemies were arriving. Shaga stepped forward and stood beside Fujimura's party as they prepared to face the approaching force. One of the radicalists questioned why Shaga had come there. Her gaze soon fell upon Pip, and she branded the child as the shame of the White Wolves. Realizing the situation, she mocked Shaga for even bringing along such a coward. Pip's eyes filled with tears. Fujimura's anger flared as he confronted the woman, refusing to tolerate anyone who went around insulting others. He condemned her for calling Pip a disgrace, and made it clear that he would not let even a single insult pass unchallenged. Shaga explained that, if the question was what gave her the right to speak that way, then she possessed that right. Through tears, Pip looked toward the woman and recognized her as his mother. Fujimura was stunned by the revelation. Pip's expression immediately brightened upon seeing her, but his mother offered no response. Watching the exchange, Fujimura grew even more agitated, unable to believe that the woman insulting Pip was truly his mother. With tears welling in his eyes, Pip called out to his mother, leaving both Fujimura and Freya dumbfounded. Pip's mother paused before coldly declaring that it was too late. She condemned Pip for running away with his tail between his legs and abandoning his home, insisting that the White Wolves had no need for weaklings. She ordered him to leave her sight immediately and never allow her to see Lunalua again, revealing his true name. She then severed their relationship, declaring that they were no longer parent and child. Pip broke down in tears. Unable to contain his anger, Fujimura slammed his fist into a tree, causing an explosion that left everyone staring at him in shock. Disgusted, he declared that the situation made him sick to his stomach. He condemned Pip's mother for knowing nothing about everything Pip had endured or the hardships the child had overcome to make it this far while they had been separated. Despite carrying those burdens with such a small body, Pip had persevered, and Fujimura questioned whether it would truly have been so difficult for her to show even a little kindness toward her own child. Pip's mother remained unmoved and questioned what Fujimura intended to do if she refused to be kind, dismissing him as nothing more than a lonely human. Alarmed by the escalating tension, Freya urged everyone not to act rashly. She suggested discussing matters calmly before addressing the issue concerning the village. Pip's mother scoffed at the idea of discussion. The radicalists stood together as one of them rejected Freya's proposal, accusing the traditionalists of hypocritically preaching peace after killing so many of their comrades through underhanded method. Confused, Fujimura turned to Shaga and asked how the two sides were any different. Shaga questioned what Fujimura meant before explaining that, for the most part, their opponents ended up being killed by the beasts in the forest anyway, since the only skills they possessed were lies and cowardice. Pip's mother concluded that the two factions were truly like water and oil, destined never to coexist. According to their agreement, the matter would be settled during the leadership contest held on the next full moon. Fujimura was taken aback by the revelation. Shaga remarked that it would be an interesting outcome and declared that the traditionalists would prove which faction truly represented the White Wolf. He then turned to Fujimura and stated that they would be returning. Night soon fell, and the group camped in the middle of the forest. Still irritated, Fujimura complained that no one had mentioned anything about a leadership contest before, and they had completely forgotten to ask about the Flame Princess. Shaga assured him there was no need to worry because, as one of the representatives in the contest, she would inevitably appear. The explanation immediately caught Freya's attention. Shaga explained that, according to the tribe's rules, the contest would be a battle between 4 representatives from each faction, with the losing side swearing absolute obedience to the victor upon their pride as White Wolves. That was why the elder had urged Fujimura's party to leave. Even if the traditionalists won, there was no telling how the radicals would respond, and the conflict could easily descend into a bloodbath. Shaga rose to his feet and once again advised Fujimura's group to leave, insisting that the matter was one for the White Wolves alone to resolve. Bridge agreed, reasoning that he needed to stay healthy if he wanted to make a name for himself, and urged the others to leave with him. Fujimura flatly refused. Having already involved himself, he had no intention of backing out now, especially with the mystery surrounding Pip's mother still unresolved. He then turned to Bridge and told him he was free to leave if he wished. Bridge could only react in disbelief at being addressed that way by his master. When the night of the full moon arrived, both the radicalists and the traditionalists gathered for the leadership contest. Shaga and Jija stood among their respective factions, while Fujimura's party observed alongside the others. Members of the traditionalists quietly identified the approaching radicalists as they assembled. Fujimura shifted his attention toward those seated ahead after hearing that the one among them was the Flame Princess. Freya froze at the sight. Holding the restored axe, the elder announced the beginning of the contest between the 4 representatives of each faction for the right to the royal seat of the White Wolf clan. To prevent needless bloodshed, the battle would be governed by the White Wolf Code of Honor, under which the victor's command would become absolute, a pledge that no White Wolf could defy. Bridge was astonished that the outcome of the battle would truly determine the ruler. The elder then raised his arms and introduced the traditionalists' 4 representatives as Shaga, Ulgun, Kokaki, and himself. Fujimura reacted in surprise that the elderly leader intended to fight personally, immediately assuming that one defeat was already guaranteed. Freya quickly stopped him from saying any more. The elder then announced the representatives of the opposing radicalists, Jija, Vigil, Amaru, and the Flame Princess. Jija looked toward Pip, her eyes narrowing. Amaru asked whether she was truly prepared for what was about to happen, reminding her that she had searched for her daughter for so long. If the battle turned into a bloodbath, there was a chance her daughter could become caught in the fighting. Jija replied that it no longer mattered. She had already warned Lanalua to leave, and it was far too late to change anything. She believed her daughter no longer depended on her, and she acknowledged that she herself had been the one who drove her own child to flee the village. Given everything that had happened, Lanalua had every reason to hate her mother. Amaru accepted her resolve, concluding that all that remained was for them to fulfill their duty as warriors together. They would venture out into the world alongside the Flame Princess, so that the suffering left behind by the Black Dragon would never be inflicted upon them again. Jija agreed wholeheartedly. The elder announced the first representative of the radicalists, Vigil, prompting cheers from his comrades. As he turned to introduce the traditionalists' first representative, his eyes widened in shock. Every one of the traditionalist representatives had already been knocked unconscious and lay sprawled on the ground. Even the radicalists had not anticipated such a development. Fujimura stepped forward and introduced himself, leaving even his own companions stunned. Vigil demanded to know what Fujimura thought he was doing, insulting him as a snotty little runt. Before he could finish, however, Fujimura struck him in the head with his wrench, sending Vigil crashing to the ground. The radicalists stared in disbelief at what had just happened. Fujimura declared that he had no intention of allowing such a pointless battle to drag on any longer. He announced that the rules were changing. From that point onward, everyone present would face him alone, and whoever remained standing at the end would be declared the winner. He warned them to stay sharp, or they might end up making him their king. His companions were stunned by the announcement. Bridge concluded that his master had finally lost his mind. The White Wolves dismissed the declaration and ordered everyone to seize the insolent brat. They charged at Fujimura all at once, but he swiftly countered every attack, sending them crashing to the ground before calmly letting out a breath. The elder demanded to know whether Fujimura had gone mad. In response, Fujimura struck him with his wrench. Shaga immediately called out to the elder, while Fujimura casually asked whether there was a problem. He questioned whether this was truly the extent of the White Wolves' strength. The White Wolves trembled as they realized how powerful the boy was. One of the White Wolves rushed toward Fujimura, declaring that he had courage. Introducing himself as Amaru, he boasted that he possessed the fastest blade arm in the village and was like the living wind god. Before he could finish, however, Eltiko's kick struck him, sending him flying. She stood calmly afterward without the slightest sign of concern. Fujimura gritted his teeth and scolded Eltiko for recklessly joining the fight. He reminded her that her responsibility was to watch over the young girl and pointed out that the rules were supposed to be him against the White Wolf. If everyone began ignoring those rules, the battle would descend into complete chaos. At the same time, another White Wolf lunged at Freya, accusing her of being a liar. Freya cried out, but the attack failed to injure her because of her slash resistance. The attacker was bewildered by the protection provided by her robes. Fujimura remarked that, considering the equipment his companions were wearing, they were not going to be defeated so easily. Bridge immediately complained about not receiving similar equipment, only for Fujimura to bluntly reply that no one had said Bridge would get any and that he simply should not get hit. The White Wolf then seized Freya, intending to snap her slender neck with his bare hands. Fujimura pointed out that Pip was also with them. Pip's eyes widened as determination filled her. Stepping in front of Freya, Pip grabbed the White Wolf's arm. Watching from a distance, her mother had not expected such a reaction. Determined to protect her friend, Pip threw the White Wolf, sending him crashing into a wall. Freya stared at Pip in amazement while Pip stood there catching her breath. Fujimura chuckled, observing that the slavery curse was wearing off nicely and that Pip had already returned to peak condition. Reflecting on everything she had accomplished, he noted that, even while burdened by the curse, the small White Wolf had escaped from the organization and traveled more than 100 kilometers entirely on her own. From his perspective, Pip possessed tremendous potential. Something suddenly flew toward the group. Fujimura and Eltiko reacted simultaneously, catching the incoming axe with perfect timing before looking toward its source. Behind the gathered White Wolves, someone ordered the others to move aside, recognizing that the humans were formidable opponents. Shaga declared that they would put a stop to them, and Jija agreed that, if it was the only way, then so be it. The elder watched in surprise, realizing that he was witnessing Shagao and Jija fighting together once again. A smile spread across his face. The White Wolf tribe erupted into cheers, celebrating the return of the strongest White Wolf combination. Bridge looked at the two in confusion, wondering why everyone's morale had soared the instant they stood side by side. Shaga declared that they would defeat Fujimura's party with a single White Wolf shot. Jija acknowledged the plan. Hearing the unfamiliar technique, Fujimura grew curious. The claws of both White Wolves slowly cracked. The elder explained that the technique worked by wrapping their claw tips in rocks compressed to their maximum density before launching them with a full-powered burst of mana. It was the White Wolves' secret technique, and its hardness rivaled that of diamond. He remarked that anyone who survived it would have every right to boast about enduring the attack. Fujimura and Eltiko watched the incoming explosion. Activating their enhanced vision simultaneously, they intercepted the White Wolves' attack. The White Wolves looked on as the rocks were deflected, only for the projectiles to reverse course and fly back toward them. The warriors scattered as the hardened rocks rained down upon their own ranks. Fujimura judged that the technique possessed respectable power but criticized it as being far too crude and in need of further refinement. Bridge proudly called out to his master. Fujimura remarked that, if the tribe's strongest combination wanted to challenge him, they would need a much harder burr than that. A burr referred to the protrusions, bulges, and other unwanted edges left behind after machining metal, plastic, rubber, and similar materials, also known in Japanese as kiri. The elder could not believe what he was witnessing and declared that, if he were fighting, he would have defeated the insolent brat in a single strike. Fujimura dismissed the claim, insisting that it would only happen in the elder's dreams. Even so, he admitted that something still felt missing. Fujimura then swung his wrench before pointing it directly at the Flame Princess. He remarked that he had heard she was incredibly strong, yet from where he stood she looked like nothing more than a fanatical leader stirring up trouble while sitting comfortably on her throne and drinking juice. The Flame Princess silently returned his gaze. Fujimura openly challenged the Flame Princess to descend from her seat and face him. If she was seeking an offering, he declared that he had one prepared for her. Rather than a tribute, however, the offering he intended to present was a fresh lump of iron. As a child, Freya watched her mother prepare to leave once again and tearfully wondered if she was going somewhere. Her mother apologized, embraced her, and explained that there were people in need of help, and because she possessed the power to save them, it was her duty to come to their aid. Smiling warmly, she reassured Freya that there was nothing to worry about, reminding her that she was the strongest of them all. Comforted by those words, Freya stopped crying. Back in the present, Fujimura called for the Flame Princess to descend and face him. If she sought an offering, he declared that he had one ready, though the only offering he intended to present was a fresh lump of iron. The Flame Princess placed a hand upon her mask and found the challenge amusing, considering Fujimura's strength far too insignificant to challenge a Salyuan. Freya's eyes widened. As the Flame Princess coldly told Fujimura to know his place, Freya's mind returned to her final memories of her mother, who had always greeted her with a bright smile. The Flame Princess continued by stating that, despite it being beneath her to fight Fujimura, she would allow him to witness the true power of the White Wolf tribe. At that moment, something crashed down behind Fujimura. He glanced over his shoulder while the elder cursed under his breath. Saliva dripped from the mouths of Shaga and Jija as they underwent beastification. The elder explained that it was a forbidden technique available only to chosen beastmen, granting tremendous power at the cost of gradually losing their sanity. Pip looked on with concern. The elder urged Fujimura to defeat them as quickly as possible, warning that anyone who remained in that state for too long would lose their mind forever. Fujimura instructed El Tico to stand aside, declaring that it was time to teach them some manners the old-fashioned way. Freya watched intently as Shaga leaped high into the air before crashing down hard enough to shatter the ground beneath him. Fujimura immediately heightened his guard. Shaga and Jija charged simultaneously, but Fujimura effortlessly evaded their assault. The White Wolves cheered for the pair as they attacked again, surrounding Fujimura with their extended claws. Watching from above, the elder believed the battle was over, convinced that simultaneous attacks from all four directions could not be escaped. In the next instant, Fujimura moved. Before anyone could comprehend what had happened, Shaga and Jija dropped into crouched positions, overcome with pain. Fujimura casually remarked that he had forgotten to mention his transition ability. He placed screws on each of their heads before striking them with his wrench. Quietly telling the two to lie down, he watched as they coughed up blood before walking away. As the ground continued to crumble beneath them, Fujimura calmly announced that he was ready for the next opponent. Silence fell over the White Wolves. The Flame Princess merely watched without reacting. The elder stared at Fujimura in disbelief, wondering what kind of strength the boy possessed and questioning whether he might also be some sort of Salyuan. Without warning, someone appeared behind the elder. Lgun drove a blade into the elder's back, causing him to collapse as blood spilled from his mouth. Pip and Fujimura were both shocked. The elder struggled to turn around and was stunned to discover that his attacker was Lgun. Fujimura immediately called for Freya. She fired the healing gun at the elder. Clenching his jaw, Shaga demanded to know what Lgun thought he was doing. The attacker questioned who Lgun was before casually asking whether Shaga meant the owner of the face he was wearing. He apologized mockingly before revealing that he had already killed the real Lgun. Fujimura remained expressionless as the imposter laughed. Moments later, Lgun's form vanished, revealing another individual. The newcomer introduced himself as Alyamumi, a subordinate of Lord Telzero, one of the 6 great demon generals, and the commander of the 5th Division of the Demon Army. Bridge was stunned that someone of such high rank had appeared in a place like this. Fujimura dismissed the announcement entirely, stating that titles such as commander, gang boss, head of state, or president meant nothing to him. Regardless of rank, fools remain fools, and some would never understand anything unless they were struck. Declaring that he only needed a moment, Fujimura prepared to give Alyamumi exactly that treatment. Fujimura stepped forward to face Alyamumi. Meanwhile, Freya hurried to the elder's side and asked whether he was all right, gritting her teeth as she checked his condition. Alyamumi, the Demon Army's division commander, admitted that he had never expected interference from someone like Fujimura. The same had been true during the incident in Bonus. Whether by coincidence or deliberate intent, Fujimura seemed remarkably skilled at inserting himself into other people's affairs. Fujimura questioned what Bonus had to do with it. Alyamumi revealed that the kidnapping of the Great Sage, the delivery of the Magu to Zafat, and the magic compound experiments had all been orchestrated by him. Pip and El Tico immediately recalled the slavery curse upon hearing this. Alyamumi continued by revealing that unleashing the dragon upon the village, orchestrating the massacre of its own people, and dividing the White Wolves into opposing factions had also been his work. Memories of the casualties, the deaths, and the abandoned weapons resurfaced in everyone's minds. Aoyamumi explained that dividing the village had served two purposes. The first had been to conduct an experiment in internal collapse. Had it succeeded, he intended to apply the same strategy on a national scale. Fujimura listened with a deep frown. The second objective had been to weaken those who sought revenge against the demons. Aoyamumi mentioned hearing of a warrior from the village who had once defeated a demon general, a white wolf named Lupus. At the mention of that name, both Shaga and Jija visibly reacted. Aoyamumi dismissed the legend, concluding that if the village's strength extended only this far, then he had never had anything to fear. He mocked the beastmen as simple-minded, claiming they had been almost laughably easy to deceive. By merely invoking the name of the Flame Princess and promising them greater strength, he had quickly won them over. Jija stood frozen in shock. Aoyamumi added that none of it would have been possible without the outstanding performance of his vice-commander. At that moment, an unsettling sound came from the Flame Princess. To Freya's horror, the face resembling her mother split apart, revealing the form of a demon beneath the disguise. The demon introduced as the 5th Division Vice-Commander, Zaif the Mimic, questioned whether it was not a little early to declare their original plan a failure. Eliminating the humans would have allowed them to erase everything and begin again as many times as necessary. Aoyamumi dismissed the concern, explaining that he had already grown tired of maintaining the deception. He then turned his attention toward Fujimura. As Fujimura's companions listened in silence, Aoyamumi remarked that he had discovered a far more interesting collection of playthings. Suddenly, countless vine-like appendages emerged from the ground. Aoyamumi invited everyone to enjoy themselves, announcing that the entire 5th Division had come out to play. Numerous monsters surrounded the battlefield, each possessing little more than enormous mouths and antennae. The white wolves stared in horror as the demon army stood before them. One demon lashed out with incredible speed, cleanly severing the heads of several nearby white wolves. Freya reacted in alarm as the demon let out a growl. Without hesitation, Aoyamumi announced the beginning of the banquet of blood. He ordered one of the demons to offer him its head, and the demon immediately complied by severing its own neck. Fujimura watched as the headless body dropped to its knees while blood poured onto the ground, forming a rapidly expanding pool. Holding the severed head in his hand, Aoyamumi declared that it too should witness the fruits of his many years of experimentation. Freya stood speechless as Aoyamumi explained that sacrificing a high-ranking demon allowed the creation of an entirely new life form known as a demon hybrid. The research conducted in Bonus had proven invaluable in achieving that result. Unlike El Tico, whom he dismissed as an imperfect elf, these creations were masterpieces that could be controlled completely at his command. The pool of blood spread farther before a gigantic creature emerged from within it. Massive claws broke the surface first, followed by an enormous shadow. The creature was the demon dragon Ronaiga, bearing the very same name as the black dragon that had once devastated the White Wolf village. The elder stared at the monster as its tail rose into the air, and a deafening roar echoed across the battlefield. The white wolves trembled before the overwhelming presence. Falling to his knees, the elder believed everything was over and that the village had reached its end. Someone then stepped forward and stood in front of him. It was Fujimura. After observing that the dragon's head did not look like it would split open very easily, he declared that everyone else should leave the rest to him because he intended to beat the dragon down completely. Freya immediately reacted to those words. They were all allies now, so there was no reason for Fujimura to say that he alone would handle it when he already had companions standing beside him. Fujimura suddenly froze as memories of his previous life resurfaced. He recalled his former comrades proudly standing together beneath the banner of Fujimura Manufacturing. After a brief pause, Fujimura corrected himself. Acknowledging Freya's point, he proposed that they all show the demons exactly what Fujimura Manufacturing was made of. Freya immediately objected to Fujimura's words. They were allies now, and there was no reason for him to speak as though he would face everything alone when he already had companions standing beside him. Watching the exchange, the elder wondered what these young people were thinking. Even against a monstrous opponent like the one before them, they showed no hesitation or fear. He could not understand what gave them the resolve to keep fighting. Aoyamumi smirked as the demon dragon slowly opened its jaws. He admitted that everything he had witnessed in Bonus had convinced him that every member of Fujimura's group was dangerous, with Fujimura being especially troublesome. Fujimura's power came from an unknown technology that seemed as though it belonged to another world, making him a true irregularity. Placing a hand on the ground, Aoyamumi declared that he was pleased he had taken every precaution from the moment he entered the Great Vern jungle. Fujimura questioned what he meant by preparation. Aoyamumi explained that he intended to dismantle Fujimura's party piece by piece. The ground suddenly trembled as a magic circle spread beneath them. Freya immediately recognized it. Smiling, Aoyamumi remarked that the best way to eliminate worry was to deal with it before it became a problem. Laughing aloud, he activated the spell with a chant of transfer. In the next instant, Fujimura found himself standing in what appeared to be ancient ruins. He looked around in confusion while Aoyamomi chuckled, announcing that the division was complete. Fujimura asked where they were. Aoyamomi explained that they remained somewhere within the Great Vern Jungle. Given the number of people involved, that outcome was only natural. More importantly, he had successfully isolated Fujimura. As for the others, only fate knew where they had been sent or who had ended up together. Freya, El Tico, and the White Wolves found themselves facing the demon dragon. Elsewhere, Pip, Jija, and Bridge stood opposite Zafe. Fujimura wondered who had been transported alongside him. The elder spoke from behind, revealing that only the two of them remained together. The elder remarked that Fujimura had at least drawn a favorable companion, but Fujimura privately considered the situation far less fortunate. His thoughts immediately turned to the safety of the others. Aoyamomi laughed after noticing Fujimura's concern for his companions. He explained that Fujimura's transition ability required either a location he had previously visited or the coordinates of a magic stone carried by one of his allies. Locating those coordinates required a considerable amount of time, and Aoyamomi had no intention of allowing him the opportunity to do so. Until Aoyamomi was defeated, Fujimura would be unable to rescue anyone. After a brief pause, Fujimura accepted the situation. Activating his transceiver, he contacted the others to confirm they could hear him. He informed them that he would be unable to reach them for the time being and instructed them to contact him through the transceiver if they needed anything. Should the situation become too dangerous, they were to retreat immediately. Freya and Pip responded to let him know they had received the message. With that settled, Fujimura turned his attention back to Aoyamomi. Deciding to ask something first, he questioned where Aoyamomi ranked in strength among all the demons present that day. Aoyamomi answered that he was naturally the strongest among them. Regardless of everything else, he remained a division commander of the demon army. Fujimura accepted the answer and remarked that it was actually a relief. Aoyamomi was puzzled by the response, but Fujimura explained that it meant he could eliminate the greatest threat in the forest first. Although he considered himself stuck with an undesirable partner, he believed he had struck the jackpot when it came to his opponent. Amused by Fujimura's reasoning, Aoyamomi commented that the truth would soon reveal itself. Fujimura agreed before activating body hardening, second gate. Gripping his gad and chisel, he declared that he had no intention of wasting time with unnecessary conversation. He intended to end the battle in a single exchange by unleashing his maximum firepower against Aoyamomi. Aoyamomi recognized the technique, recalling Fujimura's chisel impact attack. Stretching out his arm, he expressed his anticipation of witnessing the mysterious power of Fujimura's equipment once again. Fujimura immediately sprang into the air and activated his transition ability. Aoyamomi calmly extended his arm toward him. Fujimura drove the gad into Aoyamomi's hand before activating chisel impact. The weapon glowed brightly as a tremendous explosion erupted. The elder instinctively braced himself for the blast, but when the smoke cleared, he stared ahead in shock. Aoyamomi was still standing. Fujimura frowned. Aoyamomi admitted that the attack was impressive and that he now understood how Fujimura had destroyed the Magu so effortlessly. However, an injury of that magnitude could simply be regenerated. If Fujimura truly wished to defeat him in a single strike, he would have to obliterate his entire body. The elder was astonished. Fujimura realized that even blowing off Aoyamomi's entire arm had not been enough. He understood that this was the true level of a division commander. Stretching his neck, Fujimura acknowledged that, out of every opponent he had encountered so far, Aoyamomi was by far the strongest. Aoyamomi wondered what Fujimura intended to show him next. Fujimura quickly assessed the situation, realizing that his only option was to keep hammering away at Aoyamomi until the demon's mana was exhausted. From that point on, the battle would become a contest of attrition, with Fujimura steadily wearing down Aoyamomi's regenerative ability. Whoever reached their mana limit first would lose. Aoyamomi praised Fujimura's keen judgment before remarking that, since the battle had become such an entertaining performance, he might as well remove the supporting actors. He pointed toward the elder, causing the elder to tense in surprise. Aoyamomi produced a small black sphere. Fujimura immediately recognized it. Chanting Koketsu, Black Blood, Aoyamomi launched the attack. Fujimura instantly grabbed the elder and threw both of them clear of its path. Furious, Fujimura demanded to know what kind of trick Aoyamomi was pulling and urged the elder to move quickly. Before they could escape completely, the creature latched onto Fujimura's back. Seeing it cling to him, Fujimura shoved the elder farther away as the Magu swallowed him whole. The elder cried out in alarm. Aoyamomi laughed, remarking that he had known Fujimura would choose to protect the elder. To him, that kind of behavior was exactly what made humans so foolish. Moments later, the Magu dissolved, revealing Fujimura standing unharmed at its center. The elder stared at him in shock. A mark had appeared on Fujimura's cheek. Fujimura complained that no one had mentioned there being a second Magu. Aoyamomi chuckled, commenting that assumptions often led to mistakes. As Fujimura already knew, the mangua's effect was to deprive its target of mana. The elder was left speechless. Aoyamumi explained that there was only one way to remove the curse: destroy its source. Fujimura would first have to get past him. Fujimura immediately understood the implication. Even if he generated mana, the manga would drain it away before he could use it. That meant he could no longer communicate or teleport for the time being because of the mangua's affliction. Aoyamumi considered the situation. Since Fujimura was not attempting to flee, he wondered whether the boy had another plan or intended to rely on his troublesome transition ability. That ability remained Aoyamumi's greatest concern. If Fujimura escaped with it, defeating him would become impossible. Even so, because Fujimura was confined to the forest, Aoyamumi believed he could catch him immediately. Fujimura silently stared at Aoyamumi as his right eye began to glow. He realized that, at the very least, the power of his eye remained unaffected. As long as that ability still functioned, there had to be a way to survive with the strength he currently possessed. Aoyamumi raised his hand, and two black spheres materialized. Fujimura, Freya, Eltiko, and Pip all noticed them. Aoyamumi declared that Fujimura was an exceptionally valuable specimen and that he intended to study him thoroughly until the very end. They would enjoy this performance without any distractions from the other battles. In his view, all that remained before him was a child stripped of his powers and an old man whose presence would make no meaningful difference. Elsewhere, the battle against the demon dragon Ronaiga continued. The white wolves charged forward, vowing to defend their village with their own hands. The dragon's tail lifted as its body swelled with power. Eltiko immediately recognized the attack and shouted for everyone to get away because it was the Black Breath, Melanpuki. Her warning came too late. The white wolves failed to move in time and were completely erased by the dragon's breath. Others collapsed in horror, acknowledging the terrifying might of the attack and realizing that, at this rate, even the platform itself would be destroyed. Freya told the others to stand aside because she intended to take a shot. One of the white wolves questioned what she could possibly accomplish with such a small weapon. The dragon noticed her and immediately took flight. As a sphere of light formed, Freya fired the Bakuan Fujimura toward the sky. The projectile struck the dragon, causing the white wolves to stare in astonishment. Even Fujimura was surprised by the attack. However, the dragon swiftly evaded it. Freya was shocked that it had managed to dodge. The dragon immediately swung its tail toward her. Eltiko rushed to Freya, lifted her into her arms, and escaped the attack. Freya then noticed that Eltiko's foot had been burned. Around them, the platform slowly began to crumble. Aoyamumi proudly remarked that Ronaiga possessed remarkable speed and was naturally cautious and highly sensitive to danger. Fujimura gritted his teeth. Turning his attention back to the battle, Aoyamumi observed that it no longer mattered whether the people or the platform fell first, as either outcome would lead only to their annihilation. He suggested they watch the vice commander's performance next. Looking on, he remarked that the group consisting of the three weaklings and the white wolf was barely managing to hold on. One of the demon sisters noted that this was already Jija's second beastification since the earlier battle, and that the situation had become increasingly dangerous. Aoyamumi concluded that, painful as it was to admit, she would never be the same again. Chapter 36 began as Aoyamumi reflected that, since the earlier battle, this was Jija's second time going beast mode. The situation was becoming increasingly dire. It pained him to admit it, but Jija might never return to the way she once was. The girl's mother would never be the same. Even as Jija's mind slowly faded, she remembered something. She recalled the calm, dazzling days of her past. She remembered wondering what Delna thought he was doing by taking off his mask again. To the white wolves, their masks were a tradition they took pride in, symbolizing their determination to always stand on the battlefield. Forget being a descendant of a hero, he was not even aware of his role as a warrior. If the elder were to find out, there would be consequences. Before she could finish that thought, Delna complained about how suffocating the mask was, pointing out that only the two of them were there anyway. He suggested that Jija remove hers as well, remarking that it was a waste for someone as beautiful as her to hide behind a mask. Jija was caught completely off guard by his words, while Delna laughed. Delna was the village's strongest warrior, born from a heroic bloodline. Jija rubbed her baby bump and quietly wished that Lunalua would never grow up to be like him. Delna responded in confusion. Delna was Jija's husband. One day, the village was attacked, and the father of her child was killed while protecting his family. Jija desperately cried for the nearly lifeless Delna to get up and not leave them behind. At the same time, their baby cried. With the last of his strength, Delna expressed how grateful he was that the two of them were safe. Jija agreed, believing that was exactly the kind of husband he was, and urged that they escape quickly. Instead, Delna entrusted both his share and Lunalua's future to her before breathing his last. Jija's eyes widened as tears streamed down her face. She resolved to carry that burden herself and raise Lunalua into a warrior worthy of being called a hero's child. From that moment onward, Jija decided she would raise Lunalua to become stronger than anyone else. Time passed, and the child eventually grew strong enough to chop down a tree. As the tree crashed to the ground, it became clear that the child possessed a remarkable gift, even talent. Lunalua happily called out to her mother, but a foot suddenly swung toward her. Her eyes widened, yet Jija's kick had already struck, sending her flying into a tree. She coughed as she hit the ground, and her mother urged her to keep going. Jija discarded every trace of sympathy and raised her child with nothing but harshness. Only the strong survived. That was the lesson she had learned during that nightmare. No matter how much Lunalua might come to hate her, making the child stronger was all that mattered. Jija became the embodiment of hatred toward weakness, directing it even at herself. Unknowingly, she had begun taking it out on her daughter. The child, who only wanted to be pampered by her mother, instead came to fear the person closest to her, seeing her as the closest thing to hell. Jija wondered how she had appeared through her daughter's young, impressionable eyes. Then that child was taken from her before her very eyes. A demon appeared, causing Jija to jolt. At that very moment, Lunalua called out to her mother. Jija remained slumped on the ground with trembling eyes as the demons slithered toward her. Meanwhile, Lunalua ran toward her, determined to reach her. Panting heavily, Jija turned and looked at the approaching child. Suddenly, she slashed at Lunalua with her claws and hurled her away. Luna grimaced in pain as Jija's eyes widened. Bridge watched in shock, unable to comprehend how she could attack her own child. Jija managed to tell Luna to get away from her because her sanity would not last much longer. Before she could finish warning what would happen at this rate, she began to drool. Luna stared in shock. The demon stopped advancing as Zaif ordered it to wait, believing this might become a truly interesting spectacle. He anticipated that the foolish mother, who had searched across all of the burn for her beloved child, would finally reunite with her only to kill and devour her despite all her efforts. After all, Jija had abandoned her pride and sought power from the Flame Princess in the outside world solely to search for her child. Luna was left stunned. Zaif proclaimed that everyone should bear witness to a beautiful tragedy in which a beautiful daughter, who had never known parental love and had fallen into slavery, would have her life taken by her own mother. Jija's eyes widened as she remembered Fujimura telling her that she did not know a single thing about everything Lunalua had endured to make it this far while they had been separated. Realizing she truly was a hopeless fool, Jija concluded that the least she could do was take Zaif down with her. She attacked the moment that resolve formed. Zaif's expression suddenly changed, taking on Delna's face. The familiar face greeted Jija as though they had not seen each other in a long time and expressed how much it had missed her. Jija's eyes widened as Delna's face laughed. She flinched and stopped midway through grabbing Zaif as he continued wearing Delna's appearance. Unable to move, she stood frozen. Delna's face remarked that it was astounding what that appearance could accomplish. Even in her current state, it was still capable of bringing her rationality to the surface, proving just how precious that memory was to her. Zaif then extended his hands and struck Jija. She screamed while Luna watched in horror. Delna's face explained that, by touching a target's blood, he could peer into their memories and flawlessly replicate any voice or appearance he desired. Jija collapsed onto the ground. Delna's face observed that the blow had not been fatal, meaning Jija was still breathing. As Jija's mouth opened to reveal sharpened teeth, Delna's face assured everyone that the damage she had sustained had already accelerated the beast-shifting process. Within Jija's fading mind, it was already too late, and she could no longer hear anything. Delna's face declared that she had successfully completed her transformation into a beast. Jija dropped onto all fours and growled. Bridge desperately called for her to regain her senses, but Zaif remarked that he was wasting his breath because there was no longer anyone in this world capable of reaching Jija. Jija gritted her teeth before releasing a savage roar that caused the demons to shudder. Luna tensed and resolved to wake Jija up before running toward her mother. As the demons advanced on Jija, Luna noticed them closing in. Zaif remarked that Jija's overwhelming killing intent had driven them into a frenzy, complaining that this was exactly why he could not stand such simple-minded foot soldiers, as they had ruined the performance. The demons prepared to fire at Luna. Her eyes widened before narrowing. In her mind, only the word "Mama" remained. Jija suddenly remembered the moments they had shared together. She recalled Luna as a baby, Delna's joy at her birth, and the loving smile she had given her infant daughter. Without warning, Jija rushed forward, embraced Luna, and shielded her from the attack. Blood burst from Jija's mouth. Fujimura watched in shock while Luna stood frozen with her mother's blood splattered across her face. Something began to awaken. Luna's eyes remained wide open as her mother's body went limp in front of her. Jija collapsed to the ground while the foot soldier demons drew closer. Zaif grinned and declared it magnificent that, despite fully beast-shifting, Jija had still protected her child. To him, it was truly an act of love. Luna remained speechless in shock as Jija coughed and apologized. In her fading mind, Jija questioned what she was even saying. She had been the one who hurt her daughter and driven her to this point. She wondered what she was doing, believing she did not deserve any forgiveness. Luna knelt beside her mother and gently held her hand. Jija's eyes were only half open. Holding back her tears, Luna bravely revealed that, on the day she ran away without knowing anything about the outside world, she had broken the rules and left her mother behind. Even after returning to the village, she had been frightened the entire time and could not bring herself to say anything. Still, there was one thing she wanted her mother to know. Even while they had been apart, she had always been thinking about her and had always loved her. Luna broke down in tears as Jija's eyes widened. Crying even harder, Luna apologized for running away, admitting that all she had truly wanted all along was to see her mother again. Jija wondered why she had been so consumed by those feelings all this time. She thought of Delna and believed that, if he were watching, he would see that their child had grown into someone truly strong. With so little life remaining, Jija realized that the only thing left for her to give was herself for the sake of her daughter's survival. Luna cried out as Jija used her own body to shield her from every incoming attack. Jija no longer had a voice left. Everything she did was only for Luna. Spike after spike pierced her body. Luna could only watch as her mother was fatally wounded before Jija finally collapsed onto the ground. Zaif remarked that, now that Jija had been rid of her beast form, he had no further interest in her and wished for her to die. Tears streamed from Luna's widened eyes as the events that had just unfolded flashed through her mind. An explosion echoed. Luna's hair changed color. Zaif questioned whether the red hair meant she was a crimson beast. Alyamomi confirmed that it did. It seemed the legendary beastman who had once defeated one of the 6 generals and escaped with one of the Demon King's arms had truly belonged to the White Wolf tribe after all. He remarked that such a mutation was a troublesome existence for the demons, though it had always been dismissed as nothing more than a fairy tale. Luna activated Reversion Auto-Strengthen and picked up the axe. Zaif questioned the overwhelming bloodlust he suddenly felt. Even more alarming was the fact that she possessed the very axe once wielded by the hero. He wondered if she was truly the legendary Crimson White Wolf. Luna declared that she would never forgive Zaif. As Jija lay bleeding on the ground, Luna stood holding the hero's weapon. Jija smiled. In her mind, she entrusted the rest to Lunalua, believing that the blood of the hero flowing from her father, Delna, would guide her daughter forward. She imagined herself sitting beneath a tree with Delna, her head resting against his shoulder, knowing she would soon be with him. Bridge quietly closed his eyes. Darkness settled over Luna's expression. Zaif acknowledged that Luna truly was different from the others, but questioned what a mere child could possibly accomplish. Since the matter involved a commander, he decided it was only proper for him to deal with Luna personally. He dismissed the Crimson Beast as a farce, believing that she was ultimately nothing more than a beastman and declaring that he would take her foul beastly life just as he had taken her mother's. Before Zaif could finish speaking, Luna had already severed his head. He never had the chance to react. His head shattered and his body crumbled. Bridge stood frozen in shock, sweat running down his face. Luna instructed him to stay close, referring to him as Pretty Boy. Chibi's sense of smell had located Fuji, and they needed to get there immediately. She refused to let anyone else die. With that, she dashed forward while dragging Bridge along. Alyamomi simply watched them leave, remarking that the sight had been quite a shock. He never would have expected to witness the birth of a legend in a place like that. If he had one regret, it was allowing such a promising child to emerge. He slammed his foot into the ground and declared that he would crush their hopes through sheer numbers. At once, hordes of demons surged forward and filled the battlefield. Bridge exclaimed in disbelief as the demons continued pouring in without end. Luna pressed onward, determined to reach Fujimura. She remembered the bread Fujimura had given her when they first met. This time, Pip would protect Fuji. The dragon soared upward and let out a deafening roar as it opened its mouth. Freya fired at it, but the dragon evaded the shot. She was caught off guard that her attack had failed to connect. The dragon swung its claws and slammed them toward the group. Eltiko dodged the attack, gritting her teeth as Freya called out to her. The ground crumbled beneath them. The dragon's tail emitted a sharp popping sound, prompting Shaga to warn everyone that another attack was coming. The tail released a rain of black blood over them, causing the platform to shake violently before parts of it collapsed. Shaga observed that, at this rate, the platform would not hold together much longer. Eltiko launched herself above the demon dragon with a battle cry and unleashed her super storm kick. As she closed the distance, the dragon's tail swung back toward her. Realizing too late that it was targeting her, she was struck and slammed into the ground. Even so, Eltiko managed to sit up and cough. Freya realized that Eltiko was still unfamiliar with her new body, yet she continued fighting with everything she had to protect her, exhausting herself in the process. Tightening her grip on her gun, Freya struggled to decide what to do. She only had a few shots remaining. If only she could land at least one of them. Shaga approached Freya and urged her to listen. He explained that their only hope rested on the cylinder of light. After observing the dragon closely, he had noticed that whenever it released its black flames, there was a slight delay before the attack fully unfolded. That brief gap was something they could exploit. However, the strategy was extremely risky, and they would need someone to act as a decoy. Without one, their discovery would amount to nothing. Another white wolf stepped forward and called Shaga a dumbass. If a shield was what Shaga needed, then Vigil would fill that role. He believed his mother had given him his sturdy body precisely for a moment like this. As a child, others had mocked him for his enormous size, but now he was proud of it. If it meant saving the village, he would push himself to his limits as many times as necessary. Shaga was moved by his resolve, while Freya looked on in surprise. Eltiko extended her hand. Vigil met her gaze and shook it. He asked only that they not forget him. Eltiko's grip suddenly tightened. Confused, Vigil looked at her, but she continued squeezing until a cracking sound echoed, making him cry out. Freya stared in bewilderment. Eltiko made it clear that he should step aside because this battle was hers. She explained that she was the strongest person there. Shaga admitted he could not argue with that, but reminded her that she would not be able to dodge the attack. She would have to withstand the full force of it. Freya realized that Eltiko intended to take the entire attack herself. Eltiko accepted without hesitation. She reasoned that if she concentrated all of her wind energy into a single point, it might allow her to endure at least one attack. Besides, Freya was there to keep her alive. Hearing those words, Freya's eyes widened. She gripped her gun with renewed determination and resolved that, no matter what happened, she would heal Eltiko without fail. Eltiko smiled. She then launched herself into the sky and closed in on the dragon. As she approached, she formed a massive sphere of compressed wind around herself. Watching from afar, Alyamumi remarked that it was an incredibly reckless gamble before signaling Ronaiga. The dragon's tail gave off another sharp popping sound as Alyamumi ordered Ronaiga to shoot them down. Ronaiga unleashed its attack toward the sphere surrounding Eltiko. Fujimura called out to Negi in terror as the torrent of black blood collided with Eltiko's sphere. Remembering Freya, Eltiko reminded herself that she was Freya's shield. Gritting her teeth, she spat out blood before signaling for Freya to act. Freya immediately fired at Ronaiga. A thunderous roar echoed across the battlefield. Alyamumi could hardly believe what he saw as a massive explosion erupted. Eltiko fell motionless from the sky but was caught by Vigil before she could hit the ground. Freya rushed to her side, calling out to her as she fired the healing gun. Eltiko's eyes twitched. Overwhelmed with joy, Freya watched as Eltiko slowly opened her eyes and looked toward the dragon. Relief filled Eltiko as she realized they had succeeded. Freya burst into tears and embraced her. A tremendous thud shook the ground as the dragon crashed down. Shaga immediately instructed everyone to get off it before the crumbling platform gave way. Alyamumi merely grinned. A low growl echoed across the battlefield. Shaga heard it first. Freya looked up, horror spreading across her face as she realized the attack had not been enough. The dragon was still alive. The dragon remained standing. It was impossible to believe that Bakuin Fujimura's shot had produced no effect. Meanwhile, Fujimura and Alyamumi watched the battlefield. Alyamumi laughed, remarking that even Fujimura's ultimate attack had turned out to be a complete dud. On the screen, Pip could be seen dragging Bridge while being pursued by hordes of foot soldier demons. Pip cut down the pursuing demons with her weapon before dashing forward and swiftly killing another. Bridge narrowly avoided an incoming attack. Pip grimaced while Bridge looked terrified. Alyamumi observed that, although Pip might be the legendary Crimson Beast, she was still only a child who had only just awakened her power. Before long, she would exhaust her energy and end up being devoured like everyone else. He added that Fujimura had better hurry and help them. Even so, with the Magu continuously draining Fujimura's power, Alyamumi questioned whether Fujimura would be of much use at all. Clutching his wrench, Fujimura charged forward and demanded that Alyamumi get out of his way. Alyamumi intercepted him with ease, grabbing hold of him as Fujimura struggled to break free. Wearing a grin, Alyamumi advised him not to be so hasty. Fujimura coughed as Alyamumi reminded him that he had already explained how precious a sample Fujimura was. He intended to fight Fujimura last so he could savor it properly. Since that was how things would unfold, they would watch everything through to the very end together. Alyamumi declared that they would witness Fujimura's faithful companions fall one after another, making Fujimura the true loser. Holding up the vessel, Alyamumi laughed maniacally while Fujimura gritted his teeth. The laughter abruptly stopped. Smoke suddenly rose from Alyamumi's severed arm. Both he and Fujimura turned in shock toward the source of the attack. The elder had arrived. The elder explained that, because Alyamumi had not considered an old beast like him a threat, he had been able to buy enough time using his power. He asked Fujimura to witness the true power of the White Wolves. Fujimura called out to the old man as the elder declared that he would uphold the pride of his village. A sharp tinkling sound echoed through the air. Taking advantage of the opening, Fujimura struck Alyamumi's remaining arm with his chisel, freeing himself. Alyamumi stared in surprise as Fujimura slid in front of him with a grin. Fujimura acknowledged that the old man had truly saved him and silently regretted calling his attack a dud, realizing that it had been a perfect opening after all. The elder landed beside Fujimura, facing Alyamumi once more. Alyamumi's severed arm regenerated almost instantly. He admitted that they had caught him completely off guard and remarked that he had never expected an old dog like the elder to have another trick hidden away. Fujimura activated third gate, body hardening. Aoyamumi was surprised that Fujimura had opened the third gate. Fujimura had intended to save his strength until the situation became truly desperate, but he could no longer afford to hold back. It was time for Aoyamumi to take a little nap. Fujimura launched his attack. A violent explosion erupted as Aoyamumi was struck, sending shockwaves across the battlefield and causing the ground to crumble. The elder watched with impressed surprise. Fujimura judged that the attack should buy them some time. With that, he decided it was time for Plan B. They would regroup with the others first and, depending on the situation, carry out a brief retreat. Suddenly, Fujimura's eyes throbbed violently, and he collapsed to the ground. He cried out in pain. The elder hurriedly asked what was wrong, but Fujimura realized that this was the price of the third gate. Every sinew in his body felt as though it were being torn apart. The elder continued speaking, yet Fujimura could no longer make out the words. His hearing was fading. His vision darkened as consciousness slipped away. Then it happened again. A resonating gong echoed through his mind. Fujimura slowly opened his eyes. Before him stood a door. A mysterious voice declared that it would be far too troublesome for him to die in a place like that. His eyes burst open, burning with flame. The elder cried out in relief as Fujimura suddenly sat upright. Fujimura wondered whose voice he had just heard. Looking around, he placed his palm against the ground before searching for something. His power had returned to normal. No, it felt as though it had surpassed its previous state. Realizing what he needed to do, Fujimura instructed the elder to hold on tightly. The elder grabbed onto Fujimura's back and wondered what he intended to do. Fujimura decided that they would escape before Aoyamumi recovered. The elder questioned how they would accomplish that. Fujimura intended to fly. He resolved to break through every obstacle standing in their way, one after another. Pip dragged Bridge along as they ran, but she was already out of breath. The demons pursued them relentlessly from behind. Seeing the monsters drawing closer, Bridge cried out in fear and called out to Pip from behind her. Clutching her weapon, Pip slashed through another wave of demons before finally collapsing to the ground, battered and gasping for breath. Bridge realized they could not keep this up any longer. Ever since the demons had appeared, Pip had protected him the entire time, fighting alone. As Pip shakily tried to stand again, Bridge cried upon realizing that she had endured everything with nothing more than her tiny body. Another demon suddenly towered before them. Pip weakly looked up at it as it raised its arm to strike. In her mind, she once again pictured Fujimura smiling at her. As she thought of him, Fujimura arrived at that very moment and severed the demon's head with a single slash. Bruised and covered in blood, Pip looked up at Fujimura. He apologized for the delay and assured her that she no longer needed to worry. He intended to finish everything quickly before they all headed home for something to eat. Overcome with relief, Pip rushed forward and hugged him tightly. Bridge also cried as he called Fujimura his master. Fujimura casually swished his hand, thinking that it would be far too troublesome for Bridge to die in a place like this. He recalled hearing the mysterious voice once again and wondered what had happened this time. Ever since hearing it, power had continued overflowing within him. Thanks to that, he realized he could now open body hardening all the way to the third gate without exhausting himself. Although he had no idea why this had become possible, he concluded that it would allow him to move on to the next stop without difficulty. Their next destination was the young lassie and Nagajiji. Meanwhile, the battle between Eltiko and Ronaiga continued. Both sides were now panting and exhausted. Ronaiga once again used it to unleash another attack. Eltiko dodged while holding Freya protectively, though he too was battered from the battle. Freya desperately wondered what she should do. Eltiko had already reached his limit, and the platform beneath them would not endure much longer at this rate. Shaga clenched his jaw after ordering the humans to flee to safety. The white wolves charged forward, prepared to buy the humans time even at the cost of their own lives. Although Eltiko was injured, Shaga believed the elf would still be capable of escorting Freya safely down. Freya could not understand why Mr. Shaga intended to do such a thing. Shaga reflected that everything had been a plot devised by the enemy, one into which they had all foolishly been drawn. The white wolves therefore had to bear that responsibility. Even so, Freya and Eltiko had overcome those hardships and reunited their client once again. Their clan never forgot a debt that had to be repaid, and Shaga believed this was the proper time to return that favor. At that moment, someone arrived while dismissing the white wolves' resolve as foolish, believing that if they truly wished to repay their group, they should survive instead. Freya immediately recognized the familiar voice, and when she turned around, she saw Fujimura accompanied by the others. Fujimura remarked that dying there would accomplish nothing except ruin the taste of his booze. Freya called out to Fujimura before noticing that Pip seemed different somehow. Pip revealed that she had become a hero, leaving the elder stunned by the revelation. Fujimura then turned to Freya and requested the Bakufuji, explaining that he would deal with the large monster himself. Freya was confused because even guns had proven ineffective against it. Fujimura acknowledged that he already knew, having witnessed it himself. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a single bullet, explaining that it was a genuine bullet composed of the true core, and magic stone. He had specially made only one of them as a last resort in case they were ever cornered. It was crafted from a core material even more fundamental than the one they already knew of. Freya questioned whether such a material could exist beyond a core. Fujimura explained that he had discovered it while carrying out repairs. Wondering why he had never mentioned it before if he possessed something like that, Freya listened as Fujimura explained that the bullet's output was extraordinarily powerful. A single shot would render the gun unusable, and firing it carried a high chance that she would have to say goodbye to her weapon. Even worse, the bullet was a double-edged sword that had not undergone sufficient testing. In the worst-case scenario, it could literally explode in her face. Because of that, he had never intended to place such a burden on either a lady or a child, so he asked her to hand over the gun. Freya tightened her grip on the weapon instead. She declared that her dream was to become a hero, and if she backed down there, she believed she would lose the will to continue altogether. She pleaded with Fujimura to let her fire the shot herself. Seeing the unwavering determination in her eyes, Fujimura paused before tossing the bullet toward her. Freya frantically caught it. Accepting her resolve, Fujimura told her to give it her best shot and assured her that she did not need to worry. If things became messy, he would be there to clean up after her. Deeply moved, Freya thanked him with tears in her eyes. Ronaiga let out another deafening roar. Fujimura declared that only one shot remained to decide the battle. He stated that they would keep the beast occupied so Freya could attack with everything she had. He told her to relax, assuring her that once she pulled the trigger, she would undoubtedly hit her target. Freya accepted his encouragement and took aim. Fujimura then signaled the others, and they immediately charged into battle. Freya's heart pounded as she loaded the special bullet into the gun. Gripping the weapon with unwavering determination, she watched as flames erupted from it. She was amazed that the gun had begun raging the moment the bullet was loaded. Holding the weapon, Freya looked toward Pip, who was fighting alongside Fujimura and Eltiko against the beast. She closed her eyes as she recalled Fujimura's words. Even if the worst happened and the gun exploded in her face, she listened to the loud beating of her own heart while remembering the first weapon Fujimura had given her. She resolved to overcome that fear regardless, for everyone's sake, and so she could continue standing at Fujimura's side. Ronaiga prepared another attack as the bud-like tail emitted another popping sound. Shaga signaled that the attack was coming. Pip, Fujimura, and Eltiko launched their assaults simultaneously while placing their complete trust in Freya and waiting for her shot. As the battle reached its climax, Fujimura quietly urged the young lassie to show everyone the true power of a hero. Pip, Fujimura, and Eltiko launched their attacks simultaneously. With complete trust in Freya reflected in their eyes, they waited for her shot. Fujimura quietly urged the young lassie to show everyone the true power of a hero. As the surroundings crumbled, Freya gritted her teeth and steeled herself. Closing her eyes, she aimed at Ronaiga's mouth. In her heart, she offered her thanks for everything before pulling the trigger. The gun cracked apart and shattered in her hands. The bullet shot toward the dragon overhead. Freya looked up, only for everyone to witness Ronaiga evade the attack. The white wolves were left stunned, and Freya's eyes widened in disbelief. Fujimura remained calm, knowing the battle was not yet over. He revealed that the bullet had been designed to react to the strongest demon nearby and relentlessly pursue it. As if responding to his words, the bullet changed course, followed Ronaiga's movement, and struck the dragon. The white wolves stared in astonishment. The dragon crashed to the ground, causing Freya to lose her footing and fall. She weakly realized that she had succeeded. Fujimura caught her before she hit the ground and affirmed that she truly had. Demon Dragon Ronaiga had been successfully subjugated. Freya let out a weak chuckle. Just then, Aoyamumi appeared overhead, remarking that he had not expected Fujimura to actually defeat Ronaiga. Fujimura fixed his gaze on him as Aoyamumi commented that Fujimura's little gang of ruffians was indeed amusing. The elder quietly recognized him as Aoyamumi. Aoyamumi turned toward the fallen dragon and gestured with one hand. The dragon's severed parts slowly floated through the air before attaching themselves to his body. Freya's eyes widened as a pendant jingled. Aoyamumi had fused himself with the dragon's body. Aoyamumi remarked that such strength was only to be expected from a single arm, adding that if he had acted personally from the outside, that alone would have been more than sufficient. Vigil was shocked that everything they had faced had amounted to only one of Aoyamumi's arms. Looking directly at Fujimura, Aoyamumi invited him to run if he wished, acknowledging the transportation power Fujimura took pride in. However, he warned that he would grant only that single opportunity and promised to kill every person Fujimura left behind. He wondered how many people Fujimura could truly save. Fujimura refused to run, believing that scum like Aoyamumi deserved to be taught a lesson. Aoyamumi answered with a grin. Fujimura apologized to Eltiko for the trouble and asked her to take the injured safely off the platform. He instructed anyone still capable of moving on their own to descend as quickly as possible. Horrified, Freya realized Fujimura intended to remain behind. Fujimura declared that he was going to put an end to Aoyamumi. As Freya prepared to offer her assistance, Fujimura stopped her, explaining that Aoyamumi was after him alone. They still had a score to settle, and no one could predict how it would end. Calling it the nature of a craftsman, he admitted that he could never leave a job half-finished. Since he was in the mood for a change of scenery, Aoyamumi would be coming with him, giving them both a place where they could fight without restraint. Aoyamumi merely grinned. The two of them departed for the moon. Everyone watched with worry as Fujimura faced Aoyamumi, wrench in hand. Aoyamumi told him to come with the genuine intent to kill, warning that if Fujimura lost, the village and all of his friends would be finished. Fujimura acknowledged that he understood. Inwardly, Fujimura estimated that at full throttle, he might even be able to open the fourth gate. Given the situation, however, limits no longer mattered. He immediately unleashed body hardening and opened the fifth gate. Fujimura then declared that he would show Aoyamumi the kind of guts geezers like Hawk possessed. Fujimura dashed forward as he launched his attack. His blade sliced Aoyamumi cleanly in half. However, the two halves of Aoyamumi's face slowly crept back together until they were completely restored. Shaga watched in shock as Fujimura continued unleashing body hardening. Freya quietly urged Mr. Fujimura to give it everything he had. Once Aoyamumi's body had fully regenerated, he praised Fujimura's masterful cutting ability. Fujimura realized that simply splitting him down the middle would not be enough. Aoyamumi explained that, with his regenerative power restored to its peak, Fujimura's attacks had become ineffective. Aoyamumi then released a sphere of power. Fujimura was caught off guard as an intense light engulfed the battlefield. Pip called out to Fujimura while the smoke still lingered. As Aoyamumi looked on, he found Fujimura still standing with power overflowing from his body. Fujimura acknowledged the attack, and Aoyamumi remarked on its magnificence. The elder cheered. Grinning, Aoyamumi rose into the air and reflected on whether Fujimura had ever considered the true nature of demons. During his conflicts with the human race, he had realized that a demon's strength was fixed. Unlike humans, demons could not become stronger through training and were essentially no different from tools. Aoyamumi, however, was different. Through a long series of experiments, he had developed magic synthesis, a unique personal technique that promoted evolution by incorporating other life forms. His eyes throbbed as he declared that, with this power, he intended to obtain everything he desired, surpass the limits of demons, and eventually reach even the power of a god. Hearing this, Fujimura questioned the mention of a god. Aoyamumi's eyes swirled as his body transformed into another creature. He regarded himself as a god. Aoyamumi produced a bud similar to the dragon's. Instantly recognizing the danger, Fujimura prepared himself as the bud fired black blood toward him. Aoyamumi intended for Fujimura to witness the mercilessness of a god. Fujimura leaped aside to evade the attack, while wondering what that strange substance was that Aoyamumi kept firing everywhere. Aoyamumi believed that nothing was impossible for a god. Fujimura quickly noticed Aoyamumi's charge and successfully dodged it. However, Aoyamumi suddenly appeared behind him and seized him. Confident in his own speed and reflexes, Aoyamumi explained that, although his ability differed from Fujimura's transition, it allowed him to teleport objects that were in contact with one another simultaneously. Once Fujimura had been caught, there was no means of escape. Aoyamumi then prepared an attack originally created for use against the Demon King, the ultimate arcane rampage. Fujimura desperately tried to stop him, but Aoyamumi unleashed the black blood ball. From below, the White Wolves and Freya watched as Fujimura fell from above. The surrounding demon remains were torn apart by the attack. Fujimura crashed heavily onto the ground. Tears welled in Freya's eyes. Having transformed once again, Aoyamumi slithered toward the fallen Fujimura. Looking down at him, Aoyamumi concluded that this was the limit of what a human could achieve. Pip cried and tried to rush toward Fujimura, but Bridge restrained her. Fujimura lay motionless with blood dripping from his mouth. As his consciousness faded, memories surfaced of the woman he had loved telling him that she could no longer follow him or his dreams. He remembered the time his close family had died and when his friends had left, believing nothing more could be done. In the end, he realized that his life had been filled with nothing but farewells. Still lying on the ground, Fujimura let out a weary breath. His thoughts continued racing, yet it had always seemed that ordinary human happiness remained beyond his reach. Without ever making anything of himself, he realized that even after being reborn, he had continued repeating the same mistake. He could already feel that this was the end. Exhaustion overtook him. Then, a faint voice reached him. Freya's voice echoed loudly as she called for Mr. Fujimura. Fujimura slowly opened his eyes, wondering what all the commotion was about. Realizing that it was not the time to rest, he thought that Freya, Eltiko, and Pip would surely be heartbroken otherwise. A faint light appeared before him, and he found himself once again in the same unknown place. Recognizing the familiar presence, Fujimura realized that it was that mysterious figure again. The mysterious voice wondered how Fujimura could possibly die in a place like that. Recognizing the familiar presence, Fujimura realized it was the same figure once again and questioned what it wanted. The voice asked whether Fujimura truly understood the nature of magic stones. Fujimura regarded them as conduits for using mana, but the voice explained that this was only a fraction of their true potential. Dragon tears, magma's heat, the sea's cold embrace, the forces of the earth, the chill of a rainstorm, and the crackle of lightning were all born from and returned to those crystal forms. Magic stones were fragments of the planet itself, its offspring, its soul-given physical form. Surprised, Fujimura reflected on the idea that magic stones were fragments of the planet. The voice continued, explaining that mana granted the power to manifest one's feelings. Fujimura's magic eye drew power directly from the planet, the same source from which magic stones originated. In that sense, it functioned as a door. The same power that Fujimura used for healing and body hardening came from that source. As the holder of the star-entwined eye, Fujimura had been chosen and was therefore able to hear the voice of the planet. He was the reincarnated one sent to carry out the planet's will, the one known as the Grand Dwarf. If he wished, he could even transcend causality itself, reshaping the very principles of the world. The voice then wondered what Fujimura intended to do with such power. Fujimura reflected that he had only one regret: taking on the world with his own techniques and being recognized as the world's greatest craftsman. Remembering the faces of his companions, he realized that he cared nothing for the planet's will. Above all else, he was simply a craftsman whose wish was for the safety and satisfaction of his clients and friends. Understanding that Fujimura acted for the sake of others, the voice found his answer amusing. It decided to lend him its power on that occasion and advised him to become more accustomed to using his eye. To be honest, Aoyamumi had become a nuisance to it. A demon seeking evolution like Aoyamumi was nothing but an irregularity. The voice urged Fujimura to experience for himself the countless powers of the planet, their star. Fujimura eagerly anticipated discovering the full potential of that power. The prospect of guiding all of it through his own techniques exceeded even his wildest dreams. For the first time in a long while, he truly relished the endless possibilities before him. The ground rumbled as Fujimura's body transformed into that of an adult. Holding his cigar, he remarked to himself that his nicotine was now fully charged and that Aoyamumi was finished. Freya and Bridge stared in shock at the dramatic change in his appearance. Fujimura realized that the immense power had even adjusted his clothing perfectly through material creation. It seemed there was now truly nothing beyond his ability. Aoyamumi immediately wrapped Fujimura with his limbs, but Fujimura remained completely unfazed. Aoyamumi acknowledged that he had known Fujimura would become a threat and resolved to eliminate him then and there without fail. Before the battle continued, Fujimura asked Aoyamumi to answer one question. He wanted to know whether the real Flame Princess was still alive. Freya was stunned by the question. Grinning, Aoyamumi revealed that the Flame Princess was imprisoned within the Demon King's castle in the deepest reaches of Idzuma. By the time they had met, however, a large portion of her memories had already been destroyed. Freya's eyes widened at the revelation. Aoyamumi dismissed the matter, declaring that it made no difference because he intended to wipe every one of them from the face of the earth regardless. This time, he prepared to unleash the black blood ball at its maximum output, pouring all of his regenerative power into an attack unlike anything before. Fujimura calmly concluded that it was already over for Aoyamumi. From the very moment he had laid eyes on him, Aoyamumi's fate had been sealed. Wishing for Aoyamumi to rot in hell and take his foul soul with him, Fujimura's eye ignited as he activated the iron-turning eye. In an instant, Aoyamumi's body transformed into iron. Fujimura quietly remarked that Aoyamumi should keep an eye out for rust. Having slightly accelerated time, he knew Aoyamumi's iron body would corrode through exposure to air and moisture. Moments later, the iron body rusted away and crumbled to the ground. Fujimura realized it was already too late. There was little point in saying anything more to nothing but a pile of rusted iron. Behind him, Freya called out as the others hurried after her. Seeing everyone gathered together, Fujimura noted that the whole gang had arrived. Immediately afterward, however, he collapsed. Freya frantically rushed to Fujimura. As a likely consequence of the tremendous power he had used, he fell into a deep sleep that lasted a long time. Meanwhile, the White Wolves finally reunited as one and assisted in resolving the recent incident. Throughout that time, everyone remained by Fujimura's side, waiting for him to awaken. When he finally regained consciousness, his body trembled as he wondered why he had been turned back into a runt. His thoughts quickly shifted to the disappearance of his cigarette. Before he could react further, everyone rushed forward and embraced him tightly. Fujimura winced in pain from the sudden hugs, while Freya broke down in tears. Seeing everyone safe, Fujimura let out a relieved sigh. He reflected that losing the lantern crystal was certainly unfortunate, but there was no reason to believe they could not find another somewhere else. Freya readily agreed. Fujimura then turned to the elder and urged him to stop holding back and reveal what he knew. Surprised, the elder finally explained that the lantern crystal had been created in his homeland of Fanga. Within that nation's dungeon, the great lava cavern volcano, it was said that the rare material required to create it, the heavenly gem Amaterasu, rested. Another old man reacted in surprise at the mention of the heavenly gem Amaterasu. Fujimura noticed that yet another nosy old geezer had joined the conversation. Philosophe then explained that Amaterasu was the most valuable material used in producing the lantern light, an SS-class magic stone spoken of only in legends. The notion that Fanga was the country where it was produced was almost unbelievable. Upon realizing that such a material could be used to create a firearm of that caliber, Fujimura immediately reached a conclusion. Grinning to himself, he decided that their next destination would be Fanga's dungeon, the great lava cavern volcano. As morning arrived, the white wolves gathered before the tribe. The elder stood at the front alongside the warriors and warned the departing group to be careful. He explained that the dungeon lay within the Black Lion tribe's territory and that the second prince was the youngest Salyuan in history, as well as a troublesome battle maniac. Bridge scoffed confidently. Sporting a new haircut, he believed there was nothing to worry about as long as his master was with them. He smiled proudly at everyone. Fujimura looked at him in confusion, wondering who the shameless bootlicker was. Bridge was equally surprised that Fujimura had forgotten his beloved pupil. Reflecting on everything that had happened, Bridge admitted that his own lack of experience had become painfully clear and resolved to turn over a new leaf. Fujimura remained baffled by what Bridge was talking about. Laughing, Bridge declared that wherever Fujimura went, he would follow his master. Unlike Bridge, Pip stood quietly with a gloomy expression. Freya noticed her mood and recalled how Pip had cried the previous night, with Eltiko having to hold her back after Fujimura refused to let her accompany them. Fujimura announced that once all of their adventuring was over, they would return and spend time together again. Pip remained silent. Looking at her, Fujimura simply told her to take care of herself before he and the others set off. Pip stayed where she was, silently watching them leave. As they traveled, Freya questioned whether Fujimura was truly content with leaving Pip behind. After all, Pip had originally intended to accompany them and had cried to him about it the previous night. Fujimura admitted that he had no objections to leaving her there. She was still only a child, and the safest place for her was her hometown. He could not predict the dangers awaiting them on the journey. Although it was not much, he did not want the responsibility of exposing her to those risks. He insisted that he was perfectly fine with that decision. Freya stopped walking and stared at him. Noticing this, Fujimura wondered if something was wrong. Looking down, Freya questioned whether he truly believed he was fine with the decision. She reminded him that he had once said he wanted all of them to stay together. She could not understand his reasoning because both he and Pip clearly felt the same way. Freya herself wished to remain with Pip at all times. Considering that Pip was still grieving the loss of a parent, Freya believed she would be happier staying with Fujimura than remaining in an unfamiliar hometown. Remembering Pip's smile, Freya clenched her fist. She explained that everyone understood the dangers awaiting them and that none of them wished to become another burden Fujimura had to carry. Fujimura dismissed the matter, believing that his own feelings were irrelevant. Freya gritted her teeth before angrily calling him a stubborn old mule. She rejected his idea of common sense and burst into tears. She reminded him that they all loved him and that they were his friends. She wished he would place more faith in them because if he continued carrying every burden alone, it would eventually break him. Freya's words caused Fujimura to remember his previous life. Meanwhile, back with the White Wolves, Lunalua was asked to listen carefully. She was told that if her only intention was to pursue Fujimura, no one would stop her. At that moment, Pip gently tugged on Lunalua's robe. She explained that she did not want to cause Fujimura any more trouble. Since he had told her not to come with him, she intended to obey. The elder was taken aback. After everything Fujimura and Pip had experienced together, he was surprised that her greatest concern was still becoming a burden to him. He realized that what Pip truly wanted was to travel with Fujimura. Remembering Fujimura's smiling face, Pip suddenly burst into tears. She admitted that she wanted to go with him, but believed she could not because she was only a foolish child. She was convinced that accompanying him would only create more problems for him. She remembered crying the previous night and believed she had already troubled him enough. She did not want to cause him any further hardship. The White Wolves were alarmed as Pip cried loudly. Vigil became flustered before suddenly noticing something in the distance. Calling Lunalua's attention, he pointed toward the horizon. Following the direction of his finger, Pip looked up. Her mouth slowly fell open as she recognized a familiar silhouette. Her eyes widened. Fujimura had returned. Pip looked up at him as Fujimura paused, struggling to find the right words. Reflecting on everything that had happened, he thought about the joyful moments the sorrowful ones, the solemn experiences, and the painful hardships. Through all of it, he had watched over Pip every step of the way. He realized that she had managed to endure everything on her own remarkably well. Pip continued staring at him in stunned silence. Beside them, Freya realized that Fujimura's true feelings ran far deeper than he had been willing to admit. Fujimura hesitated before finally admitting that he was sorry for everything. He realized that things simply were not the same without Pip around. Extending his hand toward her, he invited her to come along with them. He resolved that she did not need to worry about whatever dangers lay ahead because, if anything happened, he would do everything in his power to keep her safe. Overwhelmed by his words, Pip's eyes filled with tears. The elder gently patted her shoulder and encouraged her to follow her heart by going with Lunalua. Although she was still a child, he believed that was all the more reason for her to cause trouble while she still could. One day, she would have the chance to repay everything. He had no doubt that her parents would have said the same, especially her father, whose way of life had always been as free as the wind. Looking down, Pip remembered the day Fujimura had rescued her from the slavers, breaking her chains before smiling at her. She slowly stepped forward while recalling all the meals and happy moments they had shared together. She also remembered something her mother had once told her long ago. Though she would never be able to see her mother again, she still remembered the gentle expression she had worn while describing Pip's father as a kind and strong man unlike anyone else she or Pip would ever know, a man who loved Pip deeply. Unable to hold back any longer, Pip ran forward and embraced Fujimura. Freya and Eltiko both broke down in tears, and even the white wolves were moved to tears. Through the transceiver, Philosoth quietly remarked that it was a truly wonderful story. Freya lifted her gaze toward the sky. She remembered the fateful day she had first met Fujimura, the day he had made it possible for her to pursue her dream. Since then, they had experienced countless encounters together. She was certain that he would continue inspiring many more people in the future. Even so, Freya knew their journey would not be filled only with happiness. Without a doubt, even greater sorrowful and painful experiences awaited them. Nevertheless, their journey and the encounters they would share would continue. To her, that journey, no, that adventure, was what life truly was. Quietly, Freya offered her heartfelt thanks to Fujimura. As they prepared to face another battle, Fujimura looked over the assembled group and noted that it was one remarkable party. He then turned his attention to Freya, checking whether she was ready. Tightening her grip on her gun, Freya affirmed her resolve. Looking at her, Fujimura realized that she was no longer merely a young lassie. She had become a shining example of bravery, a true madam hero. Hearing those words, Freya quietly reflected on how grateful she was to have met Fujimura.